now I'm hot hoes all on me. Back then hoes didn't want me, now I'm hot hoes all on me. Back then hoes didn't want me, now I'm hot hoes all on me. Back then hoes didn't want me, now I'm hot hoes all on me. Back then hoes didn't want me, now I'm hot hoes all on me. Back then hoes didn't want me, now I'm hot hoes all on me. Back then hoes didn't want me, now I'm hot hoes all on me. Back then hoes didn't want me, now I'm hot hoes all on me.
Before I came up in the game, these hoes didn't show no love. They see me in the club and used to treat me like a scrub. They wouldn't holler cause my dollars wasn't swollen up. I bet they changed their mind when them 84s come rolling up. They see that I'm a star, now they wanna sit in my car. Now they wanna count my jeans, smoke my weed and sip my bar. Now they used to love to diss me, now they rush to hug and kiss me now. All they friends when I leave, how they miss me now. 289-330-860. Before the ice was in my grill, before I got my major deal, these hoes wouldn't give a damn if I was here. Shit, I said before the ice was in my grill, before I got my major deal, these hoes wouldn't give a damn if I was here. Shit, I said before the ice was in my grill, before I got my major deal, these hoes wouldn't give a damn if I was here. Shit, because
back then hoes didn't want me, now I'm hot hoes all on me. Back then hoes didn't want me, now I'm hot hoes all on me. Back then hoes didn't want me, now I'm hot hoes all on me. Back then hoes didn't want me, now I'm hot.
We make no profit from this, I assure you. Well, aside from fees and taxes. Good pick. Good pick. ICA made. ICA strong.
A decent choice. A decent choice.
seeing it just yet, but there's still a map number 2.
Yeah, that's right. We still have plenty more Valorant left to go, but the thing is, I'm new to this thing, right? So they asked me, who do you want to see for our Aim Lab shoot around? I was like, well, I want to learn how to play good video games from Safe. So we decided to, go ahead and check out your boy as he's getting out there and doing his thing. Ooh, funky camera angle too. Love that. But yeah, I mean, this kid, Mimi, has been out of this world. I mean, everything you could possibly want to see in the early game, and he is just crushing his shot right now.
He is the grid shot master.
The grid shot is
It even is
dominated.
Masters. You got the purple color in there. Very well branded out of Safe. But you say kid, and he's not even one of those youngest members on the team. You have both Trex and Leo, and they were both fantastic this game. I love the way Trex is playing on that KO, and Leo in particular. We know this is the util guy with the shock darts, with the recons to aid his team and to get those kills.
Yep.
He was doing so in this matchup. It's what we expected from Guild. They met that level, and I would say exceeded it.
Yeah, Safe 21, by the way. So, yeah, not necessarily the lowest of
GB
lows.
can call him a kid. I can't.
Yeah, I'm. Yeah, I know.
Mimi's like, this is my elder, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I am like the oldest person here, but I'm not trying to age myself. Too late. All right, well, let's see where we're going next here, because Icebox was a bit of a surprise for us to see. It was a constant ban for Optic. They decided, we want to get rid of Haven instead. Now, though, we're going to Split. And Mimi, personally speaking, I'm a Split enjoyer. I really do like watching this map being played. I'm curious to see what Optic pulls out here.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. This is something that they weren't playing a whole ton of in towards stage 2 of Challengers. Previously, they were playing a double initiator comp with that Neon, similar to the comp that they actually stole over from Mech going in towards stage 1. They've really stuck by that. I'm interested to see if there's a change bound. A lot of teams have pivoted over to the Fade Rays on this map, Guild included.
Yeah, I can't imagine that there is, though. I mean, for Optic,
Really?
it's been a map that they don't like
Sure.
historically. I mean, all the way back to Masters Berlin, it's one that whenever somebody picks into them, you're like, oh, actually, they could win this map, even in a situation where it's completely lopsided. So it's weird to me to expect, not weird on the, just weird for Optic to pick it now. And also, if they come out with something new, this is a map that's leaving the pool. Right, so it's odd that it's coming now. Maybe it's because everybody else is kind of avoiding it now.
Still, I think the mentality for this team is always focus on the now, focus on the here, make the improvement. I would not be super surprised if that change come through, if it would be the Phase Raiders or just maybe something different to support behind that Neon. Still, I think you're right that it would be a little bit strange to see the change at this point. On top of it leaving the pool, this is also going to be one of those maps that they just did not play. They were not even willing to do so, always banning it against Xset towards the end of Challengers.
And I think it'd be really interesting, too, if they continued to play that same comp that they were working on throughout of Stage 2, actually even back to Reykjavik, too, with the Neon. Because that'll be 2 mech comps. Now, I know I love mech, okay?
You get it.
Mech didn't make it here, but they have Bala and they have the video.
Yeah, and they're playing against Guild, I think is the point. They're playing against Guild. Guild beat mech twice. I mean, they know these comps. These are not weird comps to them at all. So, against NA, it was weird.
Here's an interesting, it's just a thing that I'm noticing here, right? The Icebox pick, I was scratching my head a little bit thinking, do you think that maybe they were kind of getting a little too meta with the picks here, Mimi? You know, Icebox, maybe they thought, okay, no one was expecting them to play Icebox. Surely Marved on the Brim is going to be the saving grace here. And now they find themselves in this Split situation. Like, could it possibly backfire against
I mean, you say finding the meta and getting a little bit too meta. I think they were going beyond that and trying to form something new that, again, it didn't really work. We saw some good things the first side, and they tried that comp again. We saw those moments of light, but we also saw some of the deficiencies throughout that game. And I think just like the basics, the comfort, that's what's working for Guild. They feel comfortable right now, and they are winning as a result.
We still went all the way to 13-11.
True.
Right?
They run track. It's the FNS warm-up time. When he gets the feel, he gets the feel.
That's very true. All right, well, here we go. We got our Prime Gaming Agent select. Let's see what we're going to end up getting ourselves here on Split, which is the map. And we're starting off with Sage. We're going to get some Cypher pick here for
that's
the
an
Guild
interesting
side.
one. This is a change. So they previously did play a Cypher composition, but most recently, like I mentioned, it was the Fade Rays.
Yeah, and you were right, Mimi, about the Optic comp. Fade Rays again. This is really good, I think. A good sign, even though I was like saying, oh, it's Split. They shouldn't be necessarily even picking this map. But I love it. I think this is on meta. When I said at the beginning, they need to find it. I think this is definitely definitely leading in that direction, whereas Icebox was not.
Yeah, that they have. I love Crashies on towards Akeo. Double Initiator is great on this map. The one thing I'm looking towards is with going back to the Cypher for Guild, starting on that defense, it's going to be the trap plays. When you have the breach in the race, off-camera contact, you can do some really sneaky stuff.
All right, well, we'll have plenty of time to talk about how this whole thing's going to play out when we come back to the half. But for now, let's send it over to your two favorite British commentators. It's going to be Brendan Sideshow on the horn. Fellas, over to you.
Thank you very much, Des Crew. Yeah, heading into this one, things are definitely heating up, Josh. I'm not just saying that because I'm sweating profusely. Genuinely, this series is looking quite fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we are staring right now at Optic, currently a map down in this series versus Guild, the third EMEA seed, I should say, heading into this tournament. We're heading over to split changes on the composition side for both these teams.
For both teams. And I don't really know what to expect here either, because, like I said, this entire map pool has gone a little strange. Both teams trying to pick into somewhat of the bottom of their opponent's pool, or at least as much as that's available. And yet they're also changing up their comps. So you can't even rely on past data of whether or not these teams have been good at it in previous tournaments or matches before as well. So I don't really know what to think here. It's interesting to some degree that Optic have gone for the FaZe and the Raid. The Raze and the Fade kind of combination. And I think that should bolster their defensive side even more. But they're going to start an attack here. And that was a bit of a... I think this is going to be a puzzle for us to figure out, honestly, is how are these teams going to approach the map with these newer compositions?
You can work it out. I'll watch.
We've seen a lot of the EMEA teams run similar comps to the one that Guild is pulling out here. So the Breach, the Sage, you know how that's roughly going to function?
Yeah.
For Optic, I would expect that their composition relies quite a lot on good coordination between Victor and FNS. FNS only plays the Fade on one of the other maps, and that's not with the Raze. They don't really play Raze Fade very much. Maybe this is an insight into more of Optic going into that direction with the rest of their pool. But they must have known that they were going to play Split here today.
Yeah. It's a guaranteed map pick, obviously, from their side of things. I suppose you can kind of let them off just ever so slightly. And in case you were wondering, we're sorting out a slide audio issue on one of the sides. FNS is talking, so it's probably not him. It's probably somebody else.
Yeah. This I think is going to give a little bit of time for Optic to pause, think about the game coming up. And the longer that they sit here, the longer that the map one went on for, I think they're going to end up being a bit more comfortable. I don't think this is a case where you get in your own head and you're like, oh, we shouldn't have lost Icebox. It's not your map pick. Sometimes you ban it, and it was still 13-11, and you started playing a lot better in the second half. We know that these guys have a championship mentality. They're the comms segments that we listened to from their win against Loud at Reykjavik.
Yeah, they've showcased it better than anybody else.
It was something else.
Yeah.
These guys were ice cold.
These guys have the right mentality, we know that.
But on the other side of things, they do start tournaments slow. They've lost before. They've been group staged at champions, albeit with strange circumstances surrounding Victor playing with COVID. But they've certainly had their stumbles. It was the most heavily challenged, the least dominant Masters win that we've ever had, their win at Reykjavik. That's not to say that they were a bad team by any means. They stomped the grand final, but they were contested each step of the way.
Absolutely.
Let's take a look at Leo versus Crashies. This is the head-to-head that I'm interested in. It's going to play out on this map for sure as well, but also you can think back to the previous one too. This is their most recent stats. Look at that clutch percentage too. That's one of the big areas where Crashies edges out Leo.
Huge difference as well for Leo in terms of that damage per round. I've always looked at Leo's play. Listen, no questions about it. This guy is a phenomenal initiator player. But often when you see initiator players leading the pack, it's often because typically the players they're supporting aren't putting up the same numbers.
Sure.
You know, they're not supporting their star players, or no, well, they are supporting their star players, but it falls back on them to put up the numbers.
Yeah, alternatively, we've seen sometimes some Sova players who just run in and try and take fights all the time.
Yes.
And that can be a play style that falls to pieces when you get to Masters. But that isn't Leo. Leo takes smart fights. He's got great aim. But his utility usage is like nothing I've seen. It's incredibly good. To say that he is the most anticipated EMEA talent yet to go to LAN, I think would be an understatement.
Sure.
Well, people were frothing at the mouth to watch Leo at LAN.
I can think of some other names, but Leo's definitely up there. Don't get me wrong. Listen, there's Alpha Year.
Sure, some of the FPS guys, but Leo's been around for so long, and he hasn't made it to one of these Masters events. And yeah, you are right, Bren. There's of course the FPX squad as well.
Many other names, yeah.
Weren't able to qualify last time.
Now,
we'll be playing.
focuses on this guy.
But Leo is definitely a talent.
Yeah.
He's going to be playing Breach here up against Crashies on KO. So you're expecting Crashies to have better stats towards the end of it, you know, as generally you're going to get involved with more of the fighting from the KO pick. But there are so many ways to influence the game from Breach.
And the comp that Gilda and they're running, obviously you guys can't see it at home, but the Sage, the Cypher, the Omen, the Breach, the Raze, I mean, it's very old, isn't it? It's an old comp.
As old as time.
It is an old one. No real new pieces being used in it, but honestly, simple sometimes can work best.
We saw that from Ascender, Champions, with their split composition. That was about as simple as you could possibly get.
And the desk was highlighting it. Opportunities for just little trap plays as well off of the cam.
And it's a very EU comp. And Brent, I've been talking all the time about how Optic have yet to win a map against EMEA, so let's do a head-to-head. EMEA, NA, the fans are going to be losing it. Look at what you've got here. In terms of Masters level wins, they're drawing 2-2, all right? EMEA, though, with the Champions win, so probably ahead in terms of the tiebreaker. They have more finals appearances, more top 4 placements, nearly twice as many top 4 placements at EMEA. But that is, of course, because they've sent 3 extra teams to those big LAN events as well.
Of course.
But still, despite North America having the defending team and winning both Reykjavik events, EMEA is still the most successful region.
Overall.
And
you're just stirring a pot, aren't you?
Well, listen, you don't need me to tell you, because every EMEA person will make sure to mention it at all times. That, we're a superior region, 3rd seed, currently beating #1 seed from North America. That's what's happening all across the EMEA chats right now.
Yeah, we will be getting into the game shortly as well. I mean, I've had to rein in my excitement a little bit as well. I'm tethered. Tethered to the desk a little bit here. But we will be heading into this one.
That's what it is.
I mean, this is why I'd love to be Josh. Listen, next to you, side by side, casting split.
Of course.
And watching some good teams. But we are heading into the action. Enough of us talking podcast style. Now you get to talk about the game. Josh, this is what you were looking forward to.
Yeah, I am looking forward to this as well, because at some point, this streak simply has to end. There is no world in which Optic can continue being a top team.
Surely.
And lose every match. It just can't happen, right? It's statistically improbable.
Well, it is their map pick now, heading into split. Finally, the pistol round underway.
And I think it's that is to say that it would be a phenomenal achievement for Guild to be able to 2-0 Optic here, or frankly, to take the series at all. It's not the case that Optic have taken their foot off the gas too much. And let's take a look at the pistol. Optic players bunched up around A.
Line up here for FNS. Where does that one go? High up into the sky, I imagine, just clearing out ramp. The Prowler actually latching onto a particular target, somehow finding its way all the way up into heaven.
Prowler's got hops.
Yeah, apparently. Now the nade, though. Position's going to be spotted there from Russ. Has to just back away on his legs to avoid the paint shell that was just gliding through the air.
And this is going to be a split to put pressure on Coldamenta.
Oh,
he has no idea these guys are up behind him.
Contact play through the 2 of them there, though. Reactions in the end. Crashies is finding it. Flash forward, Safe will dodge it. Moving to the side, and now the rest of his team's going to be backing him up. Gliding across the screen. Headshot collected there onto Crashies. Now FNS, though, with a quick pivot. And Ye's been able to take some space.
What a fast mid-round call there from FNS and Ye. So opportunistic in terms of the map control that they're taking. And FNS is going to go for the plant as Ye covers him.
Got to hold down this angle, though, and the players not wasting any time on the Guild side of things, are they? Horn dropped up. Ye. Okay, FNS, he collects it, but not anticipating the player from heaven. Squeezing him at the same time. FNS, great timing with that swing, left alone in the 1v1. Russ, though, he finds his mark.
Great pistol round for Guild to be able to pick up, and they have won a bunch of them in the series so far. It feels like they get out to a hot start at the beginning of every half. It has really been an issue for Optic that coming into this tournament, they're actually the 2nd worst rated team at pistol rounds. And that's out of everybody at Masters. They're the defending champions. So there's definitely some work to be done there. And it's going to be a force. Optic have been doing this, maybe not a force actually. There was some buying of Spectres happening.
No, it still is.
2 Sheriffs, yeah, it's still going to...
Yeah.
It looks like it. Ye just investing into his Headhunter. Still saving up some of the money. A lot of the North American teams have been doing this.
Oh, this is a fast play. All 5 players going to be grouped up, potentially looking for something there. Yeah, Colt line sent flying out through. FNS has to back away, though. He was tagged up by the cam. Prowler catching on to Leo. Do they still want to commit into this one?
Victor still has double blast pack available if he wants to do something aggressive. It's a similar feel to their pistol round.
Oh, look at this mid-tech by Guild. They are not wasting any time, but already the Optic players going to be capitalizing. Safe falls. More Cypher setups for them, but this fast flank, 2 players in sewers, creeping and crawling right now. Guild could be getting an absolute pincer of a lifetime.
They are going to meet the trademark, and if it gets smoked off, I think the rest of Optic are going to be able to hear.
They should hear it, but they are just holding it. Are they going to be aware enough to try and watch this one? Fault line through, they hear the players running. No one wants to risk it by going through sewers.
That fault line as well, very interesting. And a little footstep in sewers being made there, the slosh of muddy feet.
Not sure if they heard it.
But at the end of the day, the Guild players are going to be here ready to collect. Russ does quite a bit of damage.
Cornamenta up close and personal. It's Marv who gets the trade though.
These rounds are so chaotic. The
27
mid-round
seconds
calls, the
They're
pivots.
going back to A?
Yeah, they're going back to A. These audibles off the back of the space that Ye is taking.
This is, I mean, just pure chaos.
It's going to be down to Leo. No utility.
He's at the back of the site. Surely they know it hasn't been properly cleared. There's 13 seconds left into this one, and Leo, I mean, he could do more than damage, honestly. He could just convert the round for his team. Spike's going to start to go down. He bides his time. He waits it out, and he drops them right in time. Not enough for them to convert it. In fact, give him 3 kills on top of it. Why not?
Perfect round for Leo.
So smart.
He is such an intelligent player. It's sublime. It really is. He's got that intelligence to not contest the spike too much. You could see him getting up to a push position at elbow. So
A lot of players there, Josh. A lot of players, they overplay it a little bit, honestly. They probably inject a bit of pace into it, trying to catch it.
Yeah. Or even expect the plant to be happening safe, so they fall into a back position, anchoring the site, which then would mean that you have no opportunity to punish Crashies. That's Optic's economy immediately in the bin. The Spectre bought here from FNS, but that's the only real threat in the round apart from Ye's 8 headhunter bullets.
Early wall. It's going to start to get chipped down. A couple of pieces removed from it, but Guild sitting in such a powerful position right now. Winning 2 rounds here, defensive side split. Off the back of Optic forcing means that the economy can really start to get building. Bit of spam. Okay, the timing not quite the best, but sending him in a bit of that utility in. A quick pickup of the rifle, the weapon there, the Spectre. Well, it's not coming up to much good. Still call him into trading places. Yeah, he's going to be falling.
Yeah, he didn't hear the cancel call there. Victor's thinking about going
He's
in.
all over the place. You've got to be joking, man. What's right in front of the hall?
What is happening? He's going for the TP out of the site, trying to play the advantage. And this map has descended into chaos already. These first 3 rounds have been so scrappy.
Yep, delusional plays all around.
It's all down to Victor.
And he's just being squeezed from side to side. Leo up top. If he didn't get it, Safe would have. Beautiful work.
Yeah, they're being pushed to the edge, though. These calls in the mid-round are catching Guild out, but they're being able to find the crucial kills, the crucial plays when it matters. And it's now 3-0. If you want to talk expectations, Bren, or perhaps win conditions for Optic, normally their defense side is significantly better than their attack. So they don't need a ton of rounds on this side. But they'll be looking to put up as many as they can. At least 4 on attack side split. What you're looking for, I think.
You can feel the frustration building for Optic.
Yeah, one glance at FNS. No longer the calm, cool, collected figure that he was in that Reykjavik final. Feeling the pinch a little bit here.
But they do have some rifles to work with. Even an ultimate, potentially coming online with a couple more as well, just behind it. But Victor Showstopper might be looking to get some work done with that. The issue is Leo holding the Rolling Thunder. And this is a bit more of a passive wall from Russ. That is the double face. I mean, Guild were ready for it. In fact, the spike's dropped. Positioning gained. Marv with the lurk. Has to try and find his mark, but he's on the ropes. Just slightly inaccurate. It's Russ who wins it out.
Oh, and it's a catastrophe for Optic.
This has fallen to pieces.
They absolutely
shambles.
Dribbled into ropes there. They fell to pieces trying to clear that area.
Where was the other player dropping off onto the box?
Yeah, no double swing, nothing. Nothing to punish that. Not even a glance into rope before Victor started taking that space. And Guild's timing could not have been better. Both in terms of that fight and the other one happening in B Heaven. This is going to be Optic's economy trashed. just straight again. A Prime Gaming Flawless. A delightful prize for Guild to secure in the 4th.
Yeah. Witnessing history potentially repeating himself with Optic steadily losing control of the series. This is their map pick.
One enemy remaining.
They needed to come out strong off the back of losing Icebox.
Yeah, they would have loved to keep up some of that momentum. I mean, I say momentum. It was a comeback in the second half.
It was, yeah.
They did well. They got a bunch of rounds under their belt.
Brought it back to a respectable scoreline.
They didn't win. They didn't force overtime. And so the fact that they're 0-4 down right now, and not even 0-4 with a reset economy, they're looking to go down 0-5.
Every single play that Guild do is purposeful. Look at this now. The space of the boom bots. And honestly, even if Trex didn't get that pick, the trade probably would have been there from Coldamenta. Though, did they expect this one? Marved finds his way in, holding the angle. Now the Rolling Thunder. They want to retake this space. Stun in play, Leo. You've got to be careful. One bullet, even if he is slightly inaccurate. From the Guardian, that would have just put down Leo still.
Last player standing.
And Brent, even when Guild get caught off with the timings a little bit there, even when Leo throws his ultimate out and doesn't anticipate that someone's going to be further along, they're still getting away with it. And they have a good enough read of where Optic are pathing around the map to be able to punish them.
I think their reaction is pretty fantastic so far with this series. Been looking at the state of the economy as well. I've noticed every time, half buy for Optic Gaming, you see Russ just place that wall in mid. He knows it's not going to be bursted down by rifles.
Yeah.
It's little things like that, just the decision making across the board with this team that means that, you know, they are just getting that edge over Optic Gaming.
And listen, FNS has all the experience, you know, Coldamenta as well is getting on a little bit, but Leo, the young player that's coming out here at his first LAN event, 9-1, fabulous game in map 1 as well. Showcasing why he deserves the respect to be in the conversation as one of the best initiators in the world, perhaps the best initiator.
I mean, all that talk as well, the banter between Stacks and BCJ.
And who was talking about Leo? EMEA fans.
Of course, Victor operating off the showstopper now with a slow orb has really just brought him down to a crawl. Lets it rip into the elbow, but so much to being cleared. Is anybody watching that high ground perch? Oh, the crossfire now, just impeccable. Russ anchors it down, making sure to follow up on the rest of his team. Paranoia sent flying. FNS is left scrambling, wondering how the hell am I going to end up taking this one.
That entire site hit really lacked the pace. Spacing getting broken up so heavily by the slow orb there, by people peeking all over the place. And Guild, with a couple of players in tough positions, will not allow FNS a sniff at the 1v3. Guild win another of these rifle v rifle rounds, and Optic can't get a look into this. Ye begins the map 0-6.
You've got to be joking.
Ye has only gone negative in a series twice in his career with Optic. And this one, if it ended in roughly the same way, if we do see Guild take a 2-0 here, it would be like something you've never seen. And the Guild players are hyped.
They're feeling it. Everything's on their side here now.
Optic seem like they're really lacking the neon, honestly, Brent.
Yeah.
That side hit when it went into A. Victor isn't double blast packing in. He doesn't really take any space. The trade is limp. They're not able to get in.
They just seem like they are scrambling for the answers.
And lacking a bit of confidence, too.
I said at the beginning, you know, it's the simple comps that Guild are playing.
Down mid.
At its core, exactly, that's really where it comes from. Making sure you understand how to play it, making sure that you're using your abilities and taking space effectively.
Marv has worked his way into a crazy position here, but he would have a lot of work to do. Yeah. Oh!
That's a great flick. Not much help to work with though, and yeah, the rifles, it's a difficult task. Just up to Ye now in mid, but it doesn't look likely that he's converting this. Seen him do it before, but...
You've seen him win a 1v4 before?
Probably. Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Happens often enough.
Not one like this.
No, and not this series, honestly, either.
No, it has not been his game. It has not been Optic's day. Guild are in control. Guild are in the driver's seat. Guild are forcing the timeout. Leo and Coldamenta, two big players. Now that Safe has taken a back seat, right? He's playing the Cypher. He's not in the chamber anymore for this map. Other players are stepping up, but some that were still having phenomenal performances on Icebox. A combined 22-5 from Leo and Coldamenta to start things off.
Yeah, respect to Coldamenta as well. This guy has been playing lights out early on in Icebox. He's been unreal here as well. A lot of calls that are being made for this team. What they've been doing, taking space as well, the contact pushes as well on the defense side. He's been honestly having a great time of things.
And coming up with creative ideas that are catching Optic off.
Yeah.
They pushed mid as a reaction to their A hit. They pushed out B main on one of these rounds. They've stacked mid. I'm sure they have some trap plays up their sleeve as well. As Mimi was talking about, this comp, you can run a trap play off stick a cam in rope room and then breach ult them as soon as you see somebody in mid. There's tons of different stuff. Showstopper into it with a trap play. There are endless options with a composition like this, which is why it's been such a staple of EMEA Split for so long. Not one that Guild have had too much experience with, but one that they look very comfortable on.
I think that early start as well on Icebox. I mean, getting off onto the right foot against a team like Optic Gaming. The right circumstances really aligning with this one, but they have come to this prepped. Feeling themselves, the experience that Coldamenta's got under his belt, all those lands.
You want to play? Let's play.
Russ going for the mid wall, but it's not an eco round for Optic. However, Guild have been fighting mid so heavily that Optic aren't really there to break the wall as it's put up, and have to return back to mid in order to break a couple of segments. Yeah, he's got his tour de force as well, Brent. He is statistically by far the best attack AWPer we have in the tournament, by such a long shot. But he just hasn't been hitting today. We'll see whether he can make the difference.
Recalled off. Oh, the Jiggle Pig Coldamenta eating so much damage. Escaping with his life though. TP's across.
And he's going to get the heal.
A recipient of that one, and the refreshing of this one way. I mean, this is so brutal to try and push through. In fact, even if they want to commit into this one, guess what? Cypher set up in play. And Safe isn't even on the same site. He is miles away. Crashies is holding on to this, his ultimate, this null plan. This is fully thinking ahead here for Guild, always planning ahead.
Yep. Victor runs into one of the trap wires, but will easily break that. We're going to see Guild go for one of their retakes. They were working with some degree of success on Icebox. I can't say it was fabulous. But they still have Paranoia to be able to work with. If Coldamenta can get into a good position, he's just going to ult for a little bit of information. And sees that there is one player back.
Stunned and nade right into the back of the coordination. Oh, it's so good. Victor just about scrambling for his life, climbing up to the boxes, but Trex, oh, he's going to be double snatching right across, resets the M from on high. It is absolute pandemonium, but seems like Optic might just be rewarded. Still the aftershock. Leo, you've got to be joking, up close and personal. Crashies finds it. Around on the board, Josh. Very similar scenes to what we were witnessing on Icebox.
Yeah.
7 rounds in a row for Guild last time as well.
It was 7 rounds in a row. Optic finally respond. And one of those few rounds that Optic were able to get, again, came down to that initiated duel. The clutch between Crashies and Leo. Crashies wins it again this time, but I just love the way that Guild approached it. The stun was amazing to combo with the nade onto Victor, but then also the way, the angle that Trex chose as he double blast packed over.
His aim gets reset instantly.
And you get to spot Victor in a vulnerable position. Crashies, though, good for it. Holding on.
You've got to be joking. What is this pace? Okay, maybe a bit unplanned.
Potentially. Trex is permablind. He can't play the
Permablind
game.
and also stuck in a really, really awful position, but the nade now to try and at least get him out of there. The knife. Oh my goodness, Trex.
How is
no
he
man's
alive?
land for him. Is he going to be able to skip away? You've got to be joking.
Ridiculous that he makes it out of that.
So much being chucked at him there. And all that pressure in mid, I guess what was happening? Russ gets a free wall off towards A main.
But it's not a great wall. This wall is still going to force Guild to keep an eye on the A ramp walk. It's not as good as that deep wall, but it still gives Guild a pretty good idea that they can stack over towards B to start things out. And at any point here, you've got to be worried about Leo's ultimate.
Players double dropping down. It's a kill for Safe.
It is much more diligent from Optic, but it still leaves them going 1-for-1. And look at the response immediately from Guild's IGL.
Mid-rounding is so good.
It is very good from Coldamenta as he and Russ take B main, knowing that there are multiple players up near vents. That smoke is not going to help you cross, but it might throw off any player that was able to hear it. Great shot from Marv, though, to give them the player advantage.
Yeah, the positioning not quite known, as you can tell, but okay, a flick from Russ, slow up, drop down, and time is running so low. 12 seconds here. Optic need to try and get this spike down. Kodamenta was contemplating something. TikTok-esque play, but planted just onto the other side of Default. Still, headshot being found. Marv will trade it. There's the three-piece for him. Trex left alone.
Oh,
and they get it, not quite.
It's all Marv.
It really is. He's the one who's been dragging them forwards into this series. Icebox, he was the one who was putting up top numbers to try and put them back in contention in that last map. And now, I mean, he's doing it again.
Yeah, he was the only player that was playing as you'd expect from somebody on Optic when it came to Icebox. And that's a 4K where he just simply wins every duel. He was offered multiple opportunities to take a 1v1, and even with Bulldog in hand, was able to shut down every player he met.
Do this, you are going to be able to choose yourself who gets the MVP. You have to include hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP, but you can do this on YouTube, Twitter chat. You can do it on Twitch chat as well, as long as you include ALGS Monster Energy MVP, as well as the hashtag of the player you are voting for. We will be giving out a special interview and a special trophy at the end of the day for who you decide. And so that's really what I think is very, very cool about this experience. There's such an interaction between the fans, not only here in the arena, but obviously here and at home watching as well. We are getting ready to kick this off. The games are very close to starting up, but before we do so, in this stacked lobby of 20, we've got a few that stand out. All right, as you hear the crowd yell a few things, I heard a little Optic over there, somewhere to my left. We've got Tom and Lauren, two of the best analysts in Apex Legends, to break down who they have their eyes on going into the finals.
So hard to pick between three teams, right? Every single region is definitely viable of getting a certain squad, but 100 Thieves coming through, your previous champions, you have to show them some love, especially from the performance that they had yesterday. 3 wins in that lower bracket round 2, Vaxon popping off, but you have to highlight the legend composition. You have Valkyrie, you're rocking the Watson in the Newcastle. Absolutely insane to think that they're gonna come through and master this type of composition this early in setting their own meta.
All right, then next up on the list, we have EXO. Now, we need to talk about them. Okay, not only are they coming into the finals with 7 points, so that's going to be pretty huge for them, but they're a squad that's wildly flexible. They can either be super aggro, or they can find a spot, hold it down, and kind of bunker. They have 2 of their players, Dexter and Killapaz, both in the top 20 with their average kills. And talking about those international squads, Tom, huge Thailand fan base. They've got to do it for the fans.
EXO started it off hot, but NRG ended extremely hot. 10 points is what they're coming in with, and Sweet is leading his team in the right spot, putting them in great positions, barking out callouts left and right. They're also rocking the current meta composition with Valkyrie, Gibraltar, and Caustic. The way that they were playing yesterday, it'd be absolutely crazy not to put them in your teams to watch.
Well, those are the teams that we gave the spotlight, but if they're going to take it today, they're going to have to earn it. We'll see what happens. Keep watching. In first place, Tom, and any team in this top 20 can win.
And you think about a team like behind NRG, Furia, for example. Yes, they were the #1 point getters overall. They even got second coming out of the winners bracket, but they've only won 2 out of 26 games. So you have to get that match point, and you have to get that big dub.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to handle that, because they have been one of those big slayers, but then when we're talking about the consistency, that could really work in their favor for match point. I mean, I'm thinking NRG, I'm thinking 100 Thieves. After the performances we saw just yesterday, it's going to be hard to top that.
And we haven't said the names Cloud9. We haven't said Dark Zero.
Yeah.
You know, Albrelelli coming in with a story that I think Zach back with a redemption arc, and he was joined us on the desk just a moment yesterday as well. So there's so many things to talk about, but this is an interconnected space. We've got most of the community here, and even some more, I think, iconic members of the community you might recognize are standing over on stage with James Banks.
It is Championship Sunday Rally! 40 teams are now down to 20 on our Championship Sunday, all looking for a piece more of that $2 million prize pool. This beautiful trophy to the side of me that they want to put their hands on and they want to lift at the end of the day. They have worked so hard. It has been a global fight with the best teams from around the world. And only one team will walk away as true legends of this tournament. So shall we bring on the teams? Starting with 100 Thieves. AYM Esports. Alliance. Fnatic. GMT. Furia. TSM. Scars. Team Liquid. Ascend. EXO. Space Station Gaming. AD Esports. Dark Zero. Optic Gaming. Team Burger. NRG. IG International. Cloud9. And last but certainly not least, Zeta Division. These teams have fought so hard to be here. Whether you're the thousands in this arena or the millions watching at home, you should be giving it up for these legendary players. Let's get it on!
Oh man, James Banks bringing it in. Oh, we are so glad to have him as a part of this community, and we're never letting him go, that's for sure. Just some great moments there. You saw Jim Burton getting up. Papa Jim Burton is in the stands today, by the way. See if you could spot him out. He'll be talking about Jim Burton a lot if you didn't have any problems trying to find him. But I think, Tom, when we look at this, the stories are endless. And some of the maybe the fairy tale stories, you looked at Rambo getting up for GMT, the fans excited about what he was able to do. A kid from a small beach town living a dream. We have a chance to see if that dream will become a reality today.
And if you get an opportunity to watch how they've progressed from where this tournament started to where they're at now, you would think maybe they wouldn't have made it this far. But the fact that they got more games under the belt, they've been vibing the entire time. Their listen-ins are my favorite.
Well, you know what? My favorite thing is when we have a chance to break Apex down. And, you know, there's almost nobody better to do it. He had to fly a long way to be here with us for this event. And so we got to highlight what Genome is going to help us figure out for the drop spots in Apex Legends heading into our finals.
There's always a big question in Apex Legends. Where are they dropping? And we've set up a little graphic for you guys here. Now, are they bloodthirsty teams? Are they teams that like to keep it in the zone and rotate nice and fast? Okay, there's big differences here. We've got teams like Furia, these are one of the most aggressive teams. They've been playing Fuse, all these aggressive characters to get right up in their faces. But, they're surrounded by other teams like GMT, 100 Thieves, Alliance, all very fast rotate teams. So on a day like today, these guys, if we get, say, another one of those fish farm zones, where are they going to look for the kills? They're going to have to go down here. These teams are going to be rotating faster than them. So many things to think about. Then we move across to something like World's Edge, and it's going to be, a different question again. You've got Team Burger, Dark Zero, all these teams that are, again, very fast at rotating. We saw a lot of thermal zones yesterday. That could really favor them. And then you've got some teams sort of in the middle here, like we've got Team EXO. If the circle lands near them, they're likely to take advantage of that and try and bunker down fast with the Caustic. If it doesn't, they're a flexible team. They can look for kills. And yeah, look, that's the drop spots for today.
Thank you so much, Genome. Love the analysis there and breaking it down. Obviously, in Apex Legends, that is a huge part of the game. And for those who are new, maybe you don't know, these drop spots are highly coordinated amongst the pros before they even get into this lobby, hopefully avoiding 50-50, splitting a zone with somebody else. But it is a part of the drama. So we'll see if that unfolds today. Tom, this is the moment we get to talk about who we're focusing on. And my favorite segment, the talent predictions, because we all come in with a thought. Not always right, of course, but we all have some idea. Going into it, who do you have your eye on for today?
It's really tough to pick. Every single team has an opportunity to go and win this, and that's what makes this lobby so special. But I'm going to go with the team from North America. I think that the fact that they're coming through with so much talent in terms of where they're at and how they're willing to team fight, Furia is a team that I have my eye on.
Yeah, I think Furia as well. I have a lot in terms of my experience loving the innovation that they're bringing, Glitter, but who are you focusing on?
I know that we just had to watch them come out of losers, but the consistency that we saw in the first half of the day, I've got my eyes on 100 Thieves today, okay? We were talking about the importance of being able to not only get to match point, but then close it out with the win, right? The aggression can't be the only play, and I feel really good about 100 Thieves for that point.
I'm mostly interested, will innovation win, or will we see the tried and true, because that's the battle happening right now, the old and the new in Apex Legends, the biggest day, the biggest stage, the biggest moment, the biggest arena, and some teams are taking a gamble on a lineup we have never seen in competitive before. That's Furia, that is 100 Thieves. EXO from James, I want to shout it out as well. James told me something very funny. He's actually got 2 picks there, and apparently that's because he's twice the size.
Wait, I didn't notice.
Good thing they only put one up there because that's
the cast.
Cheating's not allowed here.
Yeah, well, he's right there.
No, he's twice.
He's got Liquid and EXO. You just didn't see.
Oh, they just put his face twice.
Yeah, double vision.
I want 2 picks.
I like 2 Bardoffs, though. 2 Bardoffs is better than 1.
It is, certainly. Too much height for this crowd. It's like a combined 13 feet on the desk. I don't think we need all of that right now. Of course, it is all about to unfold. For those just joining us, you are catching us at the perfect moment. These teams are getting ready for our exclusive, our elusive, and our exciting match point format. That means you've got to win or it's not over, and we keep on going. I know the crowd at PNC Arena is hyped for that action. I know our casters are hyped for that action, and it is no longer time to wait. It is time to go. It is the ALGS Championship Finals Day of 2022. Make some noise, and let's get it on.
Thank you so much, Raid Day, and PNC Arena, make some noise for the ALGS Championship. Fallout here alongside Vicky Kitty to call the action with game number 1 on Stormpoint.
We are here. We worked so hard to be here. So did these players, and now it is time. Today is the day we crown the champion squad.
That is right, and there are so many storylines. The desk did such a good job pointing it out, but look, Vicky, a lot of y'all know I stand with the boys, TSM. You know, my man Verholst, Evan, big shout out TSM. But today, it's GMT, baby! The Nasky vibes. Rambo and Nasky on one team, 2 of the best personalities in all of Apex Esports. I love the energy. I love the gas. I want to give them my gas. I got GMT.
You know what I have to do? I have to gas up Team Burger!
I'll go busting out the squeaky toy.
Come on, come on.
She's got a squeaky
favorite for
We've
a
elevated.
reason.
And listen, I got to give a heartfelt thank you to Burger Brigade right here next to us. They came next to the casters because they know that's where the hype is. They are growing by the minute. It started with the dude with the mustache. I don't know where he is, but thank you. I see him with the hat right there. You're a legend. And since then, they got team jerseys for the boys. Look at this. Team Burger has team jerseys for the first time ever in their professional gaming careers. Courtesy of the community, courtesy of the fans, Victoria and everybody that has a printing shop. Well, guess what? They designed some jerseys for the guys, custom made, custom colors, gamer tags on the back. We have a squeaky toy. We got the signs. I have a sticker. I might throw the sticker on here. Team Burger and Burger Brigade show up.
You gotta put it on your forehead. Don't eat this one though, Fallout. You know, we know that you're the GOAT, but you can't act like a GOAT in real life. You gotta put the burger sticker on your forehead. You gotta represent the boys because they are the crowd favorite here. We got a lot of crowd energy, and it's really nice to see everybody come out. For you guys watching at home, this has just been one heck of a show.
Yeah, that's right. Any His Watson fans out here?
Oh, me.
The man,
me.
the lava monster, as we called him yesterday.
Legend.
The Prince of Apex, as we've been saying all weekend long, looking to step into his throne. And in my conversation, my little sideline reporting interview with him yesterday, Vicky, he said, I don't get nervous on main stage. These other fools do. My man threw shade. My man is here to play. And speaking of people that have been here for a minute, it's the oldest pro player, I think, in Apex Legends. My man Hockey's holding it down. Big shout out to Hockey. He's 26, 27 years old, team captain for Alliance, the IGL for this team, former military in Sweden. So respectable. I have so much respect for him. And not only that, he's still fragging out. Take a look at his stats, Vicky.
I mean, you have to respect your elders. You have to understand why this man's got the accolades that he's got here on this team. But NRG is a team that this arena is looking forward to seeing. They've been putting in so much work. They literally dominated the competition yesterday to be sitting right here with 10 extra points in their pockets to kick off the championship finals.
That's right. Speaking of sideline reporting, I went to Team Liquid, I went to TSM, went to Optic, asked for them for some thoughts. They said, yeah, no problem, Fallout. I went to Sweet, he said, nah, we're locked in. Sweet Dreams is here to play. And look at the side-by-side comparison of the two that we like to compare. Let me tell you, Sweet Dreams, IGL for NRG, one of the best to do it, one of the top streamers in Apex, and Imperial Hal. Sweet has the upper hand in average damage at 903 damage per game. Meanwhile, 1.5 kills per game for the CEO himself, Imperial Hal. He's here. He's ready to IGL TSM to yet another championship on land. The question is, Vicky, they've looked a little inconsistent this weekend. Can they do it?
It's going to really determine who is the winningest team. That's right. The winningest team is the team that's going to be able to walk away with match point. Oh, come on. It's the Optic boys.
That's a fact. And you might hear some boos in the crowd. No, what are those? Duplex! And he knows it. My man smiling. King Dupe on the streets. I missed the mustache, though, man. That thing was gnarly. You missed that thing? You remember that thing? Had the gap in the middle?
Yeah.
Oh,
you know, I was actually expecting it, you know, coming into that. When you
too.
said that you wanted to rock the mustache, I was like, you got to rock one for Dupe.
That's right. And then we got IG, the Beatles of Apex Legends. Bryn holding it down on this team. And then you have the European multinational squad hailing from Denmark. Mandy playing for his dad, watching at home. Mr. Hype Man himself. RPR from Croatia. Taishin from Germany. They are here. They are ready to play.
Can we give a shout out to the esports parents that come and support watching these players do what they love, do what they do best? It's such a beautiful sight.
And speaking of which, I got to give some love and a shout out if we come back to oh my God, look at this. You got to be kidding me. That's the dude from Toy Story.
Is that really what His Watson
That's
looks
the
like?
best meme I have seen all day. There have been some top tier memes and signs. The His Watson sign has to take the cake 1,000% as we show some of our teams hailing from APAC North. We know what they're capable of. AD, formerly known as AD Raccoon. It's Obley, it's Parka, and it's Kanpu. They've been playing so well. We have not been giving enough respect and credit to this team. Obley, arguably the best mechanical player in the game.
You know who we have to give respect to, though? The people who made it into this finals bracket. It's going to be Team Liquid, who won the final game that last game.
We got to give respect to all 20 teams.
Yeah.
But they didn't make it through winners bracket like the boys on AD did.
They made it to the finals here, the final 20 teams that are going to be competing. I mean, they were the last team to win just yesterday, and that was really intense because they had a rough couple of first games.
That's an absolute fact. And speaking of Portugal, which I have on screen here, you already know we had to hold it down for Portugal as Ascend, the only Portuguese team. Speaking of parents and Apex Legends, Mama Kashera in the house, all the way from Portugal. Kashera's girlfriend here as well supporting. So, hey, Portuguese Apex community, We have so much love for you. Of course, everyone from Brazil, Portuguese-speaking communities as well. Had to hold it up for my man, Ascend and Kashera, the IGL of his team. You see him on screen. Speaking of mean mustaches, look at that eyebrows. Oh, my gosh. My man's got all the facial
I feel
hair
like he
on the
was
face.
staring into my soul right there.
That's right.
How are you going to deny someone like that? How are you going to deny somebody to win at this point? Drop all your loot.
That's a fact. That's a fact. And hey, look, game number 1 around the corner. Apologies all for the slight delay here as we, of course, have to build up the hype for game 1. EXO, if you've missed it. If you're just tuning into the LGS here today, first off, you missed out. Second, welcome to the competitive Apex community, the most hype esport in the world. It's because of teams like this. Killer Pose! Oh, he's giving us the killer scare. Are you kidding me? My man through the jungle, through the fire and flames. And he's here to play. Sleeves up, by the way, sun's out, guns out.
Oh, it's even better. He's got the hybrid going on. He's got the one sleeve up, the one sleeve down real quick. Yeah, he's got a hybrid.
That's the move. I think he's a trendsetter. That TSM sign's upside down, bud. And you're wearing an NRG shirt. I'm just confused. I'm so confused right now. Pick a side.
You'll never lose if you vote for everybody.
That's true. That's a fact. And meanwhile, we got some.
Oh, he's sleeping on the competition.
He's meditating. There's a difference, okay?
Oh, okay.
Meditation is key for these pro gamers. This is a mental sport. Remember that. Fnatic, Japan, being represented here. Barely. They qualified in 10th place, and of course, our hearts went out to Hardeki and the boys. Leogri, PKMK not making it in 11th, but Fnatic snuck in, and it was thanks to the Watson play from Yuka F on this team, formerly Game With. They performed, and then we got none other than Cloud9, my man Naughty holding up the Xbox controller. Alberlelli on the far right, Gibraltar player for this team, came over to Cloud9 with intention to IGL, and soon after realized, you know what, Zach is pretty darn good at this. Let's keep the role in the hands of Zach, but he's co-IGL for this team. Zach, Mazer, looking to avoid Mazer moments today.
And Alliance, they're just getting set up. The rest of our teams are getting set up before we dive into this first game. We're going to be going back and forth here too. Honestly, between Storm Point, we got the first 2 games on Storm Point, then we're going to have World's Edge. We're going to be going back and forth, but can these teams adjust just as quick as they were yesterday?
Yeah, that's a fact. And then Alliance, the team huddle from this team that we've come to know and love. Maybe it's coming. We'll see if it is. Hockey's gets up, that signals it. Alliance is here as we got Fundament Supremacy in the chat. What's up, girl? Shout out to Violet Lex, Soar's very own. Zebra Twitch out here as well. Designful to the left. Big shout out to all of our content creators, pro players coming through. And here it is.
With the huddle.
Moment I love more than anything, I think, competitive Apex, this huddle right here.
Yeah, this really highlights what's on the line here for a lot of our players. First place is going to be walking away with $500,000, $2 million prize pool for the ALGS Championship.
What do you think they're saying? What on 3?
Don't die.
Don't die on 3. I think it's hit shots on 3, or it's they got blanked on 3. No, nice job to Alliance there. Listen, this team's a brotherhood. They've been landing and boot camping in Sweden. Big shout to the Alliance organization. I met the CEO or co-CEOs, I believe, in Sweden. A lot of respect for them. Meanwhile, welcome to competitive Apex. Jen Burton on the main stage, at least. Your first LAN competition. Look at this guy. Chick, chick, chick.
Oh man, young legend. He's ready. You see that?
Do the blah, blah.
Gotta hit them.
Oh my God, I wish I could do that.
Bloop, bloop. Gotta hit them. You gotta hit them with it. Gotta show them what they got ready.
That's right. Well, hey, listen, enough Phil for us, because guess what, everybody in PNC Arena and at home? Game number 1 is here. The ALGS Championship for $2 million. The inaugural championship on LAN to crown 1 winner. Not 5, but 1 global champion. Who will rise to the occasion here, live in front of an audience of thousands?
Let's find out here. Everybody's here to rep their team. They're excited to see some good Apex, and that's something that we all share in this arena, that we love Apex Legends.
Absolute fact. There's nothing like walking into an audience and having thousands of people who share the passion that you do for the game you love. I met Light and so many others in the crowd who came by themselves and said, I came by myself because I knew I'd meet family here. I'd be leaving with family, and they did. You love to see it. There's no family like the Apex family, as we have been building this community since the very, very beginning. But look, it is time. Vicky, you've been putting a lot of work in the prep here. What can we expect from Storm Point? Talk to me about some drop spots, any early contests, or maybe contentions on rotation that you think we might be able to expect.
I'm expecting here for a lot of these teams to kind of figure out already where they want to land. Do you want to really contend this early on? Do you want to try to get that gap? We're going to have to see so far. Because Storm Point, we see that verticality is what really matters. Obviously, we've been seeing the Valk as a mainstay legend on a lot of our teams. 98% pick rate as we're getting started here, guys. Game number 1 here for championship finals. And we already see where this first circle is going to be taking us, John.
That's right. right. And for those tuning in to a competitive Apex final for the first time, let me break it down for you real quick. It's match point format, unlike any format in any battle royale you've ever seen. If you watch PUBG or Fortnite or H1, well, listen, buckle up because this is different. No longer will it be a 6 or 8 game series where you know which team's going to win after 7 games because they're winning by a mile like 100 Thieves was yesterday. Instead, you have to get to 50 points to unlock what's called match point. Yeah. Once you unlock match point, you need to win another game to then end it and be called the champion. So with that said, expect some crazy moments. In Poland, we had an 11-game final that just kept going and going. We had 12 teams on match point. You think it's going to happen here?
I don't think so. You know why? I know we love Apex. I know we love Apex, but we have to talk about what's different between Poland and what we saw in Sweden and today. So we take a look at the circle. Anonymous mode is on. These teams need to be aware because we saw what happened in Sweden when a lot of our teams were able to pinch that squad here, and we're going to see if that's going to happen again. We have to get to match point. You have to win that next game afterwards to be crowned the champion, like you mentioned. It's consistency that's the key, and that's why we were talking about earlier. It's the most winningest team, that consistency. It's going to be able to crown that winner.
Yeah, and as a result of that, from a team composition perspective, you might see comps like this. Zach Mazer on Seer. I know you like the aggression from Zach and C9 early, but expect them to switch it up when they get to match point. Teams are going to want to blend in. They're going to want to go incognito. And the way to do that, well, it's running Caustic, because majority of teams in this lobby will likely be running that Caustic, Gibraltar, and Valkyrie team composition. Play for late game, play for positioning to try and secure the match point victory. So much like you see on Space Station right here, expect most teams, once they hit match point, to join them.
Yeah, C9 actually right north from them here too at Space Station. They're also going to have that beacon control right to their south. They're going to have the Replicator. Really good look here for Space Station. I believe today the Replicator actually is going to have the purple extended sniper mag. You have the purple sniper scope there too. And a nice little gold extended light mag here in the hands of Zenile.
That's right. Zenile, Frex, and dropped. We know what they're capable of. Frex, longtime keyboard and mouse player, played with Snipe Down, was on NRG for a while. Well, he switched it up, said, I'm done with this whole keyboard and mouse thing. I'm going to switch over to controller. Since then, has been competing on controller. The fact that he was able to make that switch says a lot about him. Of course, used to play Halo and other games, so had a lot of controller experience, but it's darn impressive. And then TSM, they love to drop center zone, center map, anywhere on any map. Kings Canyon knows Cage. World's Edge, it's Fragment, and here it's Antenna.
You already see the fight start up. Ascend, not wasting any time. They're actually putting in some poke pressure, but they're actually going to try to opt to rotate instead. It's kind of leaving a message right here. You know what? You want to take the spiders? You can take the spiders, but we're going to be able to rotate all around because their priority is to try to get that beacon.
That's right. A little early poke here, and we saw the zone's going to be coming very central map. So near Cascade Falls, we saw Team Liquid not getting contested from the likes of Dreamfire here. Dreamfire did not make it, so they're going to be able to get Cascade Falls no problem. But look, we have an early game fight. It's going to be an early pick that's going to be picked up on Sunset on Stealthador of IG. This is the manager of the team, does not have a ton of competitive Apex experience, so teams like Zeta are going to try and capitalize on that, unfortunately.
And with Ascend actually with this rotate all the way around, they usually land in Jurassic Park, but with that quick rotate, they want to avoid the likes of TSM that usually land in Antenna. So highlighting that a lot of these teams with the quick rotate, as IG, you can see, like you mentioned right there, unfortunately missing out on that Watson. Let's see if they can try to bunker down, if they can at least try to recover that banner with the crypto. Oh, it looks like they're actually just out of there.
Yeah, they're just going to dip set. They're not even going to get the banner here. They're going to play as a team of 2. So it's going to be RKN and Bryn channeling their inner Pulverex, by the way. F-Chan and the boys trying to see what they can do as a team of 2. We saw Pulverex make some noise with that team of 2 yesterday. We'll see what they can do now in IG as they are down to 2.
With Ascend making this rotation, they heard the fighting earlier on, which is why they actually want to go quickly rotate, but Alliance already in some early trouble with Yuki going down, Wise being the only one alive, delaying just off by the side of the wall, but you're in their line of sight. You see the Valve Tactical try to add in that extra pressure, and it's NRG who clean up Alliance, the first squad to go down in game number 1 of our championship lobby.
Wow, that is a fast first kill. All of Alliance wiped and eliminated. They dropped Stormcatcher, got caught on the early rotation from NRG and got punished. NRG dropping all the way on the far west side of the map. Nice shot from them to take out Alliance on the rotate and get some early positioning here as we jump on board with Scars, a team we need to be highlighting a lot today. But look at this, our dominant team from yesterday, 100 Thieves under some duress.
This team won 3 games in a row. The Arcs are getting sent out, but they've lost out on Scurry. Amu getting hit as well. Is he going to drop down? He's got the PK in his hand. You see Vaxlon has a purple shotgun bolt. It's looking nice, but they're getting shot off to the side. 100 Thieves now in a lot of trouble as Team Liquid are the ones infiltrating the inside of this building, but the third party's moving in.
That's right, Fun Knock going to get revived here. 2 members down for 100 Thieves, so they have time to reset, and they got to be careful because this is third party central. Skittlecakes. We know nasty is these close quarter combat situations. Fast sensitivity, super high DPI, just switched over to keyboard and mouse a year and a half ago. He's been insane. He's got to go big with his duo duplex now. Gilderson's such a talented controller player. They're going to sit, reset. Nice shot hitting reset here. Nice nades come through as well.
But is this fight worth fighting right now? You are in the middle of a lot of the action. TSM is moving in on this fight. Zeta Division is moving in on this fight. Energy is too busy actually infiltrating a building to hold on for that final circle positioning, as Optic Gaming may be in some trouble if they don't set up some of these caustic traps.
And the question is, what do the 100 Thieves do in this scenario? I mean, they've been obviously happy watching Optic come in and buy them some time. I think they have to be still alive. Anmu's going to get knocked, actually, to the hands of Missile Swarm coming through from Knocked on Valkyrie. So, 100 Thieves still alive, but damaged as it currently stands, and it's an Oreo cookie. 3-stack sandwich here for Team Liquid. Optic Gaming, 100 Thieves underneath. And look at this, TL obviously running Loba for now.
But who's the milk? Who's going to get the double dip here as Team Liquid is stuck on the high ground? They note that Optic Gaming is right behind them, right underneath this building. More squads with this building in their line of sight. They have to play this safely. They don't need to overcommit for loot because, like you mentioned, they've been rocking the Loba. This is where they found that success. Oh my goodness. Knocked Pete for 1 second and lost his shield.
Wow. Scurry. They have his banner, but look at the damage. The defensive bombardment's going to come through, and it's going to put Vaxlon down to 40. Anmu. Watson. Used to be such a great Ashe player, completely altered his playstyle for his team, playing Watson instead. But look at this, Team Liquid versus Optic Gaming, pound for pound 3v3 fight. They may have gotten the lower hand against Dreamfire yesterday, but for now, they're looking great. But guess what? Skittlecake's still alive, like he always seems to be as Caustic in these scenarios, and there's no Caustic on Team Liquid.
Exactly why they can't even try to push, but they're still in the line of sight of Team Liquid, as they're going to be able to get fun right back in this fight. Nocturno trying to go for the reset. Optic Gaming need to go for the reset themselves.
That's right, TSM enters the fray. Team Liquid backs against the wall, need to go big. Let's jump into a listen-in with Team Liquid last alive.
Okay. Good block. Everyone wants these. Sure as me. They're climbing, they're climbing, they're climbing. Just stay alive if you can. Dude. 100 deep.
It for Team Liquid to the hands of Optic and TSM. They both join in on the fun. TSM gets 2, Optic gets 1.
That grenade throw, make it 2 as Reps now makes an appearance with the Arcstar. See Imperial Hal now going in for the kill. The Arcstar unfortunately sticking to the little top of that doorway. They're gonna have to drop down. They're playing off of the low ground.
And even in ranked, Vicky, I don't care what level you are, gold, platinum, this is such a dangerous egg building, such a dangerous fight because it's third-party central. It's always an uncomfortable fight. And if I'm TSM, I don't know if they want a full send here.
Exactly. They do know that a lot of teams are actually looking at them in their line of sight as Hal falls extremely low. They're getting pinged over by the other side. Optic Gaming now losing out on their shields. Between Reps being alive, they still have the dome, but they've already used it.
Vicky, Reps is in demon mode this tournament. He's been playing so incredibly well. I looked at him yesterday, talked to him after they're barely squeaking in, and he said, I'm not losing Fallout. He's playing like he's here to win.
Dupe looks like he's gone out for the count. TSM note that there's Duo right now playing from inside of this building, but can they push through this Caustic Trap as Nux gets taken out, leaving Skittles the last one alive from Team Optic.
And the smoke screen of the Caustic gas is gonna blind Reps there. Hal's gonna take out Skittle, and TSM gets the win over their rivals in Optic Gaming.
Who wants some more here? TSM are gonna be able to restabilize. They could see that they're in the circle, but with a lot of teams already rotating into where they're predicting where the circle is going to be ending, they're going to have to look out for the squads that have already infiltrated those buildings. So now some of the slower rotating squads, Space Station Gaming, Furia, AD, EXO, Ascend, a lot of these teams are going to be now playing around the edge of this circle.
That's right, 3 squads eliminated right now. I would love, I don't believe one of them is AD. I'd love to check in with AD, see how their rotation is. They dropped down to Beast, far west side of the map. You know AD, coming from APAC North, Korean team, multi-champions, one of the greats in that region, has been so dominant. And they have Obley on their team, and I mentioned it earlier, but in my opinion, Obley, so talented mechanically. Parka, Karanpu, all nearby. I like this positioning from them. And they don't have a lot of damage to their name yet, but they do have 2 kills.
Looks like this is going to be one of those Cascade Outskirts Falls circles. So with AD now, going to be able to overlook what was the action going on with TSM. A lot of these teams already in Cascade Falls, so they're going to be able to have that slow rotate into that next circle, wherever it's going to push. But I'm expecting it to pull more towards the left side of Cascade Falls.
Yep, we just showed that overhead map a little bit ago. In case you missed it, AD currently on the far southwest side of this circle, no one nearby. Every team is predicting a northern pull here, and that's why you see the northern side of this ring stacked with Fnatic, Dark Zero, NRG, AIM, and many, many more. As AD works their way in, they know exactly where the zone's going. They've seen it before in scrims, and they'll have a pretty clear route until they actually potentially run into Dark Zero here. Take a look at this map. They will actually run right into DZ and TSM nearby.
Wondering here how Dark Zero is looking because they have a really good spot. If they're inside one of those buildings, Energy inside underneath the high ground where you usually have that zip line too, on the outskirts of Cascade Falls is also a really good spot.
That's right. And then we have to look all the way south at EXO. This cheeky strategy from them playing hard zone. I believe they have all 3 alive. Yes, they do. So EXO is opting to avoid any noise. IG got a res on their 3rd, and they are going to be also playing hard edge right now, slowly working their way in, but it's going to be a tough rotation. Valkolt's going to have to be good.
And you're going to have to look at 100 Thieves basically taking a page out of their book, too. They are quite literally the definition of slow rotating, taking their time over by wall.
They're on the wall still.
Better late than never. You know how that's kind of how I show up to the parties, too.
Exactly. Yeah, fashionably late.
Always.
You know.
Come on. Got to clean up whatever's left behind.
It's a Greek thing, a Cuban thing. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. We have to stay true to the brand here.
That's exactly right.
100 Thieves kind of understanding that.
Right, EXO. Talked about them. What a story they have had. If you're not familiar with this team, if you're just tuning in for the first time today, let me get you caught up real quick. Thailand team coming all the way from the Southern Hemisphere. They've looked so strong. They showed a lot of life in the APAC South Pro League and throughout, but have turned up this weekend. But right now, it's VJ having to go big for Maroc.
Where do you go, though? Is the Seer ult 2? You're stuck in a little crevice right now. You can't even heal because of the Seer. Is that going to be Fury, or we're going to have to see over to the side of Sen with only post kill still alive? He's got the PK. It doesn't look like he could go anywhere. C9 now forced into the circle as Stay Naughty so desperate to pop that shield back.
And just like that, Ascend going to get eliminated. It's going to be Furia joining in, though, and actually third partying with a knock on Zach. He is out. Banner not recovered yet. Fully leveled up Evo shields. You know that means Cloud9 is playing aggressive on that Seer, but guess what? The king of all Seers is here, and it's his Watson. He's been performing, kill leader for the weekend, ranked warrior, didn't have any interest in competing until he realized, wait, I can make money doing this?
The flex, why not put your skills to use out here? And that's what his Watson has been doing all weekend long. You saw the respect from C9. They immediately dipped out of that situation. They lost a trade at the start of the fight, and now Fury are going to be able to have the rotate up ahead.
Speaking of kill leaders, one thing we have not talked enough about, though, we've hyped up Watson, obviously Hal, a few others, but when you see this page flip one more time, Mandy from Scars, tied with his Watson for the kill leader. Such a popular name. Scars, multi-champs. They won the previous ALGS championship in Europe, that is, looking to prove that they're the best in the world. They obviously could not compete with Mandy in Sweden, so the fact that he's back and the fact that he's performing like this, what a return performance from the king.
Actually insane. As C9 are going to be able to try to rotate right back and forth. They were able to finally get that beacon. It's going to be Zach here. They're going to have to actually get the res outside of the circle. But with so many squads playing outside the circle, I'm expecting maybe the next few games to be much slower pace here with, you know, a lot of our squads to kind of figure out the foundation that they want to play.
That's right. All right, Cloud9 now getting a res on Zach. Zach will be back. Let's see what Zach Bell can do. Save the bell.
Zach will be back and he will attack, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that was pretty good.
Gotta hit him with the...
Yeah, exactly. 1, 2, 3. VC, IG. I'm right there with you, girl. We drop bars. IG getting the res on Stealth, their coach. Obviously, big storyline today. Not playing with JMW, reigning champ. Not playing with Noises, the IGL of this team. But one thing that's been true, and we got to pay respect to, is Noises has been still contributing. He's been in his hotel room, watching every single VOD, sending notes, studying, coaching our RKN on how to IGL this team to perfection, and they've gotten better and better over time. And then the crowd gets so excited because what do we love? Rats. We love rats. This is the only place in the world that people love rats. I just don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to call it the Exterminator. Unless that Exterminator is his Watson, the rest of Furia, then you could really tell they are the cats ready to pounce.
That's right.
Team Burger, we got Team Burger already taking up one of the buildings in Cascade Falls. They were here for quite some time too. We saw on the map when we got to see where that next circle was going to be pulling. A lot of teams have infiltrated these buildings, but with the circle pulling away, it's going to be a bloodbath when they're forced to rotate around that mountain where there's a lot of open ground.
I thought you stole my squeaky.
Hey, that's the
Team Burger squeaky. Oh, the mic's catching it. We got the Team Burger squeaky here. As Team Burger, what a story from them, coming from Australia. They were arguably the second, maybe third best team from that region, you know, maybe behind Sutraiku or alongside Sutraiku, tied for second. Everyone thought Dark Zero was the team to beat. guess what? They've performed just as well. They made it through, and they've looked so strong. Unsigned team, by the way, so any org is looking to pick up a top team with a lot of fans in Team Burger, make sure to make some noise. But here's the thing, there's a contingency. If someone picks up Team Burger, you got to keep Burger in the name, so it could be like the Fanatic Burgers, you know, the Kansas City Paya Burgers. You know, Hungry Jack's in Australia, I'm just saying, if you want to look for a great sponsorship, you got Team Burger.
Oh, C9 now, they see one player low over by the other side, but notice none of these squads want to overextend. They are holding the border of Cascade Falls, looking to circle, keep this team. Both teams, actually, there's two teams now approaching C9 uphill, but they have to look to their backs because, again, there was a lot of teams already hanging out by Cascade Falls.
That's right, and this is the danger of playing hard edge. Teams are going to gatekeep, and Cloud9 is going to capitalize. Stay naughty. The controller demon with 3 kills to his name. He is showing up. I talked to him before the tournament. He said he's confident in his ability to perform, and he feels such a need to play a role, but they have to play a big role here.
Exactly, and they're playing off of the low ground, which is a little scary here. They only really have the rock for some natural cover. They're forced to play a little bit off to the side of the circle. Aberlele falling really low here. They do have that Seer ult too. They're going to be able to track where Furia is.
That's right, Seer on Seer action, but Zeratricky has himself a Horizon, so expect some verticality to come through with the gravitation lift. Zach also going to be getting third party. Energy wants to enter the fray. This is tough. Zach's going to push up. He wants to make noise. Zach gets good damage in. Can they follow up? Stay naughty. Oh my God, the damage is done. Naughty and Zach do a good job breaking ice.
This is actually crazy here, the way that he was able to actually
Furia's
reposition
out.
at the same time. Furia get taken out. That's Space Station Gaming right behind them. The charge rifle, the wingman.
Drop says, we got you, boy. Little tag team on the new guys on the block. Furia getting taken out. They say, stand down, kids. The adults are still here to reign. Cloud9 is looking so good right now. Zach Mazer, Aberlele, and Naughty performing to a T. You got to know the calls are hot. Let's jump into a listen-in with Zach Mazer, the IGL of Cloud9.
Part of me get fucking
Shut up and focus up.
Max, shut the fuck up, bro. I'm deep right now.
Yo, good shit, guys. Play that perfectly.
I fucking know, baby.
I'm not playing afraid today, bro.
I'm not fucking around, bro. I need a tournament where I pop off.
Yo, ping me a fucking flatline. I need to loot.
Doing that, Zach.
No, bro,
Zach,
you need to watch energy, bro. No,
I
on
know,
me, bro.
but ping me a flatline so I can switch guns, you fuck.
We're gonna get Valkolted on. We're going to get Oop.
That's why I need a flatline. Find me one.
We'll get you one, bro.
Old XL, Mac. You want?
Zach, switch with me so I can loot.
Al,
Fuck.
No, trade with Naughty, bro. Trade with Naughty. I'm not leaving here.
Alright, bro. I hate being ignored. Actually, I
No, I hear you. I just don't have one.
Whatever. I have one. I said you want it.
Valkolts are coming.
Yeah,
Valkolts are coming.
Good.
Alright, bro.
Valkolts are coming. Valkolts are coming.
Yes.
I'm looking to take off Valkolt green.
Just keep playing the left side, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean, if we play by me, I'm in, completely safe, and I can
Super
hold
safe,
keep
Ryan.
people
Watch
from
it.
landing
Fucking
here.
safe here because we have like a fucking little.
I'm looking for oops.
Play all of this.
I'm looking
Play all
for
of
oops.
this.
Okay. Don't die, Mac. Come on.
Can we poke out the team on the left?
Valkolt, Ubing.
Yeah, on our back.
Wait, they're rapping.
There's zone wrap. They
might come back.
No, they can't. They can't.
I think they just died.
You guys need to pressure the team on the left. They'll run out of meds.
Okay.
They will run out of meds 100%. I just don't have a lot of
Keep
ammo.
your shit on. I got their buff. I can give you ult them.
I don't know.
I cancel his bed. I think. Yep.
I'm gonna give you ult them. I'm giving you ult them.
Always the most entertaining listen-ins when you hear Cloud9 on the comms, but TSM lights up the kill feed with some kills of their own. Cloud9, kill leader and Naughty, TSM takes it over. GMT, though, is in a great position to win this game.
This is looking so good for them. There were so many teams fighting off to the side here. GMT, IG, and Fnatic.
They're going Oh, I thought I saw a Valkyla's team cup. I got so excited. Never mind. I take that back. They have Seer
you were
and
really
Watson.
on
No,
that.
that's a change-up.
Yeah,
GMT
it
going
is.
Seer and Watson. I like the team comp. They get early positioning and they have fences. Team Burger, though, not looking good.
Kind of the risk, right here with the gold backpack Reds coming in. Team Burger trying to fight for their lives as the bombardment falls and rains on top of their heads. Taro going down. MT unfortunately getting finished off. It's really up to Waltzy here if he can actually manage to hold down this position.
Yeah, Waltzy's gonna have to rat his way to success. Space Station eliminated at the hands of NRG. Waltzy, lone controller player on this team, was on Sutaraiku, left and joined Burger. Thought it was a step up, and boy, was he right.
Let's talk about Energy's game plan. Let's talk about what we've seen from Energy within the last 2 days. They've changed things up a lot. They have a lot to prove here, and they're looking to play for positioning at CSM. More, as they're going to be able to eat nice tonight. Team Burger gets taken out as they keep cleaning up a lot of the lobby. Overall, 9 kills in favor for TSM.
Yeah, TSM's like Majin Buu right now. With every single kill, they get stronger. And guess what the last kill they just got was? It was a big old juicy burger. TSM with 9 kills to their name already. They are performing. And I, again, was chatting with Hal. He said, I would rather have 0 points going into a match point final. Why? There's pressure off your back. I would rather play from behind than play from ahead, and TSM showing why right now. They've already gotten 10 points.
Now let's see C9 now. They're the ones that have managed to have some points in their favor. Stay naughty, losing out on that shield. Zach now playing around the edge of the dome. He's not overextending. He wants his teammates to be with him. They're at a health disadvantage as Stay Naughty's going to reset with the shield bat.
I'm sorry, this is bad timing. I'll bring some after. Zach Mazer now on board. Just got a text from Nick. Zach, good shots. PK's gonna come through. Mandy and Scar's gonna get taken out. Imperial Hal gets knocked from Fnatic. And just like that, Zach is gonna eliminate the majority. The heart and soul of Scar's. Taishin is out as well. And Zach and Cloud9 and TSM performing.
Look at the way that Fnatic is positioned right now. They're on top of the roof. We do note that there was already a team right underneath them. I believe that was GMT. IG right there too as AD get eliminated. NRG are cleaning up AD here. TSM helping them out at the same time as they were already eliminated beforehand, but they still were able to get some knocks.
Ooh, a little flick of the wrist right there from Fnatic. Representing Japan, Matsutasu, Meltstera, but Cloud9 has the angles, they have the high ground, they have a slight God spot here, but the zone's not pulling to them, so it's not ultimate God spot. This is so indicative and reminding of the championship moment that we casted in Sweden, Vicky, where we saw Luminosity Gaming on this high ground, not able to shut down Dark Zero, but right now it's Cloud9. Let's see how they capitalize.
Let's see here, they have to play around the Watson ult. At the same time, you can't be throwing any grenades in that way. IG, you see Stealth actually playing around the bottom side of this building. He can't dance hard enough as Fnatic now at the 2-man squad. GMT playing outside of this building. Natsuki loses out. I think he was in the circle for far too long.
The Spitfire is popping, it's Zerdell. It's gonna go big. Rambo on controller, takes out Fnatic. 5 kills for Rambo, the controller man from Florida. Florida man himself is getting hype.
Gotta go for the burr. ZC9 now still playing off of the high ground. Energy have not left from this immediate tunnel because they see a lot of the fighting happening in front of them, but they know that the moment that they give up that space, they're gonna be in the line of sight of the team who's playing above them, which is C9.
That's right, Cloud9 on high ground. And actually, zone's going a little closer than I thought from that angle we had originally. So this is so interesting. This is where Optic was. And of course, that was where Luminosity was. In that same championship moment, it's almost foreshadowing nostalgic starts to our same finish from Sweden. And that's how we're going to kick off match point. We know how insane that final was. 3 squads remain. The defensive bombardment's going to come through. That's going to force Cloud9 to have to use their bubble most likely. No, they're just going to eat it. Stay naughty. He's going to stay up. Oh my God. He has 1 HP. You could breathe on him and flick him in the wrist, and he would get knocked. I love that decision to not use their bubble there.
Yeah, they have to wait this out. He even goes for the quick shield swap, so that way with that gold Evo, he could heal up a lot quicker.
That's right.
Circle slowly closing in, inching, as GMT are the ones that are going to engage first.
That's right. So GMT will force to fight on RG. I think Cloud9 has the win condition here. 2 Seers as well, so they can cancel heals. This is huge. Look at the angles. They're ready to beam, and the team fire is going to come through. The Valkyrie was a little bit far placed, but not going to connect for damage, I don't think. So they're going to have their Valkyrie Q, Mr. Barrage, for a little while. Sweet, playing patient. The calm before the storm.
Look how quick they 3-2-1 Nasky. Oh my goodness. Wow. We blinked and he was gone. Yep. He's just a death box right now as Energy are playing around the little corner. You can see the caustic trap set up as the bombardment gets set down. C9 now, Stay Naughty, dancing around the bombardment, but they're going to be forced to drop soon.
And I love that they've defended against these bombardments without popping bubble. They're going to have bubble late here. Here comes the drop from Cloud9. It all comes down to this. NRG, Cloud9. You see Sweet right now with the Volt in his hand. He connects for 80, but he's down to 1 HP. He gets knocked. Cloud9 performing, but Rambo is alive. Rambo is going to queue his way up and find a way to survive, and Rambo wins! Rambo is a monster!
GMT take game number 1 as their sub comes through for GMT, taking a page out of Energy Sweet's book after they were able to win a game similar to that just yesterday.
Can you believe the performance from Rambo? He doesn't do it once, he does it twice, clutches up against Fnatic to keep his team alive. In some way, somehow, the team of 2 beats the Titans in NRG and Cloud9, and Rambo's the one who did it. The USA controller player, boys, and you see The synchronized flex from GMT.
Tell me now, Fallout, do you have the script? Do you have the script on the team, Preds? You had GMT on your sides. Why don't you just flash that jersey, because they deserve it after taking game number 1. GMT!
That's a fact. I was just going to throw over my headset. I don't think it's going to. We're not doing that. Let's not.
That's not going to work.
No one saw that. Thank goodness. I do know. Listen, when you believe, you believe. And when you believe in that man right there with that luscious hair, it's Rambo. You got to know he's going to show up. Energy's contagious. These teams have the most ultimate, immaculate vibes, and I can't believe GMT performed that way. What a start from the GMT boys.
Look at this. Hold on. We got to flash it up a little bit here. You know what? This is beautiful.
Ooh, I'm sure a little too much.
It's beautiful. Come on.
You flash that, I'll hide this a little bit.
This
Wow.
is
Look
so
at that.
nice.
Big
So
respect.
nice.
I believe from Azerbaijan is the GMT organization. Young man starting this org and picking up this team. It's amazing to see. 21 points each for Cloud9 and GMT. They show up. NRG with an 8-kill game. But look at TSM with 9 kills, 12 points for them. That's going to put them in 4th in the overall leaderboards here. But keep in mind, Cloud9, NRG all start with a few points because they came in from the winner's bracket. NRG in particular started with 10, so that'll put NRG in 25 points, just 25 points away from match point.
And game number 1, that's really what it matters here, because they held down that positioning from the very beginning of the game. They knew that there was a lot of fighting happening in front of them, but with that extra 10 points, they knew that they could be pretty lax.
That's right, and flip side. Quiet start from the boys who dominated yesterday in 100 Thieves. Dark Zero, the former champions from our last LAN tournament, only 1 point. Quiet from them as well. So we'll see what they can do. Keep in mind, they are coming in with a few points. I'm excited to see the overall leaderboards here in a moment. But your thoughts in this one as we take a look at the damage done. Walk us through it, Vicky.
What I'm really excited for is to see how Rambo went ape crazy here. 2,000 damage, 2.2K already in that game 1. What does that mean in terms of momentum for GMT? Because you know that they ride on that confidence. You know that even if they don't take the dub, there's still that 2nd place, 3rd place winner to go in and say, we still did it. We still are out here.
You see the thumbs up. He's got nothing but smiles right now from Rambo. You know his mom's watching at home. So proud of this young man and the professional he's become. Player for Torrent, joined the Torrent roster, and in my opinion, helped them elevate, but it wasn't enough. They weren't able to qualify to be here. Came in as a substitute, ended up subbing for Mady, and you know, in my opinion, and I actually got this confirmed from them, that's a great substitute because they picked up a dominant controller player. They now have 2 great keyboard and mouse players in Nasky and Dell. Dell is one of those underrated players in the world, by the way. Picking up a controller demon like Rambo is huge. And let's take a look.
And this is absolutely huge.
Wow.
I know we highlighted Energy starting off with points, but so did C9, who are only behind them by 2 points. GMT with that victory, skyrocket in 3rd place with 21 points. Slowly, Fallout, that gap is starting to evolve.
That's a fact. TSM started with 0, but earned 12 with 9 kills. That'll put them in the top 5. What a start here. And Fnatic, obviously, strong showing from them. They started with 0. They get 7. Team Burger with a 7 of their own. Really impressive stuff here as Space Station, Furia, maybe not doing as well this game, but they did have some points to start with, which is why you see them so well on screen. Let's flip over to the 2nd page here, and it's Dark Zero with 6, EXO with 7. All of those points from EXO, I believe, coming from their winner's bracket performance. They started with 7 points because they were in 3rd place coming into this one from the winner's bracket.
And out the game, he's scooping up some kills too at the very end with against Team Liquid in that very, very stacked up building where TSM, you saw how just toss out that grenade, pick up 2. It was really nice to see, but it was a lot of chaos happening on the outskirts of Cascade Falls where a lot more teams were stationed looking a lot at the action.
That's facts. Vicky, from what we saw in that game number 1, not a lot of early contests in terms of POI 50-50s, but we did see a lot of early fights. Do you think we're going to continue to see something similar here? Ascend got taken out by Team Liquid. You saw a big rotation come through near Cascade Falls to the south of Cascade Falls. Liquid's ready to fight.
I believe it's the fight for the beacon. We saw a lot of fighting around those beacons for all the right reasons, of course. You want to be able to predict where that next circle is going to be pulling because a lot of players like NRG Sweet get that read perfectly. Notice how they were positioned there because they knew the kills were going to eventually come to them. They didn't need to overextend for anything like that because they like to play for placement more than anything.
Well said. And obviously the other big storyline, we'll hit 2 Seer teams left, and that's a big discussion. GMT busting out Seer and Watson. We haven't seen a lot of that combination. Meanwhile, we saw Seer and Horizon from Furia. Seer coming from Zach Mazer, so expect a lot more in terms of team comps, not just the kind of cookie cutter caustic like we thought we'd see in this final until we get to match point at least. But look, game number 1 was absolutely insane. We hope you're enjoying it here live in PNC Arena. We hope you're all enjoying it at home. We're gonna jump to a quick break. When we come back, we got Onset and Gasket to call the action for game number 2. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
It's prime time at the Apex Games.
Tell Death I said hello.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Championship Finals. And what a start to the day we have had here. GMT coming out of the blocks hottest on Storm Point with a huge win on map number 1.
And GMT, one of the few teams who hadn't actually got a victory all tournament long coming into these finals. That is so important to break that duck, because it gives you that belief that, okay, as we go into match point format, once we reach match point, we can get a victory. And you saw what it meant to them. I mean, what a play by Rambo at the end.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous play by Rambo coming in, and what a story it has been for this team. Rambo coming in as a substitute and saying, hey, I'm not here to take part. I'm here to take over. The man has won games in a way which he's going to, do all of his teammates proud. But there's other stories here, Dan, from that game number 1. Yes, GMT, a huge game number 1, but we have to keep that match point format in our minds. NRG are now halfway to hitting that 50-point mark.
Yeah, I think that when NRG were in that final circle, I think that would have been in their minds. Okay, we've already started with 10 points here. As long as we get a nice and consistent base as we progress, we should still be the first team to get to that match point. And granted, yes, other teams have had a lot of points in that game as well to really put themselves up the leaderboards. But as long as NRG can find that consistency, get to those final circles, they should be one of the first teams we see on match point.
You never disappoint us, Raleigh. Honestly, every single member in the crowd has been popping off all weekend long and all week long. I forgot we've been here for 4 days as well. This is the 4th day of the ALGS Championships. But Sweet leading the troops once more. And I think it was such an important performance for them. It kind of continued that play style we saw from NRG when they had that successful winners bracket run, right? They're all about prioritizing that quick rotation. Center zone is where you are going to find them, buried in the ground. They don't want to move until that final moment.
It really is impressive how NRG approach Storm Point. We're seeing a lot of different play styles and a lot of different approaches as it comes to this map. There is a lot of teams who just kind of want to run, they want to fight, they want to play edge, but NRG, they're still sticking to their guns, sticking to how they want to play.
And C9 as well. C9, a massive, massive game for them. It always was kind of a rags to riches game for them as well. We saw them lose one player very early on. Zach Mesa did get knocked, but a bit of a brave play, a ballsy play coming in for them to get that banner back, play on the edge of that zone, and then most importantly, I think there was a really important moment for them. They were having that battle with Furia. It was going on and on and on, and it never felt like anyone really had the upper hand until Space Station came and cleared the way for C9.
And I do think that Cloud9 are a team who are finding more success on Storm Point rather than World's Edge. So as we go into match number 2, and it is Storm Point again, this is when you need to be picking up your points before you go over to arguably one of your weaker maps.
Well, let's talk about Storm Point a little bit. We've been the Storm Point specialists for the majority of this tournament, but talk about the Storm Point specialists from a stats perspective and who we've got on this main stage.
Well, TSM have been far better at Storm Point. They really have found their victories there, their points have been there, and they look like a different squad. They look a little bit lost on World's Edge, so arguably you want to see them get their points here on Storm Point as well. You're also looking at teams like Team Liquid, Optic Gaming, Alliance have all been better statistically on this map. So if you are one of those teams, if you know that you've been stronger here on the map, you have to make it count here. Because otherwise you go into match number 3, match number 4, and you can really fall behind the pack.
And also, I feel like if you get those points on the board early here, a strong start on Storm Point puts you in a position where you go over to World's Edge, you have playable areas, you have more predictable kind of final zones, which a lot of these players would have been playing for years and years now on World's Edge, where you can kind of hunker down and look to lock down a first place finish. I feel like it's starting off on Storm Point is massive for the context of these games.
Yeah, when you talk about momentum and you talk about being able to bring that into like the next matches, it's so important because you can play your play style going into World's Edge. You don't have to think about changing composition. You don't have to think about chasing a pack. And when match point comes into it, you don't have to think about or worry about other teams that are going to be in the equation. Instead, you just focus on your game.
And there is the Team Burger faithful. They have been making noise all week long here in Raleigh. Look at these guys. They are loving every moment of Finals Day.
They would love a Team Burger victory, I tell you that. But Team Burger are one of the few teams who still haven't found a victory yet this tournament. But I'm sure
maybe they're
if
saving
they
it.
did,
They're saving it, I think, for
it's
today.
a good time to save it. It's a good time to peak. We've always said Apex Legends is about peaking at the right moment.
Speaking of which, this man on your screen that we just saw very momentarily there, here's Watson. He has brought some slaying prowess to every single lobby that we've seen him involved in, and that's been one of the reasons that Furia have been so dominant in the kills department.
I mean, Furia have outslayed this entire tournament by an incredible margin. They were tweeting about it yesterday saying, like, dude, we are so far ahead of everyone else, it's unreal, but is that still going to work in this Grand Finals lobby? This is arguably one of the biggest and best lobbies we've ever seen in Apex Legends.
I mean, just going through some of the signs that we're seeing here, it's great to see different teams being supported, different players being supported, and most importantly, the Apex Legends Global Series being supported in such a strong way. Team EXO as well. I mean, what a performance it's been from them. Scars also, a great run from them. I mean, the losers bracket run from all of these teams yesterday, it was a marathon for them to even get to Sunday. I just wonder how much it took out of them.
And as we briefly touch on Scars, because they were on our screens, it's another team who hasn't found a victory in this tournament yet. But when they do get rolling, when they are on match point, they're still a dangerous team because they are a championship winning team. They've done it before, and you know full well that trophy could very easily be lifted by that squad.
And that trophy that you're seeing right there, yes, it's a new one for this year, but both Scars, like you mentioned, and 100 Thieves both have possession of their respective regions. ALGS Championship from the online competition that we had last year. So in this lobby, we have 2 former champions, alongside, of course, playoff champions, Pro League champions. It really is just a star-studded lineup here. And let me tell you, the games are just going to get more and more intense as we roll through finals day here. You can see on your screens, if you're in the arena or if you're sat at home, that game number 2 is loading here. We're back into Stormpoint.
And Stormpoint means aggression. It means the likes of Fury are going to be looking for kills. It means the likes of C9 are going to be looking to pick up those pieces when they can third party. So many squads have found far more success here on this map. And you need to get the points now, because we are already going to be edging closer to match point. Remember, NRG starting this game 25 points. They are halfway towards match point already.
Well, the dropship, as you can see, is taking its path over. The teams are on their way down, and we're going to get a first look at where that circle is going to be pulling very, very soon. And it looks like we're going out towards the western side, so central western here, Dan. Very, very interesting to see.
Yeah, this could potentially pull over towards the mill, or we could see something somewhat similar of what we saw previously. You could see it bang in the center of that circle. You see that watery area in the middle. And we have seen a few teams find success with a circle like that already, but it is going to pull a little bit further towards mill. And you could argue this is perfect for the likes of Optic Gaming, who do drop in mill. They could set up, but at the same time, Optic sometimes do like to play edge. They do like to kind of rotate in late. So it's whether they will leave this or whether they are going to set up, hunker down, and prepare for a potential victory.
Just looking at some of the other teams in the vicinity of where there's beacon information, where the circle will be pulling as well. You have IG inside of there. Victus Gaming, a strong performance from them in game number 1 as well. And NRG not too far away over at Checkpoint as well.
NRG may already be making their move as well. When you think about what NRG have done and how they've succeeded so far in this tournament, it has been those early rotations. It has been getting into those prime positions as soon as possible. And if they do have the beacon information, you better believe they are going to be transitioning very quickly over towards mill. But you don't really want to be taking a fight. You know that Optic Gaming are landing there. You know how good Optic Gaming are in those 3v3s. And what fights we had in match number 1, may I add. The Optic Gaming versus TSM scuffle was incredible.
Yeah, there's going to be some stories for sure as these games develop and even the 3v3 fights develop. So many players are going to have to hit those clutch shots when it really matters. Space Station Gaming, I mean, as crazy as it sounds, how we haven't even had the opportunity to mention Space Station, apart from them getting involved in that Furia versus C9 scuffle we saw a little bit earlier on. They picked up a couple of wins yesterday here on Stormpoint.
And Space Station have been a solid, consistent team across the board of both maps. When we look at how teams are playing on World's Edge, how they're playing on Stormpoint, Space Station are pretty even across both. And I think that's very impressive.
Yeah, that can be shown in their performance. When we were in that winners bracket, I've spoken to a lot of the pros, and they were saying that winners bracket lobby was the toughest competitive Apex Legends lobby anyone had been involved with. Space Station, if you're looking at them and saying consistent, they came 3rd in that lobby, which shows how good they were.
And the toughest lobby until now. Like, it's just become even more difficult now. We've got to the grand final, and suddenly now your share of $2 million is also on the line. Remember, first place takes home $500K. This is life-changing money for a lot of these players on the stage, if not all of them. Liquid already looking to try and make a little bit of a rotation here. And
they're going to get the knock as well.
You got to be careful. That missile swarm can hit hard, and Nathan has already gone down.
Yeah, Nathan down here for NRG, and what a topsy-turvy day it was for Team Liquid yesterday. Stormpoint was not good for them. 3 games where they were contested, and 3 games where they got no points on the board. But for now, they're looking a little bit more solid. The same cannot be said here for NRG, as Nathan has fallen. Sweet's having his shield cells broken as well, or having to use the shield cells to get the shields back up, I should say. And Rocker's just trying to get anywhere near him to get this game back on track.
How desperate do Liquid get for these kills? And who else has been able to hear this commotion to potentially pick up the third party? But NRG just doing what they can to stay alive at the moment. But Sweet goes down, and NRG, this looks like the beginning of the end here in match number 2.
One player alive for NRG. Not the start they would have wanted. I wanted to talk about how impressive they have been as well. Maybe not this game the best opportunity to do so, but here comes Team Liquid again. I mean, the flatline shots very crispy from them. And while we do have the opportunity not only to talk about Team Liquid, just a quick mention, the toughest lobby, like what the pros were saying to me, NRG dominated it, Dan. First place, 92 points. To put that in context, if you missed it, second place Furia, 67. That is a chasm when it comes to points.
I think what was important was the amount of victories that NRG were able to find as well when we talk about match point format. But Ascend, they're in a little bit of a troublesome situation here over in the mill. A lot of the teams have already rotated to the mill. They realize that this is going to be one of those circles that's a little bit more predictable. They've seen it before. They know how to play it. But there is not much room to play when it comes to mill, especially when you realize that Optic Gaming dropped there and would have already set up shop.
Yeah, Optic are still here, just to the western side of the mill, towards away from these two sort of huge buildings that are in the middle of it. Another team who's going to be pretty happy, I wanted to just mention, is going to be Team Liquid. The building they're holding down and the fact that they're playing Loba as well means they're going to get resources. They're going to have ammo to play with. They're going to have potential shield swap batteries as the bodies fall in and around them as that zone starts to close. And now Alliance, they did it the Alliance way, as they would say themselves. Looked a little bit shaky on the first couple of days, but when it mattered, they really did turn up. Speaking of which, turning up, Kashira has unfortunately gone down, and it's going to be Optic Gaming who are in the kill feed.
But even though we've lost a couple of players, we still have all 20 squads up. That includes NRG, who were the first team to really lose some players, but they've still been able to scarper away, stay alive, because we know how important it can be to rat your way out, get those extra couple of placement points, because they really could make the difference for getting to match point. When you spoke about Alliance, though, they definitely made it difficult for themselves, and already today they started off with a tough game one. They lost a team fight. They just need that confidence, I feel, Alliance. They need to win one of these engagements, start to get that belief in themselves once more.
It's all about that first engagement, I feel, for Alliance, not just in a game, but maybe just for a day. If they win that first 3v3 they're involved with, they start to roll and they start to find form. Speaking of rolling, you're going to see a couple of players rejoining the game, and it looks like NRG are back up to 2. Unfortunately for Sweet, though, the IGL is going to be out of the game, so he's going to have to watch from the sides.
2 is better than 1, though, and at least you've got more of a chance to get to the late game, more of a chance to win an engagement. It's going to be difficult, but when you look at NRG and what they're capable of, it's definitely doable for sure. As we look at who's actually managed to get into the circle already, who's been early rotating, the majority of teams have already moved. Obviously, NRG had to back out just so they could get the res, but teams that are going to be late, SSG, Cloud9, EXO, TSM also very firmly on the edge at the moment as the Spiders get eliminated.
Spiders taking center stage here, and minor celebrities in Raleigh throughout the tournament. Every time we've seen them trying to approach a couple of players and obviously fall the level of pro play that we have in front of us. There's been a cheer, almost a sarcastic cheer going up from the crowd, but we love every single moment of it. But for NRG, they're not loving every single moment of this second game of the day. They've got a tough road ahead.
It's a tough road ahead for all of the teams that are rotating in late actually, because there isn't much room to play with when you do arrive in that circle. One of the teams that we could maybe speak about is Cloud9, because they are a long way out. They're in fish farms at the moment, still just looting up. So they will and should be the last team to actually arrive to anything. But they've been playing this way all tournament long, slowly, methodically, just waiting and biding their time to arrive to the party, hoping that when they do get into that circle, they've already seen several squads eliminated.
And just to update you on some of the other squads who are kind of playing around the edge at the moment, you have Fnatic right still up on the north side of the map near North Pad. You have Furia making their rotation pretty close to where Fnatic will be as well. Cloud9 are deepest into the zone right now at the southeastern, did it again, got my compass the wrong way around. Southeastern side of the map by Fish Farms. SSG still in the zone as well. TSM at the moment over in Barometer. So every single other team of the lobby is pretty much in and around where that zone is going to be finishing.
You got to remember, not every team will been able to get that beacon information. So they're literally waiting these 3 or 4 seconds now for the ring to close so that you can actually start to make your way towards where the circle is going to be closing. Beacon information we know is so important, but it's also difficult to try and achieve when there is not a beacon at every single POI. You have to sometimes think about your strategy and how you are going to rotate accordingly, but now you've got that info, I'm sure we're going to see TSM make a move. Fnatic, though, are under fire. We said they were going to be one of the late rotators. They are on the edge, but another team wants to get scrappy with them.
Little Arcstar on the corner of this bubble as well, and unfortunately for UCAF, he's going to have to get the sneakers on. He's going to have to get the running boots because he is taking quite a lot of damage as he tries to make that cross. Unfortunately for Metzera, he's going to go down, and now you can see Fnatic falling down to 2, and who else but Furia just hunting on the edge of zone at the moment. It's a 3v2 opportunity for them to convert on.
NRG are looking to try and get involved, though. You can see on the mini-map there, they're making their way. They've heard the commotion. They're hoping to maybe pick up some of the scraps here. Also in the kill feed, Alliance have lost a couple of players to Optic Gaming, but here comes the push as Furia try and connect some shots.
Here's Watson. His kills, by the looks of things, Fnatic eliminated.
NRG, here comes NRG.
1 HP though for Hits Watson, gets the shield swap, but as you say, NRG, they see the opportunity to move in, but Nathan and Rocker are just a 2. And it's going to be very, very long now. It's a 2v2. Nathan with the 30-30. Lighting things up here on Stormpoint.
Furia do not know it's a 2 that's pushing them. They back off. They want to try and get the res, and NRG need to capitalize on this damage, on this knock, and you can see how aggressive they're getting and how they're forcing Furia back, running away with their tail between their legs.
Well, NRG are going to get this KP, and that is good for them. And I tell you what, if Nathan's shooting this straight, then it might be even more. A couple more bullets, and they'll be falling from the skies. Nathan is here to play, everybody. He is out for blood.
Pandas, with a slither of health, will dive to the ground and just about stays alive. Good news for the rest of the lobby. His Watson was the member from Furia that gets taken out, and we've already seen what an incredible force his Watson has been. But Furia now have to fight as a 2. They will not be able to recover that banner, but I love that from NRG. They hear that there's going to be a fight going down. They know they could potentially capitalize on damage that other teams have been able to do. They made themselves big. They made themselves look like a 3. They also hit some incredible shots as well.
Well, the interesting thing here for NRG is that Sweet, obviously, out of this game, he will be able to IGL and watch the screens for sure, but not enough of the light has been shined on these two. We always talk about Sweet, the IGL, the micro decisions he's making in the end game. You need 2 players who bring the brawn as well, and that's going to be Nathan and Rocket. These guys, you get a bubble down, you have a fight, you have to win. It's very, very rare that these 2 will not be doing the damage to clean things up.
And it's not going to be the easiest way into the circle for these 2 now without the Valkyrie, of course, but because they've eliminated those 2 teams that were close to them on the edge of that circle, they should have a fairly comfortable walk in as long as Furia don't come back and try and bite them from behind.
Well, for now, it's going to be a little bit of a lonely walk for NRG. They've not really got anyone in the vicinity that's going to cause them any problems, like you mentioned. Just having a look over at our map as well, 100 Thieves slowly making their way in. And I mentioned Team Liquid in that building early on, right? That's exactly where this zone is going to be ending. So Team Liquid, a team, I mentioned their trials and tribulations yesterday. They were 11th place in that winner's bracket lobby, just a point or so off of being able to qualify through. They had to run through the loser's bracket. They had to scrape, claw, fight, whatever you want to call it, to get to this grand final. And in that last game, they managed to do what they needed to do to just about get into today's action. Speaking of getting into the action and getting back into the action, it looks like his Watson is going to come back for some revenge.
Yeah, I said it was good news for the lobby that he was out, but bad news for the lobby, he is back. Alliance, you also saw in the kill feed, are eliminated in the early stages once more. It's another slow start for them, unfortunately, here on Stormpoint. But as we get a map overhead and we can start to see where some of these teams are playing, Exo and Scars, they're in a scuffle.
Surprise! Scars around that corner and they're playing a little bit ratty. Exo, though, trying to get the Arcstars down to even things up. No knocks as yet, but oh my word, Taishin takes so much damage. As do Mandy and RPR, and now they're going to get pushed. Oh my god, Exo do not care if you've got shields. They do not care if you get first damage. They want to make this ugly.
Nice gas. It's a 2v2 at the moment. Taishin going to be the last remaining player.
No, it's
Mandy. Big stick. Now the Peacekeeper has to hit. And Exo eliminated, but here comes Zeta Division.
The third party arrives. It's a party you never want to be involved with. If you're one of those first teams who are fighting tooth and nail for any kind of advantage. Last player just trying to scarper through the zone at the moment. Sunset's trying to lock him down and make sure these KP go to the way of Zeta, but I mean, what a moment that was. You thought that Scars had the advantage, but here comes Dark Zero now, and Taskmaster has no idea that Shark is behind him.
It's just team upon team upon team at the moment. One more joining the party to try and get those KP, to try and get those extra points on board. But TSM are going to be able to use this as an advantage. TSM were nearby. They can now Valk all over these teams and try and take a better position.
Oh, just a little bit of damage is going to force a couple of players from Dark Zero to retreat down to the low ground here. Grenades go down. It looks like a reset has come in and a res, but Dark Zero, quite simply, they do not care. Gem Burn flies in, Taskmaster goes down.
And TSM are pushing this as well. TSM have heard it, they've got on top of the hill, and TSM are joining this fight. Now suddenly there's so much KP possibilities, and TSM are sending it at this squad.
Well, Gem Burton picks up a couple here. He might be able to get the clean wipe here. It's Gibraltar versus Gem Burton. He'll go down. Sharky has to finish this off, but as we know, just around the corner is going to be TSM. But can they capitalize? It looks like they'll finish a couple of the knocks, but it looks like the KP might have just escaped them.
But TSM are not going to be the last team to this party. C9 are coming, Burger are coming. Everyone wants to get in on this action. Everyone is hearing this commotion and thinks they can do something.
But Scars still alive. Somehow or other, RPR is still fighting here. and it seems like he's going to elongate the game for just a few more moments. Team Burger still overlooking all of this action. Scars eliminated. RPR did what he could, but Vaxilon was there with that 30-30, that darn 30-30 to pick up yet another kill.
Because TSM gave up this high ground, Burger have been able to take it right off them. C9 are now trying to escape from the fight, but 100 Thieves are in the vicinity. They've also heard what's happening. It seems like all these teams playing Edge, playing late rotations, feel like this is their chance to pick up some KP. 13 squads now left. We lost a lot in those last few moments in that fight in this southwest area. And now all these teams are starting to think about zone, starting to think about trying to rotate in.
I think everybody who's approached this lobby today has tried to approach it without fear. And sometimes that means we're going to get a little bit of crazy fighting that go down in these early stages. The adrenaline is flowing. The triple take not quite connecting for now, but as the shots don't connect, let's see if the comms do. We're jumping into a listening now with Team Burger. Team Burger.
I don't know how safe it is. If not, I think they're going to fight. They might. We just got to play like down here. We got heaps in.
Yeah, I agree. 100% I agree, dude. Okay, really good play. They're fighting here, I think. I'm going to walk in now.
Yep.
Yeah, we're good.
I'm going now.
Okay.
Somebody else,
I'm staying up a little bit.
Shoot these guys! 50!
Force these guys to fight if we can.
Land it here.
Yeah, look to bully. Can I walk up on these guys? Are they still playing here?
Maybe. I'm watching our back. You can look with him. Be by yourself.
I have to give you 1 or 2.
Look with him. Look with Walty.
I'm almost gonna kill. Look with me. I'm looking with you.
These guys are in shambles here.
I'm ulting them. No, don't. I'm not giving ulting.
Get to ulti. Get to ulti.
If I send you ulti. Almost cracked the kill. No, we're good. Just. I'm backing up.
He died.
One died. In the gas.
Back one. In the gas. Sprint.
Oh, do not let us get wrapped. Do not let us get wrapped, boys. I'm turning around.
Yeah, turn.
They're wrapping us. Give me ulting them.
Yeah, give you up.
All 3. Are they backing up?
Swing left.
I bubbled up on the crates to tech space.
I don't know where they are. Any tags?
They slid back. We're good. We're good. Fuck, boys, we need to be more fucking aware. Cannot be giving up our backs like that.
It's fine. We need loot.
Did you guys get a kill?
I'm holding them.
Hold it back. I'm holding them.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm 76. I'm holding them. Wait, give me still knocked here.
Yeah, you get the finish.
I don't know where the third is. That's a little bit worrying. That's him? I'm switching to a wingman.
It's bugging out.
Well, as we jump back into the action here, Team Burger surviving, and they're picking up a couple of KP alongside it as well. We see the team in front of them. That is TSM. We also saw Cloud9 in a lot of trouble. They may have been eliminated while all those scuffles were going down.
NRG were also eliminated during that listening as well. They got pushed by Furia of all teams back to a full 3, as Furia are still alive on the edge at the moment. On the other side of TSM, by the way, is Ascend. And Ascend are trying to get an angle on them. Ascend are trying to hold out TSM. You can see it on the minimap there. So really, if TSM are going to get in, they have to either go through Ascend or over them.
Well, Verholst has got that gold armor, which means a couple of shield cells are going to be able to quickly get his shields back, but Verholst not quick enough! That's post-kill! It's going to step up here for Ascend, and now Howard Reps have got decisions to make.
They cannot afford to wait and go for Verholst res. Instead, they have to push in because the circle is going to tank too much damage. Reps is taking a lot, but Imperial Hell has been able to at least get away. Team Liquid get eliminated in 11th spot.
Well, Hal says I've had enough of this. I'm out of here. I'm going to try and survive. Reps, best of luck, my friend. I'm going to survey the area, see if I can find you somewhere to play, and it looks like Reps might have been able to survive as well. So TSM slightly separated from each other as we've seen Burger also make their move onto the top of one of these buildings.
And who's dead center? Of course, Optic Gaming. They landed here, and now they wait as GMT are winners of game number 1. They've also found a building. Space Station get eliminated in 9th place. TSM Imperial House just been taken down as 100 Thieves join the party.
And now it's all up to Reps. The Kraber is the difference maker. And Reps says, leave it to me, gents. 100 Thieves still inside of that zone. You can see them. Onmu is going to be a danger. He has that Kraber still in his hands. AD also in a great position here on the high ground, overlooking all of this. Flash damage isn't enough to turn into a knock, though.
And with our 8 squads, Optic Gaming are the only team within the next circle at the moment. AD are very close, though. They're just wary of stepping in case another team is waiting for them, as 100 Thieves maybe look to try and take this position away from their opposition. As Team Burger have just lost one, Furia are still causing havoc in this lobby. Their positioning has been excellent. They Valk ulted in quite late, but they really found room to play inside the mill.
You can never forget about Furia. They will come back, and they will take the fight when it's needed. For now, though, Reps still alive. TSM are still kicking. 100 Thieves are out of here. They make their play with the Valkyrie.
And that's good news for Reps. He can definitely try and avoid things now. It's going to be flesh damage for GMT. On to 100 Thieves. But 100 Thieves, where do they land is the real question. Looks like they're going to try and play the northern side of the circle, perhaps. But Team Burger now eliminated. 7 squads left remaining. And Pandas has just become kill leader. Furia are doing what they did yesterday. They're doing what they've done all tournament long, and it's absolutely dominate when it comes to those kills.
Well, AD still have a great position here, up on that high ground, just communicating with each other about where all of these teams are. Reps might not be long for this world, though, because Aimer chasing him down. TSM will be eliminated, but I want to touch on 100 Thieves as 119 pops up in the feed, because they have got the Newcastle wall down. They also have the Watson gen down. This is a fortress here for 100 Thieves.
And this is why in match point format, 100 Thieves is a very exciting team, because they won't have to change their composition. This is the perfect way to try and win a game, as GMT are going to have to return to the battle, and they might be able to return above a team and behind a team here.
Natsuki from the top rope. He's got an Arc Star and a diving elbow. Might be enough. Natsuki! Damage done. But GMT need to do more. He will fall. It's all up to Rambo once more.
Rambo's done so much already in the previous game. He's still alive, and he's still going unnoticed at the moment. He should be able to stay alive for quite some time, as there's still 6 squads.
Onmu once again in the kill feed with that Kraber, though, for 100 Thieves. Rambo in this position before. He's thinking, I'm good with this. I did it last game. I can clutch up when it matters for GMT. But look at AD. They have been dominating the height in these situations for so long. As Rambo maybe gets lost, that hair gets lost in the thatched roof. You can't see him. Maybe Onmu's going to find someone, though, poking up with that Kraber.
Optic Gaming were eliminated. They do drop Mill, but they weren't able to get to that final positions into that top 3. Surely Rambo can't do it again. Surely we can't see another clutch from the GMT newest member. But AD also in a very commandable position, but oh my goodness, Carapace somehow just stays alive.
Someone get that man a Band-Aid. He's going to need it.
Oh my goodness. I'm nervous.
Nobody say anything. Nobody say anything. Rambo's laughing. The rest of the lobby won't be in a minute. I'm pretty sure last time I saw those kind of moves, it was Nicki Minaj on the screen, not Rambo.
4 squads remaining. 100 Thieves have been able to get high ground at this point, and they should be able to really destroy those who are below them. They just need to make sure they avoid the Jibby bombardment at this point, and still somehow Rambo's alive.
They might be able to, though. Still 4 squads remaining. GMT will be eliminated. Rambo trying to be sneaky, trying to go undetected. Unfortunately, gets sniffed out finally by AD. Down to 3.
AD, 100 Thieves, and Furia are still alive. Furia are below them. They've been slaying through this lobby. 10 kills already, and they're looking to try and make it an incredible total.
10 kills already. The last time we saw them, they were hitting a res beacon. So here's Watson, Zeratricky and Co doing everything they can as the bubble now goes down for AD. AD get that damage. They get the knock on to Scurry too.
And 100 Thieves, they might have lost 2 now, but where are Furia? Furia waiting. They're biding their time, and now here they come.
Here comes Furia. They're ready to bite. They have the low ground. It's now AD versus Furia's. 100 Thieves have fallen. Big damage, though, onto Zeratricky, but it doesn't matter! At one point, this game looked like a lost cause for Furia. But they roar back and they take game number 2.
Like a phoenix from the ashes. They lost 1, they come back into things, and they absolutely slap this lobby around. And this is why Furia are one of the most terrifying teams in match point format, because the well was top tier.
From AD as well, going about really representing the region so well. Right, your pick to watch as well. 100 Thieves getting had that Kraber, but to close things.
Time here in the grand finals. This is your best chance to try and pick yourself up.
And how important might that little performance in the end game from Rambo be as we claw our way towards match point, staying alive for so long, getting those placement points as GMT start the day hot. However, not quite as hot as Game 2 was for Furia. A monster, a massive monster, whatever you want to call it. I've combined two words. It's all good from every single member of that team. Here's Watson leading the way with damage, just breaking 2K, but I want to talk about Pandas, 7 kills for him.
And you've got to talk about the bravery of Furia as well. They lost his Watson, they retreat away from the fight, and yet they come back through the red. They pick up that beacon, they get him back on his feet. And even though you don't see much banner camping in competitive Apex at this level, it certainly could have happened from NRG. They could have waited a little bit because they were only a 2, backs against the wall. And then who do NRG get taken down by? Furia. They came back and got revenge, and suddenly the leaderboard has changed here on set.
It certainly has indeed. Furia roar into first place. 39 points on the board after just 2 games. 11 points to go now till they hit that magical 50 mark.
And with the amount of kills that Furia have been able to get consistently throughout this tournament, it is not unthinkable, it is not unspeakable to say they could be on match point just after 3 here. As we go across to World's Edge, you could argue Furia had more success in World's Edge throughout this tournament so far, so they are going to be feeling on top of the world. But you've got to say hats off to GMT, 2 incredible games to put themselves in second place as well as AD.
At the other end of the table, it looks like 50 points is a long way away though for these teams from 11th down to 20th. Scars just managing to scrape together 8 points, and they are the closest to that top 10. Alliance stuck on a donut at the moment. They need to find something, they need to find it soon.
It has to be a pop-off game now in match number 3, because as soon as one of these teams reaches match point, you start to think about, all right, where is that team? Has that team been eliminated? And that is naturally just going to take some of that brain power away from you as you're concentrating on arguably things you shouldn't be focusing on, but you have to focus on in match point. You can't allow that team to just get away with things and get into that final circle. You've got to keep a keen eye on that kill feed.
And the lobby will for sure be keeping a keen eye on the performance of Furia. After a Game 2 win, they are looking so dangerous in this lobby. It's time for us to go to a quick break, but when we get back, game number 3 is here, and so is World's Edge.
I have a red swap right here.
Rest it. He do a nade on me.
You're good on me. You can just grab the swap.
We're gonna queue up in a sec. He jumps on the right side, kills Watson.
I'm queuing up.
Traxer.
On me,
Off the roof.
Vox one. She's dead. I'm looking.
I'm on the roof.
On me.
110 on Gabe, you got a bad off.
Got him.
Give 90. Give slow down.
On me. 70.
Let's go. Oh, good. Good.
Guys, it's too easy.
It's good.
It's too easy.
I've got everyone's back. Think you can break through my defenses?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Championship live from Raleigh, North Carolina. 2 games down. How many more to go, Vicky? Who knows? I hope we go 11. I really do.
We can go the distance here, Follow, and I really hope we do because I love seeing the Apex that we've been seeing today all weekend long. And Furia, they continuously stay on top here, not only with their KP, but now with their placement points too.
Yeah, that's a good point, Furia. A little quiet game number 1. You woke up the beast in game number 2 as Watson, Zeratricky, and Panders on controller showed up big time with that same old Horizon and Seer team composition. Let's take a look at a comparison here. Look at this one. The top 2 of the tournament. Mandy, his Watson, Europe, North America, neck in neck stats. Mandy's got him in damage. Watson's got him in kills.
Almost 4K. Can we talk about this in
nuts.
one of the hardest lobbies that you got to compete in? I mean, this is insane here. On the Gibby, of course, you got that arm shield, but it's really nice that you're going to be able to basically get the 4K badge here at the ALGS. Can you imagine?
We get a round of applause for his Watson, everybody, in his first LAN competition. Again, if you're looking for a team to be a fan of or a player to be a fan of, this is one you want to keep your eye out for. Playing for Furia, Brazilian esports organization. His Watson was a ranked grinder. #1 seer in the world just months ago. Everyone knew who he was from ranked. People thought maybe he'll start competing one day. Furia said, you know what, we need to shake things up. Things aren't working with our current roster. Big shout out to Tech, who I know is in the house here. I know Tech's going to be back and competing again. They took a risk. They took a gamble. They picked up Watson, and they have dominated and skyrocketed to the top.
I think that was a suggestion of C-Line there too, so that's really nice to be able to notice that talent as we get ready on World's Edge. I'm excited here. We moved away from Store Point just for right now. Squeeze it, Follow, because you know already with the burger in your hand, you got to get the squeaky toy, because it's Team Burger and their fans in the crowd that are the loudest out here.
That's right. Listen, Vicky, I ate a piece of paper yesterday. Plastic might kill me, but if they win a game, I might consider it.
Yeah, don't do it, please.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we'll avoid the plastic at all costs. Can we get a real burger?
I don't know the Heimlich method.
Can we get a real burger, please? I'll be the happiest person alive.
Ooh.
Speaking of burgers, we got the Burger Brigade here again. So awesome.
Oh my goodness.
That's the guy right there with the hat.
Wait,
you see him right there?
Wait, hold
My
on.
man with the
I see that
mustache.
sign. Wait,
he was
wait.
the first, the OG Team Burger fan. And then there was 2, and then there was 3, and now there's thousands of Team Burger. There's a Discord channel with hundreds plus.
Although you guys got to check yourself real quick. I see somebody with a Buff Caustic sign right behind you. I do not appreciate this.
Yeah, we got to get rid of that sign. That's another one that's going to get a fat old tear. Bring it down. Bring it down. If it's there, bring it down. You already know. Whoever had the Buff Caustic sign.
Can't hide.
Are you sure you actually saw them?
I saw it.
You're 100% sure?
Absolutely will be. I will not be able to miss that.
We need that thing immediately delivered to the front row, please. As you see, Sweet Dreams on screen, on display. The IGL for NRG. NRG was perfect yesterday, Vicky. They dominated. Sweet was a big part of that. Clutched a 1v2 to close out a win against Dark Zero, who shouldn't have lost that game. And then 100 Thieves says, hey, thanks, NRG, our turn. We'll take it from here. 90-plus points in their 8-game series yesterday. 100 Thieves looked great.
Fortunately, falling in the 13th place in that game number 2, though, as they fall down in the overall leaderboard just by a tad bit here as we dive into.
Are they 13th overall?
Yeah,
no.
at least for for game number 2 they did.
Oh, got it. I was like, what?
Specifically for
They
game number
started
2.
with 10 points. Yeah, they're in 4th place overall. So
That would be
again, quick rundown of the standings as it currently stands. Furia with 39 points. This is big because if Furia gets 11 points here on World's Edge, they will be at match point after 3, which is insane. And that's what you knew from Furia. You knew there's such a high kill team that they could easily unlock match point faster than anyone ever has. They have a chance to make history here, unlocking it after 3 games. But keep in mind, once they unlock it, Vicky, they'll stick out like sore thumbs because everyone knows they play Fuse, they play Horizon, they play Seer. We'll see if they change it up.
That's an amazing point, Fallout. Very similar to actually how Team Liquid had to mix things up because the only squad to be able to bring out the Loba, you have to bring things and kind of change things up when you are sitting at that match point. But let's get started. First game that we have right now on World Edge for the day, but this is going to be game number 3, guys, as we get right into it.
That's right. Our first game of World's Edge. Any World's Edge fans here? Any fans of the OG competitive Apex map after Kings Canyon, of course? Alliance dropping thermal station, and once again, we're going to have a southwest zone. Looks like this one will not be pulling far southwest, in my opinion. I think we'll see more of a northern pull here, and where NRG likes to play that choke.
Do we curse these circles, Fallout? I feel like every single time we get to World's Edge, always we see these thermal station looking circles, but it actually is looking like it's going to be pulling more to the south of thermal station. We sometimes see it end up by that choke point, close to the tree. I'm looking at Team Burger, who are going to have that information because they're going to have that beacon right south of them. So Alliance here currently, you can see Yuki actually kind of lingering on the outskirts as we tune into Furia here. Zero Tricky on the fuse. This is the tried and true composition that they really love to run here on World's Edge.
That's right. They want kills, Vicky. They only need 11 points to unlock match point. This team comp works so well for them. You saw Zero Tricky hailing grenades across the map with Fuse's passive.
Oh, man.
And we know he was able to put in work yesterday on Fuse. Watson on Seer, Panders on Valkyrie, Gibulus team comp, Caustic-less team comp. You think they are required? You need the big boys? No big boys, no big legends in this one.
No, you would see that the Fuse main sometimes can be a little unhinged. You saw over, 4 Thermites in his inventory for all the right reasons, tossing them 1, 2, 3, and finding some of those knocks. As Furia are already going to go for the quick rotate. Love the gold Evo shield that we're already rocking off the rip.
Yep, so keep in mind, Space Station Gaming drops nearby, GMT right below them in Landslide, NRG right below them in Staging. Team Liquid and 100 Thieves, always known to split Skyhook. Don't expect that to be a 50-50. They have a little bit of a gentleman's agreement that they're not going to contest one another. They will take their loot. Team Liquid gets trials, and they will live to fight another day. So that's kind of the northwest side of the map that we're seeing right now. Landslide rotations coming through, but you know GMT likes to rotate early, especially with this Watson team comp. Nasky's been doing it since the very early days of dominating the ALGS EMEA region with Nasky, Strafey, and Dell.
Can we also talk about Panders real quick, who has also been able to match his Watson in terms of kills, basically? I mean, he's right behind him with the amount of KP that they've been able to tack on as we get to see GMT Esports with a quick rotate themselves, already taking some shots over by far.
This is the rotate we talked about. GMT dropping Landslide and already past Staging. Very fast rotation from them. This zone will pull slightly southwest, but not far, far southwest. It's going to be more of a thermal finish and more of a choke between launch site / tree and thermal station finish here as we jump aboard at Space Station Gaming. Early Valkyrie, so they got themselves an ultimate accelerant, and as a result, they'll be rewarded with some pretty good positioning.
Can we talk about these quick rotates already? Yeah, we see Space Station with the Skyward Dive already moving forward, but Alliance already in position, taking some shots at Space Station over across the lava. NRG are there. There's 4 squads already in that choke point between where the beacon is and tree, as well as south of thermal station.
You ever adopt any dogs, Vicky?
I do. Her name is Cookie.
Cookie the dog. Look, you know when there's a whole litter of dogs and you get your pick of all of them? You know, a bunch of little cute Samoyeds.
You want all of them.
Yapping away. You do want all of them, but Alliance gets their pick of the litter right now because they drop thermal station. They get the easiest and best position. That's the benefit of these southwest zones. You got to think Alliance, NRG, the 2 teams that drop the furthest southwest have a good advantage here in terms of early rotates and positioning.
What's surprising here is that NRG is kind of on that cusp, seeing a lot of the squads already making this rotate. So it shows you how quick a lot of these teams were with their own rotation as Space Station take that Pride Rock that we were highlighting before, where Energy had an insane game. And taking a look at these side-by-side stats here, Fallout, it's interesting. You know, we had the dupe chance coming in through the crowd. You get to see dropped on the other side as Space Station are going to be hugging the inside of this corner on the outskirts of Thermal.
You're a duplex shepherd of Optic Gaming. 745 damage dealt, 1 kill a game, 5 match wins on the tournament for Optic. Started really strong on Thursday, Friday, slower yesterday, and chatting with them, I posted a video on Twitter, some pre-match thoughts from them. They were really disappointed with their performance yesterday. They know they cannot play like that today if they want a championship, their first ever major championship, as they've never won a major online tournament. Obviously, no lands have been had really outside of Sweden, but nonetheless, they dominated Pro League first place, Season 1, Season 2, but could not get it done in the playoffs. We'll see if they can get it done here.
Our opportunity, it's what a lot of these teams have in their sights as Optic Gaming with the Skyward Dive. Are going to be able to take a look at Ascent. See the Watson fence is already set up on that choke point, but there's a squad that they're landing on right now. They're forced to land on the outskirts of this building.
They like to bully these fights, but it's going to be a Caustic versus Caustic fight. Is Dark Zero just like Caustic? No, Crypto's going to come through. I don't know if that's Dark Zero playing Crypto, but nonetheless, we do have ourselves 3v3.
That's going to be Kashira actually with the EMP. He was quick with it. We saw the Crypto actually on the outskirts as Dark Zero playing from the inside. You see no Crypto here, but they have the Caustic. They're actually looking to find the opportunity to close in that gap. Nice dome here as we see the PK shots landing, getting that knock onto Knox.
That's huge. Sharky started the tournament slow. His teammates were a little bit disappointed in his initial performance, but he's turned things around. He's looked great, and that's going to be a really, really good tip of the spear. Ice-breaking moment for him. Jen Barton's going to get the knock on Duplex with the defensive bombardment, and just like that, 1 kill, 2 kills comes through. Hot potato.
And you're going to see, too, Dark Zero trying to maybe see if they have the opportunity. If it wasn't the defensive bombardment that did it, they were going to try to see if they could finish it themselves, but there's a squad on the other side of Tree that are already taking some shots.
That's right. It was a send that honestly helped big time for Dark Zero. and really shattered the shields of Optic. They weren't able to obviously shield drop quick enough, and that was enough damage to be done to get the first and early knock on Noct. Duplex followed with the defensive bombardment, but ultimately it was this play from Sharky with the Peacekeeper that made the difference. Another crypto play coming through from IG. So we got 2 European teams rocking crypto. We know APAC North likes to do the same thing. Obviously a change up here on World's Edge. You see different legends. What are the differences you can expect here from Stormpoint to World's Edge, Vicky?
I feel like we're going to see a lot more of these compositions kind of go for the bunkering down inside of a lot of these buildings. It's much more slower space too. Space Station, as you said, being the first squad to actually get out of this lobby.
Yeah, that's big. Good call there, Vicky. But yeah, Space Station out to the hands of GMT. That fight was in Thermal Station most likely. As we know, Space Station and GMT early rotated from Landslide and from Lava Fissure. So with that said, Space Station Gaming, one team that came and has to rack up some points in the overall scheme of things. 14 overall. Got some points early, not necessarily putting on a lot to start, but GMT certainly is in second place right now with 31 points coming into this one. As we take a look at 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves playing off the high ground of this rock here. They have to watch their back sometimes too with those rotations that they actually knock his Watson.
That's massive. They got a kill, full kill on his Watson. That is huge. But keep in mind, his Watson, I believe, got taken out at the beginning of that last game, was able to get res, and they ended up winning that game. So with that said, certainly down, but not out is Furia. But if you're the rest of the lobby, you're on top of the world right now. If you're a fan of any other team but Furia, you want Furia to get taken out. But look at these shots from Scurry cross map. I've been so impressed by his play.
30-30 makes your eyes water from afar like that here too. Scurry landing those shots. He's got the nice 2x4, my personal favorite sight, as 100 Thieves are going to be able to kind of drift off to the right, see where the other squads are. Furia going to be able to get that banner, going to see if they're going to have the opportunity to deliver that banner to Beacon, because it doesn't look like they were able to access a replicator here anytime shortly because they don't have a mobile respawn.
That's right. I don't see a Moby in the hands of Panders. Likely not. Zeratrick, a little dead zone controller action from Panders here. We've all been there as controller players as he just drifts into space. Meanwhile, you do have 100 Thieves getting the damage in, getting an early kill point in. I was chatting with Scurry, trying to get some intel from him. He wouldn't budge, but I said, look, everyone's going to know who you are if you guys get match point. You're the only team that runs Newcastle. Are you going to switch it up? He said, maybe. Winky face.
That's going to be nice to note. 100 Thieves has been putting in so much work with a dominating performance just yesterday, getting 3 in a row.
That's right. Can you believe he hit me with the maybe winky face, though?
You know, that really shows you that he means business out here.
That's true.
Maybe expecting that Thief fallout may reveal some of his plans.
Scurry's actually a troll, though. When I leaked pre-ALGL Snap chat as a joke, he was like, don't do that, bro. What the heck? I was like, are you actually mad? I'll delete it. He's like, no, are you kidding me? I'm a giant troll. My man Scurry is always hilarious. Shout out to him. His story is obviously great. As we take a look at Optic Gaming, he got both of the reses. That's huge. And a Kraber in the hands of Skittle Cakes. They were in shambles. My man Skittle was the mayor of Shambles-Town, and slowly, brick by brick, they're building up this city. He's got a Kraber. He's going to miss that one.
How does he do it, though? How does Skittle Cakes always end up doing this? Always the clutch factor in this team.
You know, he manages to make chicken soup out of chicken other stuff. On board right now with Skittle Cakes. Making lemonade out of lemons. There you go. We'll go with that one instead. Skittle Cakes, the Kraber. Misses the first 2. Noct and Duplex just need to loot. They got to find something. They are in a pretty tough spot overall here, as he's going to get some ticks from his barrel, and he wants to push in a little bit.
Talking about the adjustment earlier on when you were highlighting a lot of players that make the swap over from controller into mouse and keyboard, Skittle Cakes is insane on another level when it comes to some of these adjustments, as they are going to be able to access the replicator, take their time outside the circle. Still got a minute left on the clock here.
That's right. That is massive. So 2 teams eliminated. We know one of them is SSG. Did not see the other one on my screen, so we'll try and get the confirmation if we can. But on board now with Cloud9, Zach Baser finds one, still playing Seer. They want to play aggressive, and it fits their play style. I like that decision. Good shot. Oh, now he's going to get the knock. Long range. Killapose goes down. Put your sleeves back up, bro. You got to go big if you get rezzed right here.
See if they have the opportunity to even get that res. Wondering if the Caustic's still alive here as Cloud9 are going to move in. The PK shots forcing EXO to run with their tails tucked between their legs.
Sun's out, lights out for Killapose. The middle man on the EXO team that we've seen flexing them all day long. We got to do an F-Chan for the one time later on, by the way. We'll do, we'll do it a little later. Shout out to F-Chan with his pose. Killapose, though, trying to redefine it. As we're now on board of State Audio, Albertelli's going to take some damage, but gets the knock on Zicky, and just like that, EXO is out to the hands of Cloud9. They're racking them up.
18th place here for this game. Game number 3 as C9 move into this building. They're going to have to start moving soon, though, because they're playing up the cusp of the circle.
Yeah, that's right. So C9 working their way over to Tree. Very hard edge team. They love these south zones because it gives them a chance to take these fights. Sharky with a knock on Hockeys. That's big. So we'll keep an eye on that fight. If we could switch over and see if Alliance is able to recover, that would be great. But Cloud9 coming all the way from Climatizer as we jump on board and check out the action here for TSM. All 3 alive, all 3 able to rotate from Fragment East, and also still rocking Caustic.
A lot of teams playing on the edge of the circle.
Watson.
And I'm wondering if Optic Gaming are going to be able to come right back after playing outside of the circle for so long, like the likes of C9 playing on the edge as we take a look at TSM, or overlooking some of the action happening from afar. Team Liquid now trying to take some shots.
There it is.
Here's Watson, he can't catch a break.
Imagine you hit this toenail right there.
Twinkle toes.
Yeah. I got long toenails right now. My toenail would have gotten hit, 100%.
At least he'll get clipped.
That's true. Yeah, but maybe it would have done me a favor, you know? Onboard Gilderson's here. Gilderson's on Caustic. So here we go. Team Liquid plays Loba on Stormpoint. That's another kind of difference of team comps we talked about, right? Loba on Stormpoint. Why do they do that on Stormpoint? Well, it's because they like to drop center map and Cascade Falls, quickly loot with Loba Ultimate, the black market, and then they like to early rotate to wherever the zone is and then loot as well. But right now, Imperial Hal needs to survive. Good movement with the Verhulst, with the Valkyrie. Verhulst usually playing Valkyrie. He's going to back out and avoid dodge a tough situation.
The fact they can make these adjustments, though, especially swapping off of these legends, AIM Esports in some trouble. They managed to get Chaco right back up. Chaco having to reset with the Shield Bat as well as Fearless, avoiding some of these grenades.
That's right. And look, substitute coming through. Obviously, Yarka not able to play today. Our heart goes out to Yarka. We love you, brother, from Spain. But James Fearless is a great pickup. He dominated the last ALGS online competition. It was fun to watch. Nathan gets a kill in the kill feed, so we'll keep an eye on him. Imperial Hal wants to break ice. I like this. This is reminding me of Hal on Wraith back on the day when he would always be the person trying to make a play.
He's got to get the get out of jail card sometimes here, but we got Zera Tricky. They've been forced to play as a duo for quite some time, but he falls extremely low, but he's buying a lot of space with a lot of these nades.
This is insane. Zera Tricky's gonna go down, but he did the damage. Team Liquid trying to capitalize. I like the push from Team Liquid. Pander's last alive. No way he survives. Long range did dig himself in the corner. Who's gonna get the, oh my God, no way. No way. Yeah. Fury Eyes out. The crowd goes wild. 1, because it's Team Liquid, and 2, because that means we might see a game 4 before match point. The team closest to match point is eliminated.
Especially with the way that Furia play. They are so kill heavy as a squad in general. Definitely could be the squad that is going to be able to hit match point first. You got to keep your eyes on them. So it's absolutely huge here for Team Liquid.
Slow things down a little bit, because guess what? Optic Gaming creeping on in here. That's my little rabbit. And here comes the brap 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 from Duplex.
Revved all the way up too.
That's right. He's doing damage with it. The Rampage going to connect. Is it enough damage is the question. Scars running with their tail between their legs, as we now know. Optic is above them. They're getting tagged up from their left. Not looking good for Stars. 2 sounds
that absolutely intimidate you. The revved up Rampage, as well as a turbocharger on the Devo as you fall into that lava. See if you can manage to get away from there, because there's another squad waiting for them on the other side.
In a rare occurrence where Scars, maybe on different pages, Mandy rotated early. Taishin and RPR waited a little bit. But we'll see if they're able to get back together as the Let's Go Optic chant erupts in the crowd. We know Hex is here live in the crowd. CEO of Optic Gaming, the one and only. What a pickup. I was chatting with their Director of Player Relations earlier, and he scouted this team out. He knew this is the team after chatting with them once and seeing the statistics from their Pro League performance in early Split 2 that he wanted to pick them up, and what a pickup it was. And NRG takes out C9.
Robin Hood. Robin Hood. Shot after shot. You got to get those arrows in. C9 get taken out. Sweet cleaning up.
And notice Sweet playing the exact same way on Valkyrie that we saw Hal going sweeping wide left to try and make plays, and plays he made. He is certainly the Robin Hood of Apex Legends. Let's get that one rolling for sure, because Sweet's been rocking that bow check bow all weekend long.
So nice and satisfying to land those shots.
No.
Here's Optic in a lot of trouble. They thought they had a plan, but they land in front of on top of the squad and in the line of sight of 2 more squads as they get deleted out of this game right back to the lobby.
Optic Gaming deleted by the 10th place team from the winner's bracket. It's Zeta. This is a CIS team. Belarus from 9 Impulse, Russia for Taskmaster, and Sunset. Sunset, former member of FA Kitties, or old school Gambit squad that was so dominant early on. Played with them in the preseason invitational in Poland. Since then, took a little break, retired for a bit, came back, and has been great on the Zeta team.
Fnatic, though, with the high ground here.
Yep.
Gotta get some claps in, too.
That's right.
Gonna have Yuka now, gonna try to overlook.
Look at the
That is Team Liquid right there. And
Yeah,
yes,
they're
looking
gonna
at the
have to rotate.
circle, it's on the outskirts
Oh
here
my
too.
gosh.
IG looking fantastic, but I'm also looking at NRG, who are gonna be able to inch their way into that circle.
That's right, but look at this final zone. It is going to be no man's land. Not a whole lot of cover, not a lot to work with, so buckle up. What a finish this will be.
Now, Follow, I have to ask you, looking at 100 Thieves and their positioning, yeah, Team Liquid have them in their sights, but look, they're going to be able to kind of use that little bridge area to get out of that line of sight. Who do you think has a God spot?
That's right. Well, honestly, I wouldn't say God spot, it's God character. They have Newcastle, so the fact that they can hit that Newcastle ultimate, create cover for themselves where no one else will have any, this is a solid situation here. Watson Fences will follow. Team Liquid under damage. Gildersons is out. That's a tough one to lose here. And he's going to have to crawl his way back up. The bubble comes through, and I think the res might follow as Zeta wants to see if they can push, but Nocturnal has to hold them off. And Nocturnal, a single-man army to try and keep Gildersons alive, and they will reset.
And it's going to be, I believe, Scars there, but if they actually manage to share this building with them, like you mentioned, Zeta Division, they were anxious. They wanted to get involved in this fight.
That's right. It was so interesting seeing Optic rotate. We see Optic always find a way to Valcolt right into God's spot. It hasn't been working as well for them this tournament. Other teams have adjusted and adapted. And that glorious fate, it seemed like, from split 1, split 2 for Optic, where they always found God spot, not really coming to fruition here.
And I do really feel like, although they were able to late rotate into the game, they were able to clean up a lot of those kills in those choke points. I feel like that's working against them here with a lot of these teams prioritizing these positionings way more over this KP that you usually see Team Optic get as the Seer ult gets put down. Dark Zero now having to watch out, dancing around the arc starts. It's going to be GMT now that has that slight high ground.
That's right, GMT trying to do it again. 3 straight games of the top 4 performance, can they? As the defensive bombardment's going to hold them off, but no more bubble, no more defensive bombardment for Dark Zero. So if you are GMT, you got to know you have the utility advantage right now, and this is exactly what we talked about. Look at 100 Thieves. They didn't use it in the next zone, but look at the damage from Vaxlon TSM under duress. It's not looking good for TSM.
Oh, 100 Thieves right behind the Watson fence, right behind the Newcastle wall.
And
Talk about that CC stun.
Sweet is still putting that bow check bow to work right now. That's 4 kills for Sweet with the bow check. Legolas kind of looks like him, showing up big time. The revive is going to come through, and just like that, TSM will maybe reset. Nope.
Oh, no.
Oh, the Skynade.
Zeta Division now. See Sunset trying to creep his way forward, getting tagged by that Thermite though, as he's going to be able to back up. TSM get taken out.
Was it a Skynade? I think that was a Skynade that may have done that.
It up?
He tossed it up. I think he got a triple kill with the Skynade. If we can get a replay of that, that'd be sick. But right now, 13 squads left, so it's anyone's game. GMT needs to perform here. They do have themselves a pylon from Watson, can avoid all types of throwables.
Now what's really good here is IG, a little sliver of a corner of this building is inside this next circle. So GMT are getting pinged off to the side. They're still outside the circle, but they're right behind that rock.
And you asked me who has God spot, and obviously I said 100 Thieves is the God character in this situation, but NRG probably has the best positioning in my eyes. Expect a big game from NRG here. Jen Burton stuck in a corner, literally. Not looking good. Look at Sweet.
They're hanging out here, but they do know that there is that squad over to the right as they're lined up. It's a shish kebab here for the boat check for Sweet. Dark Zero get taken out. Nathan is cleaning up while Sweet is doing so much damage right now.
Wow. And I wonder what team that is. Team Burger loved to play that crevice yesterday. I don't know if that's Team Burger in that crevice. Look at the wide right angles from Rambo. He wanted to make a play, the controller player, as he always does. But keep that pylon's gonna actually deflect his own Verholst, or his own Valkyrie. Shows Bandy with the bow as well. Heads a headshot on Parka, and AD is eliminated.
See Scars now. Gonna be able to actually replicate what we've been seeing from Sweet as GMT with this skyward dive, dancing around the circle. Where are they gonna land?
And this is a nice coast from Rambo. You always want to coast at this late rotate. They're going to drop right on top of this building here. It's in zone. That's a good spot. This is kind of God spot. GMT has an opportunity, but can't capitalize. The shots come through. Rambo! It's actually Rambo. Sylvester Stallone is here in the venue.
Oh, he's trying. He's going to climb right on top of the roof right now. They lose out on Nasky. The EMP now coming in, losing out on the dome. Scars now having to dance around. You talked about it before. There's little to no cover here.
That's right. This is why this is no man's land. And this is why 100 Thieves has the advantage. Nice job from On with the IGL of this team. NRG and Sweet were the ones that got dropped on and shouldn't have done that, to be honest. But GMT's still alive. Del is ratting. I think Rambo's alive as well. They're trying to get back to each other. Alliance is in it as well. Oh my God.
What is NRG going to do? They know that IG's right on top of them. GMT, like you mentioned, I can't believe they're alive, but they're actually going to fully send it onto them with the dome. They have their backs covered. IG, are they going to try to push him for this?
Nasky's out, but Del's alive. And they might be able to third party this. IG doesn't have their full roster here, so doesn't have the firepower necessarily to win this 3v3, but it might open up the door for GMT to come through and 3P. Wow. Alliance, good spot. 100 Thieves, 100% has the win condition in my eyes.
We talked about it before. You said it's not about the God spot. It's about the God comp here. And they have all the cover that they can make shift. Alliance, they're making up their own cover. They got the G7. They're claiming here, they're claiming some of that damage. It's IG, take down 2 here from NRG. GMT get wiped out. Sweet wanted to clean up that KP. He's still alive.
That's big for RKN, IGL for Torrent. Here comes the ultimate from Newcastle. I don't know if they had an ult excel, but they're able to hit it
That
again.
looks so cool.
That looks awesome. I love that animation shot to the Respawn animation team as we got IG Stealth with Aldor, the substitute manager of his team, all 3 of them alive. Can you believe what IG's doing right now? No noises, no problem. Wow. GMW, noises, so much love for y'all watching from home here as Alliance is doing a really good job at the long-range distance.
Haki's managing to get that knock with the Kraber, 100 Thieves, like you were talking about. They had a nice rotation in. They have nice shots being landed. The Rampage doing what the Rampage does best.
And look at this. You have the pylon. That's huge. They also have Watson fences and natural cover. 100 Thieves surely has to win this one. Has to have the win condition. Alliance, though, has to do something. IG, Alliance, the 2 Europeans, Swedish and the Brits. Yuki, the British-Chinese, absolute dominant player. Used to play with Nasky on that squad right before joining Alliance.
What's going to be huge here? Oh, beam, though. They lose out on RKN. Anmu actually committed to that on purpose. Now Alliance trying to go in. You have to worry about those Watson ult, though.
I love that Watson fence on the box, but Yuki swings wide left. Alliance is gonna do it. 2 members of 100 Thieves down and out as Alliance and Hockeys are gonna win it. Are you kidding me? There's 1 left. There's a rat somewhere as IG's out, but 100 Thieves is running right now with their tail between their legs as Alliance hunts them down and wins this one. Wow.
Alliance take the first game that we have here on World's Edge. What an intense situation. We know that IG were rocking the crypto. Imagine if the EMP came out to delete all those fences.
Wow.
A lot was on the line right there, but Alliance splitting their attention made sure that they were able to go in for that third party at the perfect time.
That's right. In so many ways, IG just griefed 100 Thieves, and obviously they did what they thought was the best play in that moment, and 100 Thieves couldn't defend, but that opened the door wide open for Yuki to swing wide left and be the playmaker. That was all Yuki all day. I love that play from him. 100 Thieves with a 2nd place finish. Good showing from them, and look at the hype from this team. One of the most hyped teams in the game. I talked about Hockeys earlier. I said one of the oldest, or the oldest pro player in ALGS, and Nick Merckx texted me and said, hey, what, bro? I'm 32 years old, all right? Well, man, Nick is still holding it down for the 31, 32 years old. Shout out to Nick, everyone at home that's watch partying right now, Shiv, and everyone else. We love you guys as we're taking a look here at IG with the substitute gets top 3.
Really nice to see from this squad here. They held down a really nice position. The sliver of their building in the little corner was in that last circle. So they held that down. They gave a lot of trouble to NRG, even though Sweet was the last one alive. They still were able to clean up GMT to maintain that KP.
That's right. You saw behind him, Chef Pontus, the GM, the chef of this team. He plays 2 roles. He cooks for them, and he manages them. Big shot to Chef Pontus. That's right. That's right. No coach for Alliance. They opt instead to let Hockeys do it all. 21 points for Alliance. That is big. We've wondered, will a European team step up this tournament? They were quiet in Sweden. They showed up here on international soil.
And before this game, Alliance was actually overall all the way at the bottom of the overall leaderboards. They were in 20th. So this is going to be able to skyrocket them in the overall leaderboards, not only with this dub, but with 9 kills in their pocket.
And they had 0 points at that.
Yeah.
So 21 points for Alliance. That'll put them in the top 10, certainly, but a nice job here from GMT. Another 10 for them. That puts them at 31. NRG had 27. They get 10. That'll put them at 37. So with that said, 41 points for GMT, 37 for NRG. We're getting closer and closer. We got 2, 3, maybe 4 teams inching towards that 50 match point threshold. And keep in mind, for those that are watching from home and maybe newer to competitive Apex, this is the most brilliant BR finals format you can imagine. You gotta unlock match point. You gotta get to 50 points before you unlock what's called match point. After that, you gotta win a game to close it out. So it's not a set game series. You avoid those kind of awkward moments where you know who's gonna win. After 5-6 games, anyone can win it. Hockeys, 2.2k damage. Weiss, the support player on Gibraltar, and Yuki, 1,400 damage for the Caustic player.
Man, those PK shots, they make my eyes water too. Very similar to the 30-30 here, but Alliance swinging when they needed to swing the hardest. Now going to be able to take that game. Again, we have 1 more game left on World's Edge before we make the swap over to Stormpoint.
That's right. One thing I love about Alliance and their play style here is their ability to adapt. I think more so than any team. We've seen TSM and others do it this weekend, but Alliance outclasses everybody in this category. They have 3, 4 team compositions that they can run at any time. We've seen them in the past run Wraith. We've seen them in the past this tournament run Horizon. The Hockeys plays on Horizon. Probably my favorite play of the tournament so far outside of the 1v2 Watson and Sweet Dreams plays. So kudos to Alliance. Their adaptability, their preparation, their boot camping is bar bar none the best in the game, in my opinion. The Swedes showing up big time. But hey, that's going to be it for myself and Vicky Kitty. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our first post-series, post-game death segment with Rain Day and the rest.
Thank you so much, John. Great time so far here in Raleigh. The crowd is live and well. I know things are settling down here in Match Point, but it's hard to stay settled when you've got the stakes raising continually and continually. My name is Rain Day, joined by James Bardoff and Genome as well to break down the action of what we just saw. Game one, I think, James, couldn't have gone any better. That was electric, and might I say, you are looking quite dapper, my friend, today.
Thank you very much. That was quite the way to start off the proceedings. I think if it's anyone's first day watching Apex, what a great first game to see there.
Yeah.
We had some of the biggest teams in the world all fighting each other. 2 games in a row, TSM fourth party. In that egg, there was so much action in that first game, so many loot boxes for them, but it's great to see them starting off well because they can be guilty of a cold start sometimes.
Yeah.
And I love the throwback to Sweden there. It was like we almost hadn't left, the same, almost exactly the same end circle as we had for the final game, where Dark Zero Reignite then took out that final win. So.
Speaking of that, it was really the story that I highlighted a little earlier. We hit on, obviously, with Rambo beginning his journey here on Thursday, or I believe Thursday morning, getting the call, waking up to 10 missed calls saying, we need you now. He flew out to North Carolina. He joined GMT, and the rest is history. It all started, though, here on Storm Point, and a great way to kick it off, James. Obviously, the performances have been immaculate so far from GMT. They find themselves near the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. GMT leading the charge at the moment, 41 points. So much happening in this, and what a great end to this. Rambo really with a beautiful clutch. Pops the bat. He's got his guns ready, escapes the caustic gas, comes down again, and look at the headshot here, landing that on Nasir. Thank you and good night. Great first game.
Yeah, and as the other throwback there, Rambo being the sub, as Rain said. So just like JMW taking out that one. But then we move into game 2. So we're still on Storm Point here. We see TSM, they're trying to play edge. At certain times, they just get crunched in the middle. Another time where TSM really struggling, but then Furia in this endgame managing to take down AD. They had so much space and kept out everyone else for the longest time, but Furia, they just can't be stopped sometimes.
Let's not forget Rambo's ratting as well to make it to 4th place. Amazing scenes, edging forward on top of the mill, hiding in plain sight. When you don't want anyone to see you, you don't move. The caustic basically glanced at him, didn't move a muscle, was basically invisible.
I love the Nicki Minaj shout out Onset did when watching that as well. The moves were worthy of a music video as well. Scars here would find themselves in that has been representing EMEA, finally has their full squad back. They'd pop off a little bit, but NRG would find themselves in the top 4. Sweet could not pull off the 1v2 or 3 this time around, and it would be all Alliance who would clean this one up,
100 Thieves, they made so much space for themselves in that final circle with that Newcastle Watson setup. We also just saw IG before this. We know they've got the stand-in for today, so they've actually switched up the composition a little bit as well to Crypto, and that's how they got into such a good spot early on.
That's so impressive, too, to be 8th right now in this lobby. TSM notably 9th. 18 points, still a lot of work for them to do and find that rhythm. Cloud9 started off really strong. I think their comms, too, were something we took note of, saying a lot, but didn't quite end up as successful as they would have hoped.
The most Cloud9 comms that you can expect. They were really fun to watch. As we saw in that first game, they were playing around the edge, but EXO were playing around the edge just as much and basically gifted Cloud9 a bunch of early frags in that first rotation, which really caused some problems. But yeah, Cloud9 now amongst a number of teams who could quickly get to match point in the next game.
Yeah, and if you contrast that with the other listen-in we had with Furia, their clean comms was so much better, and that got them to a win.
Dark Zero, our winners in Sweden, the last big LAN, still some work to do, Gina. What's going on with them?
Well, we saw in that last game on World's Edge, actually, they were trying to play that position under the zip lines. It didn't work out for them yesterday, and it didn't work out again today. So I'm a little bit worried that they haven't been learning from their mistakes. Sitting under there, you are just sitting ducks for any caustic ults that someone wishes to throw out.
They did have that one really nice fight. You can tell that Jin Burton and the boys are geared up, ready to go. And if you think that you know who is going to be the biggest impact player of the day, and you want to share your thoughts with us as well, you can vote with our Monster ALGS MVP. You can hashtag, whether it's Verhulst and his brothers walking around here, coerce you, or I guess give you a little bit of a nudge the right way to vote for him, or maybe it's Nathan, the incredible aim god who does all of that work that Sweet so delicately allows them to focus on doing. And of course, Walty, Team Burger. We've got fans all over the place. Whoever it is, you have to use hashtag your favorite player and hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP on YouTube, on Twitter, or on Twitch. We will find it and your voice will be heard.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're asking me, the vote is for Mandy at the beginning of the first game or about the middle of it. He was tied on most kills along with his Watson. And let's not forget, Mandy wasn't able to play in Sweden. You know, he's come back with a vengeance, and it's great to see Scars moving up the leaderboard.
All right, well, we want you to be comfortable. I know you're at home. If you are at home watching, you're probably comfortable, but you could be a little bit more comfortable if you take advantage of this deal right now. Use the code APEX5 for an extra 5% off Herman Miller Gaming products, courtesy of this event running from now to July 19th. And of course, this is for North America or Japan. So if you are in those residences, make sure to take advantage of it. Now, we've talked about Apex Legends, but there's great things happening in all forms of Apex Legends, especially the mobile kind. We have a little bit of content that we've been teasing for a while. It is here. Let's go ahead and throw to that and give those Apex Mobiles fans, and of course, hopefully you at home, something to check out what's coming.
You ready to go? If anyone tries to shut you up, just get even loud. Someone give me a mic to drop.
Apex Legends new season dropping July 12th. That's a good thing we'll be done with this by then, James, so we can spend a lot of time playing that.
Yeah, I mean, that new Legend has got 2 different color eyes. That kind of freaks me out. So I'm going to have to pick by default so I don't have to see it myself. You know, just keep it here, looking out there.
Yeah, looking fun, absolutely. All right, it's been 3 matches so far. We know this thing can go as long as it takes. That's kind of the best part about Match Point. But I want to talk to you. What is this lobby feeling like as we have a chance now to go into 4, 5, and 6 before we come back onto the desk? Are we feeling like this is short? Is the energy shifting? What's your take on our last 3 games that we've had?
I think the top half of the leaderboard have really been taking all the frags. We've seen multiple teams with 5 kills, 6 kills, or even more than that if you go to Furia, obviously. So what I'm thinking is we're going to see, probably, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 3 teams potentially moving towards a match point or very, very close to 50 in the next game as we continue on World's Edge.
It does seem like we are starting to get more and more teams finding their rhythm, but a few teams standing out. APAC North and APAC South have been teams that we have been surprised by. Players have been surprised by the incredible performance those regions have put on Genome. What are your thoughts on how they're doing so far today?
APAC South not really showing up so far. Burger, you know, we talked a little bit about Dark Zero's problems just before, but APAC North, Team AD, my prediction for today, definitely showing up. Those guys are doing really well so far, and I think, you know, talking about the pace of the lobby, like James was a little bit there, you know, a lot of the teams up the top grabbing the kills, grabbing the placement points as well. That means we've got all these, like 10, maybe 12 teams down the bottom that are going to struggle. They're going to take a long time to get to match point, and I think the teams who have got themselves up already, they're looking fantastic.
I know everyone here is going to be excited if it is a long day. I certainly will. We are freaking out in the green room backstage watching some of these clutches, and there's only more on the way. So stay tuned, relax, grab something to drink or eat, and get comfortable because we are not going anywhere. And if you want to keep up with all of the action, check out Play Apex Esports on Twitter, Play Apex Esports on YouTube, and on Twitch, Play Apex, where hopefully you are watching now. That does it for us on the analyst desk. We will be back, but before then, we've got World's Edge coming at you. The OG, ranked, and of course, competitive map for Apex Legends. It is time to turn up the heat right after this. Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to the beautiful main stage here on Championship Sunday for the Apex Legends Global Series Championship. 3 games already in the books. 3 teams certainly dominating the leaderboard at the moment, but it's all about match point. We're about to head into game number 4 now. On World's Edge, 50 points is looking pretty close for some of these teams.
Still not quite there. Yeah, I thought maybe
It's in
match
touching
3,
distance,
we
though, isn't
might
it? Come
have
on.
started to see it. Furia were close, but unfortunately they went out a little bit too early for their likings. GMT now the favorites to get there on this one. I mean, 9 points. Surely that's doable, isn't it? But every time I think I've ever said that, a team gets knocked out straight away. But GMT have had such an amazing start to this tournament. Coming into this final, they hadn't won a single game all tournament, but they seem to have hit their peak at just the right time.
Well, let's have a look at the team comparison between our 2 teams who are right up there at the top of the leaderboard. You have GMT leading the way at the moment. They are sat there on 41 points. Just 9 points, like you say, required for them to hit match point. NRG in 3rd place at the moment. They are sat on 37 points, and the meat in the sandwich, well, that's going to be Furia. They're sat on 39.
Can we talk about just what an amazing time GMT have been having?
Nasky tweeted yesterday, I was like, Nasky, you are having the best time. I've never seen a human happier than what you are on that main stage. And he was like, dude, I just can't wait to get home because I want to grind. I want to be back here. I never want to miss an event with the crowd again. That man he's defining vibing right now.
Two very different stories then when we pan across and we look at NRG. It is very much all serious, all business. Speaking of serious business, Team Burger in the house. The Burger Brigade are very loud.
I was going to say, you said serious, and then I looked up to my right, and I was like, these dudes, I mean, really? Come on, look at them. They are bringing the hype, though. They are absolutely bringing the hype, and quite rightly, give these guys some screen time because they have been, I've got to say, the noisiest of all the fans so far, and certainly the most consistent. Relentless at this point.
They're spreading like wildfire as well. I'm sure we'll see more Burger signs as the tournament goes on, but you've got to remember, we've still got to get to match point, and a team that could do so still is Furia. They have been one of the most aggressive and powerful teams in this lobby.
Well, the question is pretty simple at this point, Dan. Are you ready?
I think I'm ready.
I think I'm ready. Raleigh, are we ready for game number 4? That's what we love to hear. And now we are inching closer, point by point, to finding out some of our first teams who are going to strike match point.
GMT, Furia, NRG, AD, and even 100 Thieves are all in touching distance and could achieve match point here in match number 4. But we cannot win the tournament on World's Edge right now. We will have to go to Storm Point. So if you are a World's Edge team, if you are one of those who've had more success, get it done now. Get those points while you still can. There's our first eyes on the circle. We are going to be going west of World's Edge. Perhaps could be ending somewhere around Landslide. Maybe some teams might bank on Lava Fissure. There you go. And we are going to be heading over towards SSG's drop spot.
How crazy is this, by the way? We mentioned, right, first place GMT, second place Furia, third place NRG. Take SSG out of that. All of them are inside of where that zone is going to be going. So they have a massive, massive chance now to get the points they require to hit that magical, glorious, glowing 50 and find themselves on the precipice of becoming champs.
Well, a team who might not be close to match point just yet, but could very quickly get there is Alliance. After that victory in the previous game, they do find themselves on 21 points. It was a slow start, but that is the danger of this squad. When they get into those circles that they know and love, where they can just judge things correctly, they do manage to have those pop-off games, as GMT already looking to try and take advantage of maybe some strays here.
And the crazy thing is here, this is GMT versus NRG, and Sweet will go down. Natsuki with the frag grenade, and Natsuki looking to finish off Sweet. Sweet! You're a death box, my friend!
And we talk about our two teams who can maybe on match point. What a huge elimination this could be! As NRG lose one more, GMT have come to play here on Sunday.
GMT want to get the job done. What a story this would be! NRG down to just one. Delvo on his back for now. It looks like Natsuki will be able to just scarper back to his down teammate and get him back on his feet. But for Rocker, he's probably thinking, what the hell has just happened?
Sheer aggression and just catching NRG on their rotation did GMT, and it was a great grenade that was able to do so as well. Burger also in a little bit of trouble. They're on the low ground, and they know that they can't just afford to keep peeking and keep giving too much information and too much shield here to Dark Zero. But Dark Zero might try and take an angle. They might try and take this fight, because once you realize that KP is up for grabs and how close some of these teams are to match point, suddenly these games get a little bit more antsy.
Well, Team Burger looking to make a quick rotate here. They're going to take to the skies and see if they can get in towards where that zone is going to be. Lava Fissure looking like likely final destination, as maybe his countdown as well. A little bit of a fight going down towards the northern side of World's Edge at the moment, and you can see EXO on your screen at the moment. A little bit of a slow start for them. They're right down in 19th position at the moment, so every KP, every placement point for them is absolutely valuable.
We're seeing a lot of action in the early stages, which is something throughout the tournament on World's Edge has not been apparent for the most part. It's been quite slow, a lot of respect being shown, everyone kind of rotating accordingly unless someone crossed their path. But it seems like a lot of teams are choosing the more aggressive playstyle on this one, as Rocker, unfortunately, unable to get any of his teammates. So it is just going to be the sole remaining player here for NRG for the rest of this game.
I need to get my internal compass worked on, by the way, because I said northern side. No, did I say northern side? Yeah, I said northern side. It was southern side, it's launch site. Apologies, everybody. I'll get that sorted in the break, I promise you that. Zeta Division now, they're going to make a little bit of a move, and they're going to be safe for now. You can see how they're set up in this crevice. Not what you would call an ideal position, but being on the crypto, being able to send out that drone, they're going to get a great lay of the land here about what their next move may be.
And the Lava Fissure finishes, you can kind of get the hillside over the lava, which is where a lot of teams like to play with the buildings that reside near it. And Zeta Division maybe looking to try and capitalize on some late arrivals here with the Valkyrie ultimate, but it looks like they are more than happy to stay in their current position.
Just looking across the map at the moment. One team who somehow managed to get into the circle is going to be TSM, but for NRG, the team who are just desperate to get onto match point, they're going to have to wait another game because they are out of here, and now GMT also in problems.
Dark Zero pushing to try and take GMT out of this one. Imperial How has also just gone down to SSG, so a lot of players falling, a lot of players starting to struggle a little bit. GMT are going to have to work with just one now.
And the thing is about what I've seen in this lobby and how the games have developed, even if you have Godspot, it seems like a lot of teams are more than happy to take the fight for Godspot. They're more than happy to re-engage, take the risk, as Nasky will be finished off here by Jen Burton, who then just turns his attention with that R99 to the player, scarpering across those tracks and gives him a little bit of a tickle as well.
And remember, GMT needed 9 points to get onto match point in this game. They got 2 KP, and with 1 player remaining, he would have to rat out to, what, top 3 without any other kills to secure match point. That is not going to be easy. But we have seen GMT already have those incredible games where they do manage to rat their way into those later circles. So we'll see if they can survive, because they are still alive at the moment. But Dark Zero certainly made their life extremely difficult.
Dark Zero in a pretty good spot at the moment, as are quite a lot of teams. If you could see the map overhead, you'd see exactly what I mean right now. Everyone is starting to stack up. The only teams who are making that late rotation, no surprise when you know how they play and you've seen how they play so far throughout this tournament. Cloud9 right at the northern side. Interestingly, 100 Thieves currently located in Skyhook. Looks like they're going to try and approach the zone from the north. Optic Gaming, they obviously have a long way to go from Big Moor to find their way over. Also, AIM and EXO trying to make their way. But C9, they're also in a pretty good position in the table at the moment in 6th. 27 points for them, as RKN now finds himself with a white shield and alternator to work with.
And we're seeing a lot of fights because out of these 19 teams remaining, 12 of them are already in this circle. 2 of them are very close by. And okay, you can try and rat out, you can try and get points, but those teams who are winning these engagements, getting this KP, getting these good positions, are going to be the favorites to win this game.
And you just see a knuckle cluster, and that means one thing, right? That's going to be Zeratricky, and that's going to be Furia moving in to try and pick up the pieces left off the back of that team fight. For now, it's just going to be damaged. They're happy to take this position. They use that hermit crab approach where the fight goes down. They move in to take the spot, and now they'll be safe for now.
And we've seen Furia rack up throughout this tournament 76 points on World's Edge just via kills. And that means if they can find similar form, if they can find similar consistency here, they can very much find themselves on match point going into Storm Point next time. But every single time I think that one of these teams is going to get close to match point, it seems like they just get wiped off the face of the map. And now the majority of teams have found their way just around the surrounding areas of Lava Fissure. A few that are playing a little bit more edge because they know that these places are not going to be available and how much of a risk it would be now to push into this position.
Cloud9 playing corners, playing ratty, waiting for someone to take the bait. You can see that Zach with that Seer passive is going to be seeing if he can catch anyone moving in on them. What they don't know is they might be here for quite some time. Let's look at these scores you can see on the right-hand side of your screen as well. That's what things are looking at like coming into this game. Obviously, that will change and update as KP go down. As you know who's on your screen, you can hear it from the reaction of the crowd. It's Team Burger.
They're in a good spot, our Team Burger, as are about 12 or 13 other teams, but there is Serdell. There is GMT's chances of still getting match point. A reminder, they still need 7 more points. That would be 3rd place that he would have to rat his way to without any kills. Bear in mind, if he was to pick up kills, of course, those placement points would need to be a little bit different. But there is still a chance.
There is your map overhead, so you can see where every single team is located at the moment, trying to make their moves on World's Edge. AIM taking a really long wrap at the moment. C9 still inside of that building, although it looks like they might have made the decision to make a little bit of a change. Optic Gaming, this is an important game for them, Dan.
It is a very important game, and they are going to have to find their way a little bit further south, perhaps, of where, a little bit further north, perhaps, of where they currently reside. You can see they're making their way into Circle. They are late arrivals, and now Alliance going to be involved in a fight. Vibes is going to get away.
Vibes does get away as well, has to expend the bubble, but that's going to buy just enough time for his 2 teammates to get into position to not only keep him alive, but maybe do the damage as they try and chase down Vibes to get that first knock. But EXO coming under fire, and EXO will go down, but it's not going to be Alliance. It's going to be Kashera with that longbow.
And you may be able to get your teammate up here. That's the good thing for EXO. Ascend just watching from a distance, really being a thorn in the side at the moment. And all of these positions that you're seeing from the likes of Ascend, the likes of Zeta Division, they played them early. They've recognized the circle may be coming to this location, and they're being rewarded for it. I could argue that Zeta Division in one of the better spots on the map right now. You saw it on your map overhead earlier. And with that circle moving, those who banked on like the northern side of Lava Fissure, they're going to be really struggling because they're going to have to move down south through a wave of teams, 10+ teams below them.
Well, that means it's going to be exciting, though.
It's going to be very exciting.
That's the great thing about it, right? We get down to that kind of Zone 4, Zone 5, and there's just quite simply not enough room for everyone to play. And teams are forced into those engagements to try and take what's left of those priority positions. Ascend at the moment trying to find one themselves. They're in a pretty good spot. The encampment just down at the bottom of this hill. They've got the Watson fences set up as well. And Kashera with that drone is going to be able to get so much vital information for them as well.
Look at all these teams kind of set up in Lava Fissure. This is why I was talking about those who are on the northern side are going to have to try and Valk over them or just try and run through them. And not really going to be successful. And I like that we were focusing on Ascend because the position they're currently playing, they're going to be able to hold out a lot of the southern teams. The likes of Optic Gaming, who will be arriving late, EXO, Alliance, they're all in a position that they could be potentially griefed by Ascend. So they have a lot of responsibility and also a lot of angles to look at. So you almost sometimes need to just hope for a little bit of a distraction before you make your move. Speaking of making your move, C9 and AIM still not within this circle, still biding their time, but plenty to work with. They've still got a whole nother minute before that circle is going to be closing.
100 Thieves then, they're a team who are within striking distance at the moment. They're sat on 29 points. Now, that might not seem a huge amount, but as we've seen from 100 Thieves, they are so consistent with their placements, and if they can pick up just a couple of KP along the way towards a top 3, top 2, maybe even a win here, then they will be in a great position to maybe strike 50. Speaking of striking, it's going to be Scars who are looking to burst out and maybe catch a few teams off surprise here as they're playing a couple of corners, maybe just having a little chat, a little powwow around the campfire.
And look at the top 20 players by kills. By the way, Mandy has reclaimed his throne at the very top with 69, just overtaking his Watson of 68. Scars, they are prepared for something. And it's 100 Thieves on the other side of the door.
Snakes in the grass. Omnu unfortunately gets caught out. Taisheen with the Peacekeeper and the patience. 100 Thieves, they needed this game. They wanted this game to put the pressure on, but now you shall not pass that door.
The ambush was perfect from Scars. They all crowded in a corner. They bided their time. They listened to the footsteps, and they pounced on their prey. And now because of it, 100 Thieves are going to have to try and work their way in as just a 2. And Scars are rewarded with a little bit of extra KP. Now, the circle is going to be moving a little bit towards Lava Fissure once more. And we will get that information on your screen when we see the map overhead. But Scars, are they going to be blocked in here? Look at this play from 100 Thieves. The castle wall comes down, and they say, look, we just need to stop them from being able to chase us quickly.
Well, it looks like RPR was suitably suited to escape, and Mandy just boots the door down. So he's going to be a bit more aggressive. This is a little replay of what went down, and unfortunately for Onmu, that's the jump scare you do not want, especially when you're one of those teams who is thinking about match point, not Scars being playing in corners.
Well, I was about to say how 100 Thieves have been one of the dominant teams on World's Edge. When you look what they did the other day, or yesterday in particular, when they had those back-to-back wins. Almost knocked out of the sky, but just about staying alive are 100 Thieves. But is their landing going to be a safe one? Touchdown, and it's okay for now.
Scurry says, don't worry, Vaxilon, I've got you, brother. Pops a couple of those cells, both with gold shields, so they'll be able to get those shields up nice and quickly. Zeta in a great position towards this endgame, by the way. And I just wanted to touch upon this zone because, you know, history has a funny way of repeating itself sometimes. This zone is looking like the exact one that Scars actually won the LGS EMEA Championship last time that we saw them pick up that huge prize pool. So this is one that's going to have some fond memories for them. But 100 Thieves healthy for now, and not just healthy, also having Vaxilon on the squad, who has been beaming all the time that we've been here in Raleigh.
I mean, Vaxilon has essentially been 2 players with the amount of damage he's done, as all the Valkyrie teams starting to jet up into the sky now, trying to take advantage of perhaps a little bit of distraction happening as they all kind of band together in Valk at the same time. Cloud9 tried to do as much damage as possible, but they're well aware there's a team behind them. Optic Gaming have just got one knocked, and it looks like there's a fight between them and SSG.
Yeah, SSG have been in a great position for the majority of this game. Zanayo is going to be weak. Dropped is going to be able to get some damage down. Skill Cakes falls as well. As Frex will move in now to finish him off. Alternator is going to be good enough, and SSG start to dismantle Optic Gaming.
Optic Gaming still up though, 1 player remaining. As we're seeing a lot in this lobby, rats are alive, rats are hiding because we know how important these placement points are going to be. There is an indication of where that circle's going. I spoke about it earlier. It's heading back up now towards Lava Fisher. So Zeta are still going to be a spot under the tracks. IG also in a spot on the tracks where they can work with. Optic Gaming, though, are going to be eliminated. SSG do complete that push.
And that circle, that zone, let's just remember something here. GMT still in this. So Del is still in this zone as the solo player trying to somehow or other pull off a miracle game and a miracle play for his squad. But Furia, you can see where they're set up for now. Let's take a look back on the push that came in. It was Optic Gaming who just caught off guard by Space Station, who did a great job of not allowing Optic to do what they do so well a lot of the time, which is bully people off their positions that they've held down for so long. But now we see Furia and Scars going at it. Caustic Gas is going to be dangerous, but it looks like it's a 2v2 on the map.
And you said this is a good circle for Scars, but they've lost Toshin and they are down to just 2. And as you said, it was Furia on the other side. Zeratriki gets the finish. And are they going to be able to stay alive here, Scars? They're trying to watch every single angle at the moment, but it's not going to be easy. Furia have also lost players. There are so many rats in this lobby at the moment. So many teams down to just 1 or 2 players. It's crazy we still have 18 squads left.
18 squads left, but that is going to be cut down extremely quickly when we see that 4th ring start to close. That's going to be one player from AIM falling in the feed as well. Fnatic starting to get involved and spice things up a little bit. But speaking of spicy, Sir Del, do not dip your toes in that lava, my friend. You've got the long game ahead of you.
And remember, top 3 for GMT, they will be on match point. It might have seemed unthinkable, but it's still possible. Scars eliminated. Furia will get those final kills, and Panda's still alive. And this is what happens when you have a lot of rats in these areas. You start to find other rats.
Armor swap, it's there. And just in time as well for him to stay alive, but not for long enough. Furia eliminated. That is your team who's in 2nd place in those leaderboards.
And we speak about the consistency of Space Station, what they've been able to do on both World's Edge and Storm Point. And they're finding that same form coming into these finals here. C9 also in a fight with AD.
And it all falls down to one player. That's going to be the end of them. AD eliminated. C9 win their first fight here, as now we're going to see Fnatic hot off the back of a team fight a few moments ago that they came out on the good side of, trying to take on, I think that is Cloud9 who are moving up.
Got to be careful though, there are going to be other teams close to this, and there are going to be other teams who are looking to try and take this fight, so you've got to finish it quickly.
Well, let's jump into a listen in with Fnatic now and see if they can close out here in the 3v3.
飛ばし探して空いてる場所全部コールするぞちくわはちくわはちくわはちくわはこれちくわちくわはありありありちくわいかね行こうここハイドいる大丈夫待っている2枚90バットゆっくりめっちゃそこでいいよ攻めてきてるダメ割ってるパラ割ってるバルロいやこれやべえ俺だもう俺死んだこれ攻めてくるかもこれドーム上がってる俺周り見るちくわ中ね俺周り見る大丈夫これ絶対起こせるぞ角だけ入れられないようにさカバーしてほしい大丈夫ドームで送ってこれいらないと思う絶対大丈夫起こしていいじゃん俺
Wow, Fnatic announced themselves. They take out one team, they take out 100 Thieves as well as Zeta Division also find themselves eliminated. We're down to just 10 squads now.
We did also see IG get eliminated, and unfortunately GMT lost their final remaining player. Del was not able to rat out to that top 3 placement they required, so GMT will not be on match point going into the next game. Alliance have lost 2 players. Dark Zero are starting to tear through the enemies below them as well.
And the danger in this lobby now is Cloud9. Cloud9 coming into this game are on 27 points. They needed to pick up a big game to hit 50, but with them still alive and then picking up KP consistently in that kill feed, I'm telling you, it might be Cloud9 who jump up to 50 points.
It's not impossible that we see a team get to match point here. TSM still alive. We haven't seen much of them in this game, but they've been quietly going about their business. 20 points right now. Vifes also gets taken down by C9, and a lot of these players on set are still losing players, but at the moment still ratting out to higher placement finish.
Hackett is still alive here for Alliance as well. well. You can see him thinking maybe about dropping down and getting that banner. He might be able to find a mobile beacon or something to give himself a partner in crime to work with towards this end game. But Dark Zero still here, but they've got to make a move, and it's time for the move to happen now. Look at the kill feed though. Imperial Hauger is down to the hands of the Kraber, and that's going to be the shot coming in from Kashira.
And Ascend have been doing this to everyone. Cloud9 eliminated as well. Burger getting the final kill onto that one. Where did Dark Zero go, though? This is one of the priority positions in this circle. You get the high ground, you get rocks to work with, but there are a team inside this building. It will be Ascend.
I think that was a little collateral coming in from Kashira there. And now he's looking to see if he can rearrange some of the engine parts in this truck as he can thread the needle with this Kraber. He knows there's a player behind there. Burger also in trouble. They've lost a couple of players. Alliance trying to stay alive. Hackers is dancing to get the armor swap as well, so he can survive as well.
Burger have lost players. EXO have lost players. TSM are still in a position where they can work with, but they are being griefed at the moment as well. Remember yesterday when Ascend were able to set up? Ascend did win a game on World's Edge when they set up like this. The Watson fences are so valuable. But we do have 40 seconds until this circle starts to close, and it might be calm at the moment on set, but it's about to kick off.
Do not count Alliance out here. As crazy as it sounds, the fact that Hackis is sat here on Valkyrie, he can hit a late Skyward dive. He can jet up back to the high ground. Also, he has the Kraber. He can single-handedly clear the way for himself to rat into a decent position here. TSM still in position to strike two. They have Team Liquid in the vicinity, but look at the priority position. Dark Zero, they are there. SSG stacked up on top of Ascend. But tell ya, Hackis, I think he's going to have something to do about this. Maybe once he is as well.
Team Burger still have a rat alive as well. EXO get eliminated in 9th position as now the circle will begin to close. What's important, a lot of our top teams who were close to match point, they all got wiped out. Now we start to pay our attention towards those teams who could have that big pop-off game and could potentially have that surgence up the leaderboard. But we may not get a team on match point with the teams that have already fallen.
Well, Hackis is trying to influence this fight, just trying to give himself a chance. Unfortunately for Team Burger, no chance to survive that as TSM seem to have woken up a little bit here in game number 4. Hackis still alive here for Alliance. It would be a miracle play if he could pull this off, but if anyone can, it's the man from Alliance.
Dark Zero lose 2. Liquid now moving in, seeing if they can take a spot. Ascend are still griefing everyone. It's SSG who are going to be closest. Look at the position Fnatic are in right now, but here's an engagement.
Here's the fight going down. This is the building. We see SSG and Ascend trying to coexist. However, you can't coexist for long, and it's going to be Team Liquid who move in. Fun now left in a position where he might go down as well. A huge frag grenade coming in from Space Station as they come in and try and clean house. Liquid eliminated at the hands of Space Station.
And they stay up as a full 3. That's what's important, but look at this position from TSM. Fnatic, TSM, Space Station, your last 3 remaining teams to try and get yourself as far up the leaderboards. Positioning, maybe favoring the likes of Fnatic. They've created so much space out here.
Fnatic have the high ground. SSG will have to leave this building at some point, and it might be a little bit of a warm welcome for them as the Thermite's going to go in, the Dome's going to go down, the Arcstar is going to crack as Fnatic start to go a little bit crazy in the end game.
But where are TSM? They go up into the sky. They want to join this late, and they'll arrive, and they have damage potential here.
TSM falling from the skies while all of the carnage unfolds below them. Imperial House says, good morning, everyone. Maybe it's time for TSM to win a game. Instead, House going to take to the skies. Space Station have gone out. Fnatic will win. APAC North remind us that they're here to play as well.
They had all of the space, all of the time in the world, but it's very easy to mess that up. The grenades, perfect. Accurate gameplay. And even though TSM, they went for the big play, they still managed to find themselves in 2nd position, but those are such valuable points here for Fnatic.
I mean, that is a game which is so influential to the leaderboard in so many interesting ways, because we saw some of the teams who have come out of the gates hot fall a little bit early. Not a huge amount of points for them, but the teams who are in that chasing pack just had monster games, and one of them you can see on your screen right now. What a play from Fnatic. That first Valk ult, where they managed to land, they clean up both 100 Thieves and another team And then in the end game, they just had Space Station surrounded. There was no way for Space Station to escape.
Yeah, Space Station did so well with that push originally onto Team Liquid, but unfortunately, when you're in a building like that and a team outside has grenades, yeah, it ain't happening. You ain't getting out of there when they play it that successfully. But Fnatic, 27 points. They were down in 17th position. They will now find themselves on 37 points total and also start to near themselves to that match point. But if I'm doing my math correctly, we're going into a match 5 with still no one on match point.
TSM also with some very, very important points, and they're quietly going about their business here. TSM, they will now be on a total of 30 points, so maybe one game away from them from joining on match point, but it's the bottom of the table which is the most interesting, right? NRG, Optic, they're the teams who were looking at. Optic needed a game to force their way into contention. NRG caught off guard almost immediately by GMT.
And think about that Valkyrie ultimate that we saw from Fnatic. When they dropped, they won that engagement. It could have gone horribly wrong. It's so difficult making those plays, knowing that it is a 50-50, relying on your gun skill, relying on hitting your shots, but Fnatic did not miss. And then once they had one of the priority positions, they were flawless with their execution.
I'm interested to see the damage stats as well coming in from this Fnatic lineup, because there was a few engagements that they did find themselves in. Unfortunately, we won't have it right now, but where they just seem to be so clean in those team fights. The first one where they dropped, they only lost one player to the knock, managed to get back on his feet. And then the final moments, you saw the thermite going in. And if you're Space Station, you're thinking, this is our only escape right now through this door. And all of a sudden, the floor is literally almost lava. It makes things a little bit horrible.
I think in a lobby like that, where so many players were surviving as ones, as twos, and you've really got to stay up as a 3 whenever you can. GMT stay on top, but they are still not on match point. Fury at 42. Fnatic move up 12 positions up to 37.
That is a monster jump from Fnatic. NRG dropped down one position, but it really doesn't matter too much about where you are. It's all about the number on the right-hand side. Hit 50, and you're on match point, and you could be the first team to close it out.
And this is the difficulty with match point. Even though when you're close, it's like 6 to 11 points, and you think, oh, surely we can get it done. Suddenly you lose that first engagement, or you lose a player or two in the early game, and you're desperately hoping you can rat your way out to a top 3 finish. And in a lobby like this, it's such a tough thing to do because you've got seers in the lobby, you've got so much knowledge in this lobby about where those rat spots will reside as well. They check them. These guys check their corners, they check their angles, and they make sure no one is surviving. We need to check the resolution on that one. He looks a little bit squished.
Somebody grab the top of Sweet's head and just pull up and just see if we can get him back to his normal kind of size, excuse me. But I mean, at the moment, he's still in a great position. His squad is still in a great position. NRG, even though that wasn't a monster game from them, even though they fell a little bit earlier, maybe were caught off guard a bit by the play that actually came in from GMT, they are still very much within striking distance of that 50 points down.
Yeah, 50 points is still the aim of the game for a lot of these teams, and now we have teams edging even closer. Surely it's got to happen in match 5.
Well, maybe it will, maybe it won't. We'll find out just after this break. We're going to go back to Storm Point, where maybe we'll see one team jump onto match point.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Life takes. I take back.
Fireworks ablazing here at PNC Arena going into game number 6, Vicky, as we have had ourselves quite the 5-game series so far. The teams that perform in game 5 are the teams that needed it most.
Absolutely. We want to see more Apex out here in this stadium. I'm excited to see some more games. Look at this guy. Look at
We got Designful and Drag carries in the
Where is he?
Oh,
Where is he?
little kiss cam. Little kiss cam for us, boys. Shout
Sitting
out.
separately. Oh, wait,
Designful.
actually, okay.
Tush is at home watching the
Yeah,
watch
that's
party
right. I was
right
going
now.
to say a lot of watch parties
Yeah.
happening. Shout out to you guys hosting the watch parties at home. It's fantastic here. We're, I believe, GMT sitting overall first place, 6 points away from hitting match point.
That's right. It's GMT close, Furia close, Fnatic monstrous game 5 put themselves in contention as well. By the way, you saw the aim assist sign behind Designful. That's adorable because he started on aim assist squad, turned G2. Shout out for the OGs. Been watching ALGS for years. Is again, what a story from those guys. I'm excited to see what the next story and chapter is for Designful, Gen, and of course, none other than Resulta. But of course, right now, it's all about these teams on this stage. Take a look at this beautiful trophy.
Oh.
Look at this beautiful crowd. Y'all are gorgeous, man. Every single one of you are seriously amazing. The ones I've had a chance to meet, thank you for being as awesome as you are. It's been such a fun weekend. It feels so good to be with our community again after 3 years. Gosh, Vicky, it's been great.
It's so amazing. I'm honestly like at a loss for words. To be sitting and, well, rather standing right next to you, I mean, come on. We have to do the pose real quick.
Yeah.
We got Team Burger.
That's right.
We got Team, where is it? Where is it? Give me that burger. Give me that burger.
Hold on, though. Right now, though, we'll do the burger. A lot of love for burger, but for now, we got to do. Everyone in the crowd, join us. The F-Chan.
For Pulverex. Let's go.
So much love for Pulverex. Everybody, do the F-Chan at home. Join us. Tweet at us doing the F-Chan. I'll retweet as many of them as I can. We'll read some of your tweets on Twitter as well using the hashtag ALGS. Tag me at Fallout with 2 T's at Vicky Katie. We'll retweet it. But Team Burger is here. Team Burger is loud, and Team Burger needs to perform here, Vic.
Sorry, I got the squeaky toy.
I can't even hear myself think with the squeaky toy.
I mean, it's
You're
just,
wilding out with that thing.
just like we have with the Team Burger fans out here.
I'm gonna throw
right
this
here
thing.
in this arena.
I'm gonna throw this
Team
thing in the
Burger
crowd if you don't
fans.
stop. Team Burger fans are stands. I agree. But if you keep wiling out with the squeaky toy, I'm gonna throw it in the crowd ASAP.
It's so fun.
I'm gonna take a bite of it. We're here and ready. Back to Storm Point, Vicky. Let's jump into gameplay tryhard mode. By the way, you're the biggest tryhard I've ever met in my life. I played Apex with you. It's time to get back into tryhard mode for match number 5 here on Storm Point. Vicky, tell me what we can expect switching back over to Storm Point.
Right as we get back into Storm Point, I know we're talking about Team Burger, but I just have to highlight that was the first game that Fnatic was able to win.
Yep.
Alongside GMT that took game number 1. Now, is it time for Team Burger to rise up with their first win? Is it gonna be Scars? We gotta see. First game now, diving into Storm Point after coming away from World's Edge. We got a Northern Circle here on our hands.
Finally, slightly different circle as GMT will get themselves hot loot with the hot zone. That's going to be big for them. A guaranteed fully kitted weapon. Massive if you're a fan of GMT. Fnatic dropping right below them at the armory and taking some of that inside loot. Maybe we'll see a skirmish between Nasky and Yuka. We did see Nasky fight against a Japanese team in Sweden. They 50-50'd that spot and wall. They get it to themselves here. But look, a couple important things to understand switching back to Storm Point, right? Furia dominated on Storm Point. First place, 15-kill game. Nothing really going for them on World's Edge. So can Storm Point be the difference for Furia to go big again? Meanwhile, GMT, kind of a similar story. Have been consistent throughout, but certainly had better games on Storm Point as well.
Yeah,
especially the zone pulling their way. This is going to be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. Same could be said about NRG here too. These few squads here in the overall top 3 standings. For the overall standings, Fnatic, of course, coming all the way to the top, like you mentioned before. The teams that were the last ones alive at the very end of that last game definitely need it here, as Furia are going to be able to try to loot up quickly. I'm going to shoot at that fire real quick. And Furia actually landing over here. They're going to be able to start rotating off to their right, away from Lightning Rod, towards wall.
This is abuse. Gosh, that's so sad.
Come on, it is what it is.
We call PETA. No, I'm just kidding. You just have to shoot the wing and it drops the thing. You know, let him fly away. I always let him fly. We let the dragon survive.
No, anything for those Evo shields, okay? Just a little crumb if we need it.
I know. PvE lives matter too, Vicky. On screen here with Sir Del, Rambo, and Nasky. Yeah, that's right. Furia dropping Lightning Rod. I want to switch over to GMT over at Wall, but I also want to talk about AD, right? This is important. 5th place right now. They had a 2nd place 6-kill finish. They had a 6th place 7-kill finish on Storm Point. So AD, coming from Korea, has been performing, and I don't think we're hyping this team up enough. They deserve it. This team has looked so good, so consistent all weekend long. Karan Poo, Parka and Oblii. Oblii in particular, I keep saying it, I gotta say it for good reason. He is a mechanical demon, but really, all three have been looking great. AD drops down to Beast. They're gonna take their time rotating, and they're gonna have time to loot up. I'm excited to see what AD can do as we switch on over to Team Burger.
Team Burger, as the crowd goes wild for this team, is it gonna be their time to shine finally to try to take that dub? They're gonna go quick with the rotate, as TSM are gonna do exactly the same with this redeploy. Skyward Dive, they are gonna be able to pick up a team that is right behind them with that Valk passive, flying right overboard. They have their priorities, and their priorities is to get into that circle, try to play for placement. See, Verholst is still rocking that white Evo shield, but other than that, you see Hal reps with the purple and blue.
That's right. So early Valk ult, maybe a ult accelerant was hit from Hal here, and that's gonna get them fast rotation. They're coming all the way from Antenna, though. It's actually my favorite drop spot in ranked. I like to hit Antenna, Jurassic Park right after. But TSM gonna avoid Jurassic Park. They're gonna rotate really quick here as they find themselves center circle. And the fact that they're rotating from Antenna that quickly and find themselves center map, pretty darn impressive as we switch on to Scars. Scars got taken out, not the best World's Edge performance, showed some life. They're gonna hit the beacon near No Name to the southeast of Mill, and they're gonna work their way far west and edge of this one. So expect them to maybe come up on IG, come up on AD, teams that play in this area. It'll be interesting, but look how fast all these teams are rotating.
Yeah, look at the Fnatic already having a high ground, but you already see that black market coming out. That's going to be Team Liquid playing from right underneath. They're trying to scoop up all that loot. NRG now trying to maybe get some information, but Sweet needs to be careful. Yeah, he's rocking the purple, but he does try to scout out a nice spot for the rest of his team to actually infiltrate.
That's right. NRG drops checkpoint, so early and fast rotation for them, but look at this. It's going to be Duplex. Optic needs a big performance here. Had such high expectations coming in. A lot of people thought they were the favorites to win the whole tournament. Not performing to their expectations, but guess what? Duke and Jaro from Burger, but Sweet comes right into 3 and busts right in like the kid from Home Alone, but it's going to easily somehow sneak away. He's just as sneaky as Macaulay Culkin.
I love it. I love it. That's actually one of my favorite movies out here.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Sweet has to play this out. He's quite literally alone right now.
How do you survive that? What?
It's Sweet. It's Sweet. He does the Sweet thing, but he's getting pinged from afar. Team Burger is the one that has them in their sights. They've completely bunkered down with the Cossack and the Cossack traps to help complete their corners.
And he hit him with a little wiggle strafe right there. A little WASD, you know what I'm saying? My man CD in the third. Shout out to C's if he's watching. As you like the movement from Sweet on KBM, Fnatic find themselves top bridge and well positioned with Watson fences to their name, and Sweet still alive here. Gonna try and rat his way to a respawn, just kind of choked and missed that one a little bit. Now he's like, okay, hopefully they're not watching.
Meanwhile, he sees a light show happening right in front of him too. That's 3 squads within his line of sight. Wondering what he's going to do next because AIM is on the outskirts. Let's not forget, AIM actually lands in the armory right next to NorthPad, so they had a lot of that time to go for those further out rotations. Like Fnatic, who lands here in NorthPad, a lot of these teams with a quick rotate already have been able to take real estate inside of these buildings, like Ascend.
Yeah, and a couple of these teams we've seen so far drop non-POIs, right? So again, in ranked, can you guys all please stop hot dropping Antenna or Wall? There's other places to land than the POIs that are named. Ascend drops Jurassic Park, unnamed. Burger drops just northeast of Jurassic Park outside the fences, unnamed. But right now, Cloud9 needs to find themselves health to their name. Is Zach Mazer down to 10 HP? The shots come through from Albert Lely.
Oh, beautiful here. Can you get the follow-up as the Rampage ends up with that Thermite charge going away? But Albert Lely, he tosses out the dome, but he gets taken down right before. Saynati now going to be able to try to go back in, but nonetheless, it's Furia moving in.
That's
Watson.
Right. It was Panders who broke ice, and guess who finishes? Zera, Tricky, and Watson, the duo. Panders gets rezzed. Furia's making plays and going to secure match point if they can get 5 more.
Remember, we were talking about the verticality that we see on this map, the Horizon, the Valk, the repositioning, as well as the scouting that we see from his Watson on the Seer.
Yep. Furia's back in their dojo. It's Storm Point. They love this map. They love what they can do with Horizon, the verticality, the plays they can make, and it shows as Furia is 5 points away from being our first team to unlock match point and a chance to make history here. Alliance right now getting rotated by Noct, actually going to get taken out. Hockey needs to get this Phoenix kid off ASAP. Yuki trying to hold everyone off if he can. Needs to go big right now. Optic Gaming is hunting.
Talking about teams that have been struggling for the last 2 games, Optic Gaming need to clean up this KP here. Energy being taken out, another one of the squads that unfortunately were taken out really early in the last game now.
And I don't know if this is a team of 2 or a team of 3 for Optic, so I think it might be a clean 2 versus 2 fight. I don't see the third Optic gaming member alive, so Alliance might recognize the numbers and be aware of the situation better than we are since we just tuned back into them, and they might realize, hey, this is a 2v2. We want to take this. Some nice shots from Yuki. Gonna out-trade his opponent there. Oh yeah, look at this. Duplex and knock, team of 2. Zeta is nearby.
That means that they are lacking Skittles on the Cossack, which means they don't really have the ability to push some of these squads that are rocking the Cossack themselves.
That's right. I love this fight in trenches. This is one of my favorite POIs and locations in the game. Shout out to the level designers at Respawn because this is a fun one. That overhead view is brilliant as we take a look at Yuki. He's closing in. Hockey's wide right. Look at the teamwork. The sandwich is going to come through. You don't want to be the meat. You want to be the bread. Yuki is a whole grain himself as he's going to do so much damage, but they turn and do damage themselves.
It's Alliance that are fishing here, and it was Hockey's who was the bait, but they get to get now. They notice that they were split up a little bit as Dupe capitalizes off of the situation.
And then Jen Burton does the damage and comes through and says, I'm the human that eats both of you. In the sandwich. Noct and Duplex somehow find a way to channel their inner Skittle Cakes and work their way out of that bad situation. It was the Duplex bubble that did it for me, Vicky.
The Dupe chance coming in, TSM with only How alive. Unfortunately cannot get the res onto Verhulst. Couldn't even get the banner for reps. So this just leaves How up alive as he's forced to go with the Skyward Dive out of the circle.
That's right. TSM had a big last game on World's Edge. Obviously some really smart plays. That Valk ult was brilliant. And then Hal just taken to the skies to secure a second place finish. 3 more points, really, really big stuff from them, but they didn't get the kills they needed. They only got 3 kills last game. They have 30 points in 7th place right now. They didn't start with the 10-point advantage that they're kind of used to having here. They have work to do. They need some kills. Oh my God.
Area, they're still roasting, they're burning, and they get the knock. EXO in trouble here as it's Watson now moves in, prevents the rest from coming in with that Seer Tech. Nor that Arcstar, it's all fine here. He still got the ult moving in.
That's right. They're going to have all types of info. Wall hacks come through. Watson and Killapose. It's cannon fodder right now. And Watson is eating. He gets one. Panders gets the other. I've been so impressed by this team. They are ranked warriors, and they say, yeah, you might Valk ult out of here. You can leave for now. We'll get you later. Nice shot from Furia.
See ya. They're going to see him just sky out of there. But EXO get taken out of the skies. It's actually Space Station Gaming that are inside of the area.
Yeah, that's right. Vicky, I'm going to call it. How could you not? The way they're playing, the momentum. Furia is going to be at match point and a mile after this game. They're going to be the first team to unlock it. They need 3 more points at this rate. 5 kills already. 3 more kills is all that's needed, or a couple placement points. Furia is itching towards a LAN championship in their debut as a team. Their debut on LAN, by the way. This is insane.
Let's not forget, in early scrims, it was Furia who was the squad that forced TSM to change their composition, and that's why here. That's why that they've been able to put in so much work from the very beginning as Space Station, now with the redeploy moving away from Wall.
And I love that you say that. Again, if you didn't see the interview backstage with Watson on Twitter, make sure to check it out because he spoke to the fact that other teams run all these comps. They're scared. We don't care what other teams run. We're going to run what works best for us. And other teams try and copy them and fail. But this Furia team makes this comp work so well because they are ranked grinders. They are so good at Seer, so talented individually. They can run Horizon, they can just fly at you and play this like a game of ranked.
It's great that you also highlight the Seer because the first time we get to witness something like that was during Sweden when we saw Team Empire coming in with the Mad Maggie and Seer themselves. I remember seeing his Watson, I remember seeing the Seer and the impact that he had as an individual player at Space Station. You know, be careful, Zenile taking a good amount of chunk of that damage. He's forced to actually slide down. He pops a shield bat, but that really lets them know that there's so many teams within this area. As Uchako in the feed managed to get that knock onto Bryn.
That's right.
Charge rifle, man.
I'm checking out as things slow down here. Twitter real quick. I see Big J TV with the F-Chan watch party himself. Big shout to Big J. Thank you for the tweet, my mans. Appreciate you. Dragonite, thank you for the kind words. Hope, as everyone's saying, this ALGS has been incredible. I've always loved this game, but I'm a diehard fan after this. The fan service, the commentary, the engagement with the community is all unmatched. I love you, man. Thanks so much for tuning in, every single one of y'all. And let's get back to it. AD now on screen. They're going to find Zeta. It's APAC North versus Europe, and Korea wins.
And look at where the circle's pulling here, too. They're hugging the outskirts here, going to be able to deny some of those southern rotations if Space Station want to try to take this onto AD. They're actually going to be in their line of sight. You can see the pings coming in from AD as Fnatic have not moved from the spot. I mean, why would they? They had home point advantage here when they do land in North Point here. So they're going to be able to hang out on the top of this. They're going to see a lot of the action happening. And look at this. They have the Sentinel here, too. So they're going to be able to take some of those shots.
That's right. Fnatic. Vicky. You think they're going back-to-back?
It can do that. I mean, this is North Pad. This is their home territory right now. And so they have the high ground. Look at the painting they've painted with the Watson fences. Who's going to try to contest them? It's not going to be Alliance. We're not going to see another one of those plays. Good luck with that when you land on top of those fences.
That's right. Imagine.
That would be you.
Imagine I talk like this, Russell.
Yeah, I'll give you A for effort with that confidence if they manage to do something like that.
Yeah, that's right. That's a fact. Fnatic looking to do it. They need themselves 10 to 12 more points to get to match point to match Furia. You don't want Furia being the only team match point, Vicky. Something tells me if they get to match point, the wise decision is going to be they change their team comp. That's the smart decision, but they don't always make what's the textbook on paper decision. They make the decision that works for them. They get match point and stay as Seer. I'll lose my mind, but something tells me they'll go Caustic to blend in a little bit. We'll see. I'm T. Team Burger needs a big performance, but gosh, Schwartz, knocked. The only controller player. It's not looking good for them.
It's not right now. They have to restabilize as well. If they want to have this advantage, they need to back up. The charge rifle now. Space Station have been on fire with these shots.
MT's like, I got an Arc Star. maybe this Arc Star can get me out of this peculiar situation. Maybe not.
Oh, this is so tough. He's still in the line of sight of Space Station. He manages to get away. Where does he go? He's playing around the knockdown shield. That squad is still off to his right.
Yep. This team has to realize it's a team of one. Get that free KP. Go clean up. We'll see if he's able to sneak out of that one. But right now, we got to jump dropped one of the top charge rifles alongside Mandy and Fun and others. Team Burger out, by the way. There's the KP coming through for SSG.
What's brighter, the charge rifle shots or the spotlights that we have behind him?
It has to be the spotlights. I've been blinded 19 times, but the charge rifle shots are pretty hot. Ascend, representing all of Portugal, an entire nation, the face of Portugal. Kashera, his mom and audience. Sanaski on board right now, coming from Denmark, playing alongside Rambo from Florida and Sertel from the UK. Talk about a mixture of teams here. Obviously not playing with Mady or Strafey from the Ukraine. We love you, Strafey. Standing and showing love for Ukraine right now is Fnatic under a missile barrage. You have to try and survive. But look at 100 Thieves. They have high ground. They're able to bully high ground from Fnatic, I think.
Wait a minute.
What?
Wait a minute. What happened here? They got on top? We just talked about the fences. The fences are gone, by the way.
Yeah.
Maybe an EMP, something had to have happened there because all those fences are gone.
I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I think maybe Fnatic
moved away. They're right there.
Maybe they're predicting the zone to rotate here, and that's why they maybe Valkyrie themselves or drop down. I don't know, but nonetheless, Fnatic find themselves near GMT. This is a big fight. These are two teams in the top 5. Fnatic at number 3, GMT at number 1 going into this game with 44. Meltstera gets knocked by Onmu. He's going to contribute from above.
They just went in for the rotation, but was it too early a little bit here? Fallout losing out on the Gibby at the same time. Yuka dropping low.
Yep. And just got word, no one bullied them. They actually chose to rotate here. We'll see if it pays off. GMT with Watson, with Rambo, with Natsuki, with the best comms in the game. Let's jump into Eliciden with GMT.
Chill. We're gonna get their loot out too.
Yeah. Good shit, baby. Good shit. I don't think we can play
nice,
that right
nice. Good shit, man. Good shit, man. Yep. Fucking bots, dude.
Let's fucking go, baby!
Let's go, Let's fucking go, baby! Yeah! Yeah! Wait, the crowd is yelling. Is that because we yelled? Are you listening to us? Let's fucking go! Yo, Liquid fucked off from the red room. We can
okay, they're still team high. They're still team high.
Breaking gen. They broke gen. It's gonna break. Get ready to regen. No, I don't have it. We're just gonna have to dance. Broken.
I think that's a Newcastle team. Oh, look at some.
Yeah.
Can we go back or do we stay?
I'm gonna try to go back, okay? I'm gonna try to go back.
Team in red room.
Yeah, we have to stay, I think.
We have to stay, I think.
Yeah, I'm looting. Peeking us. They're going there. Peeking us. Coming.
I got it. I'm going back. I'm going back.
I'm gonna go down. I'm dead. Go back. Someone landed on us.
Oh shit, on me. I'm just playing my life. Play your life.
Shooting for you. I'm resting down, okay?
I'm just dead. It's all you.
I'm gonna pop up. Bro, what the fuck is that?
What the fuck is that, bro? You guys gotta. You just need to play time.
I fucked one of them.
Yeah. Play close.
Can we 1v2?
No. You have to play right there.
Yeah. Can we go back to this spot?
Yeah, you can probably go back to spot. Yeah, you can go back spot.
Can I punch you?
No. It's stupid. Maybe you can actually.
That's
you just need to go. Yeah, you need to run. You just need to go. You need to go back to the spot. If they pin me, they pin me. It's not a big deal.
I'm good.
They're gonna pin me. Just play it.
The red room is peeking us again. Yeah, but we're gonna be protected, I think.
You're gonna have gen. You're chilling. You're gonna have gen.
There was a Moby in one of the boxes, dude. I kid you not, man. But you cannot get the banner. You're gonna die for it. No, they're gonna play backside. There's a team red room though. They're gonna peek. There's a team. We're gonna get peeked. Just listen for info, please.
I might have had one, bro.
I think you picked it up, Ram. No. Where's the fucking Moby?
Wow, and checking for some Mobies right there. Mobile respawn beacons to get the revive on Rambo. For those who are new to Apex, you can revive your teammates. They created that and really brought that to BRs. And you can do it in a mobile way if you pick up a mobile respawn beacon. Scurry on screen right now. Vaxlon and Anmu, they ulted to Fnatic spot what they think is going to be where the zone's going to end up. And we'll see if they can do what Fnatic couldn't.
Unfortunate timing right there, too. They were in the middle of that fight against Team Liquid, with not getting taken down, though. 100 Thieves, they can't push that. They know that GMT is right between them. They see those Watson fences. They need to play this patiently. You can see the Newcastle ult blocking the line of sight of the team that is holding on to the rocks there. Wondering, I think that is Optic Gaming. I'm going to have to see here as Furia now in this fight. Checks their backs, though. It is Watson now diving in. GMT in even more trouble.
I don't know why Dasky and GMT felt the need to move right there and make a play. They were in a good spot, but GMT's gonna get taken out. And just like that, Furia unlocks match point at 52. The first team to hit the 50-point match point threshold. If they win the next game, they are your ALGS champions. Let's jump into a listen-in with Furia, the newcomers to the scene.
Not there, Watson. Careful, guys.
Babies.
Watch your LOSs. You guys
I don't give a shit.
We kill these guys. We kill these guys.
Yeah,
I'm coming. I'm not there. I need to live. I'm dead.
I'm one, man.
I'm batting. We need a 3-2-1 this rat. 3-2 this rat. 3-2-1 this rat.
Wipe the left, I think.
Let me back. I need to heal, bro. I need to heal.
Close here. Kill this guy.
I'm healing. We gotta slow down.
Not kidding. Don't do it. Kill him. I'm mid-kitting first. Just I'm relaxed. Shut the hell up. Okay, Zero needs help. He's not relaxed.
72. We win that. All right.
Kill this kid, baby. He sucks.
I need that armor.
Our team down the thing. Down the way as a team.
I need to heal, bro. Like, please.
I need to heal too.
I need to heal. I have no big meds.
We need to kill this Gibby.
I'm good on mats. I need a med kit though.
Here.
Above?
Here. There you go.
I need a med
90.
kit. That's all you right now.
I'm coming.
That's zero peak for you.
I got it.
Blood zero peak for you. You guys
I did on him. You got it.
Good shit. We're gonna win this game. We have a Jhin. Don't fucking panic. We have a Jhin.
I have one bat burn.
Loot, bro. We haven't looted.
I got. Okay, never mind. Right here. I'm moving up a little bit. Okay. Yeah.
I don't even know what the fuck's zone. We need to kill this. We need to kill this. Swing right.
There's a team behind us. Careful.
Are we swinging this? You're safe on me. I think. Right here.
Yeah.
On this spin. We're safe on this spin.
We're safe and we kill this team in front of us.
Yeah.
In front of me.
I'm down to one bat though.
What a listen-in from Furia. The hit match point. My man Watson is literally treating it like a carnival. 360 no-scopes. Oh my goodness. Watson with a display of skill. And Furia saying we're going to win this game with confidence.
What year is this right now? Is how I know you like rats, everybody. One of your favorite players having to play for his life right now as Furia are looking to dominate. Like you said right there, Follow. You saw the 360 PK shot like he's having the time of his life. It's just another day at work as TSM get taken out by AIM.
And TSM is just getting a few placement points here and there, but they're kind of going through the same thing that Crazy Raccoons did yesterday. They're not getting the kills that they need to really make a dent on the leaderboards, but TSM in 4th place will get them at least a few. Nice shot from Hal to rat out right there. 100 Thieves still alive. And they have cover in a bit of a no man's land type of finish. You look at this, nothing but open waters here as the sharks of the lobby smell blood. It's Furia alongside AIM and 100 Thieves. 3 squads remain.
And look at their spot here too. They had a bit of the high ground. Look at this amazing path of mobile respawn beacons for some extra makeshift cover. Currently see them. You see Zero Tricky picking off the black hole. He's about to get it. Everybody's in it. Get ready. Here goes Panthers.
Panthers on controller. He's connecting with the PK. Pop. 2 knocked. Furia gonna try and take out 1, but AIM Esports has them aiming down sights. And just like that, 3 squads still remain. There's 1 rat alive. 1 member of Furia left in this one.
100 Thieves get taken out. Here we go. AIM now seeing Furia's only one left as they are the winners of game number 5. They claim their territory here on North Pad, and they claim the game.
And he's wearing the Iarka jersey on screen. You see the love shown. James Fearless Fury, what a showing from him. I've been so hot on this guy since watching him in the final ALGS online tournament, the LCQ. He fried, he dominated, he's so talented individually. The American player wearing the Iarka jersey for the Spaniard who could not compete today. My heart goes out to Iarka from Spain, the heart, the soul of this former Kick Esports, now AIM Esports squad. And again, Vicky, the fact that they just did that, y'all might not know, but AIM was a play-in team taking the spot of Empire. No one expected this team to be in this finals lobby, given the fact that they still had to play with 2 subs in Jarovic, and now they're doing it again. This is insane.
This is what happens. This is what happens when they have that dedication, when they have that momentum, when they have that motivation. Look at them. They hear you guys in the crowd. You guys are powering them up, and they needed that. We are swapping spots in the overall standings. They were sitting in last before that game.
Wow. That was insane. What we just saw on display. Uxako coming from Spain, as I mentioned. My apologies, Iarka. I gotta hold it up for him real quick. I misrepresented. The Portuguese sensation. We talk about none other than Kashera and the boys, but none other than Iarka watching from home. We got love for you right now, coming from Portugal and showing, hey, Ascend isn't the only Portuguese team here. He's also representing, as he dominated all weekend long. He played so well, but right now James Fearless is doing so well as himself.
It's beautiful. I love seeing these teams rotate. I want to see some more Apex. Furia, though, are looking so good right now, sitting right now at match point.
Woo! A 26-point bomb for AIM Esports. Furia at match point after a 22 bomb. 100 Thieves with 13. Great positioning from them with the comp that's worked so well all weekend long. Newcastle and Watson, the only team daring to run it. TSM gets the 5 placement points after a nice rat from Hal, which, by the way, we saw him ratting from way earlier in that game. That's impressive.
Yeah.
GMT had a chance, only 2 points.
Unfortunate, though. They're still sitting in second place overall. I believe 4 points away from match point. That just leaves Fury, by the way, being the sole team that is currently sitting at match point right now.
That's right. That's a fact. Alliance, quiet. Space Station, 4 points for them. Cloud9, after a really strong start from them, we're in the top 5. Scars, 0. NRG, 0. So, again, every team is sitting back and watching idly as Furia might just be stealing the show, Vicky.
But you know what that means here, Fallout? That means that they cannot just play for the KP. They need to play for placement. They need to play for positioning. I know we be seeing the movement coming in here from his Watson. We see the 360 PK shots, but now it's time to take that dub if you want to be the winners of the championship.
Yeah, that's an absolute fact. My man's doing the electric slide on screen, literally. Slide to the right, slide to the left, turn around, do a 360. He's doing everything. His Watson's been performing so well. So that puts them at match points. And of course, we'll show you the overall leaderboards here in a moment. I'll try and pull things up on my side as well to keep you updated. We know GMT's close. We know Furia's at 64. GMT's at 46. And I got to also look, we gave a lot of love to Iarka. We got to give a lot of love to GMT. And again, we stand with Ukraine. And of course, we stand with the boys
and Strafey
in Ukraine. Max Strafey on this team. He's watching from home right now, cheering on his longtime teammates in Nasky and Dell, the team that dominated the summer circuit with a championship and rose to the top from the bottom. Big love to Strafey. And of course, Artico and the rest.
Yep. My favorite plays here. You can see right now the overall leaderboards updated here for you guys. Furia, the first team to hit match point, 64 points now in their pocket. GMT right behind them.
GMT 4 points away, and you wonder, could that have been it? They felt this need to push into 2 teams. It was Team Liquid. I don't know if they knew that Furia was right there, but they got taken out. Team Burger, chants are going. I don't see them on the screen, but they're cheering anyways. These people are lunatics. Burger Brigade can't be stopped. Doesn't matter what's happening, there's cheering. Fnatic in 5th with 39 AD. So look at this top page right now. We got Furia from NA, 100 Thieves from NA, GMT representing EU, AD and Fnatic from APAC North, the Koreans in AD, the Japanese in Fnatic. And we know how big Apex is in Japan. Talk us through the second page, though.
Now, looking at the second page, you saw Alliance now sitting at 26 points, tied, though, with 2 other squads. It's going to be Team Liquid and Dark Zero. Moving up a little bit, but, man, this is quite a gap between this page and Furia right now, sitting at a total of 64 points, 50 points being that match point that you want to be sitting in.
That's right. You see Furia boys on screen from right to left. You got Panders. You got his, Watson, and Zera Tricky. Zera Tricky's been competing for a long time. Panders as well. Panders from Ghost Gaming, and you always felt like he's next. He's next up. All he needed was his Watson the ranked grinder. These guys just love this game, and it's just such a great story because look, Optic Gaming is another one. Former Xbox ranked players, ranked grinders. If you're a ranked grinder yourself, one of the millions that loves to enjoy this game competitively, you could be on this main stage at the next ALGS Championship. The format is amazing. It's an open bracket, open competition. Anyone can work their way through the Challenger circuit, much like we saw the likes of Furia do from an LCQ to now being #1 with a chance to win $500,000. They were a last chance qualifying team, and they now have an opportunity of a lifetime to close this championship out in 7. Furia at match point with an opportunity to win it all after this.
Match point is activated here in Raleigh at the Apex Legends Global Series Championships, and it's going to be the boys on Furia who are looking to close things out right here, right now in this next game. But the chasing pack, they're going to be more than aware that Furia had the chance to close it all out.
And I think a lot of people would have seen this coming with how aggressive Furia have been playing all tournament, how much kills they've been able to put on the board, how many points they've been able to put on the board. But can they do it? Can they get that victory here on Storm Point to make themselves champions here at ALGS 22?
It's time to get down to business, Dan. It's time to get real here. Let's get ready for this one. I want to get into the games. We're heading over to Storm Point once more. Don't worry, the shirt will stay on. But, I mean, for the chasing pack, we have to kind of highlight this, right? Furia, amazing performance, dominant performance. Didn't quite get the win, but the KP and the placement was enough. But the team on your screen, EXO, they're trying to be one of those teams who can maybe have a pop-off game to chase down that 64-point total that Furia currently have. But for GMT, for 100 Thieves, for AD, Fnatic, NRG, AIM, TSM, and SSG, even Cloud9 here, a win would probably put those on match point as well.
And that will be nervous times for every team that is there. But right now, Furia have a free hit. Furia have one game where they're the only team on match point. But that means there's going to be a lot of eyes on that kill feed, on those teams getting confirmed who is out. Do Furia change their composition? Do they try and hide amongst the other teams? That's what I'm going to be looking out for.
I don't think they will. I think they play one way and one way only. They want to win this in their own style. They want to win this in a dominant fashion. And Raleigh, this could well be the last game here, so make some noise. Furia have the chance. Let's see if they've got the nerve.
And Furia's win percentage across this entire tournament is only 9.68%. And that's including both maps. If it's Storm Point, they've only had one victory, and it was today. They weren't able to get any other Storm Point victories throughout this tournament, but it seems like they are here to play today in Raleigh. And if they can show similar consistency, maybe, just maybe, we can get this done in 6.
Well, just again, to reiterate, Furia have the chance, if they win this game, to call themselves champions, to take home $500,000. But also, just to keep in context once more, Cloud9, who are down in 10th place, have 32 points on the board. So a win for them with a couple of KP, that shows how close it is.
And whilst earlier I was saying that a lot of people are going to be keeping an eye on that kill feed, of course, it's anonymous to see who you've knocked. But once a team is eliminated, every team in the game will see that. So one of the players will be tasked to constantly be checking that kill feed, constantly keeping tabs. Are Furia still alive? If you get to that final circle and you know Furia is still alive, you better believe you need to know which team they are, because you need to work together to eliminate them. Otherwise, you could be seeing them crowned as champions and your chances taken away.
Team Liquid, one of those teams who need a big performance, and the circle is certainly going to help them out for sure. We did see where it was going, fairly central just to the north. But AIM Esports, what a moment for them. Coming into this game, coming into this lobby, probably one of the underdogs, you'd have to say, but performing in that last game to get the win, and that is massive for them.
I mean, after the change they had to make, Fearless James coming in as the substitute, what a moment it was for them, and doing it for their teammate, who unfortunately could not play today. But are they going to be able to continue their consistency into this game to try and push themselves to match point? The one team is Furia. They've got a Horizon, they've got a Seer. They're still going to be looking to make an impact and still be aggressive.
GMT in second place just behind them as well. You can see the points total just next to their name and their logo, 46. They only need 4 more points. Fnatic, they're in 5th place. They need 11. It could not be tighter. Like you said, Dan, you summed it up perfectly. For Furia, this is a free hit.
And that sometimes makes you play in a different way. Because you've got to imagine Furia have been this aggressive team who have pushed fights. They've taken risks. But now suddenly match point is on the cards, and suddenly a victory here in this tournament is a big potential, a big possibility for them. Do they start to reduce those risks? Do they start to play a little bit more central zone? And how does that affect them? Are they going to be able to change that play style? Or because they have a free hit here, do they just say, screw it, let's play how we've been playing? Let's try and just continue to be aggressive, and maybe we will still be rewarded with a victory.
I think the smartest thing to do here is stick with the thing that has brought you to the dance in the first place. They had a great performance in the winners bracket. They've had a great performance so far today, as have 100 Thieves. It's been a little bit of a longer road for 100 Thieves, but they're currently sat on 43 points. They need 7 to get to that 50-point mark. and give themselves a chance of being back-to-back champions.
And this would be amazing for 100 Thieves if they could get to match point here and it stayed alive going into World's Edge, because 100 Thieves have been the best World's Edge team when it comes to the amount of victories they've been able to have. But of course, it still could end all here on Storm Point. Fnatic still within a shout as well, 39 points. There are so many teams here with just an average game, an okay game, and you still find yourself on match point. And I think Furia will be well aware of that, and that's why there's a lot of pressure for them to try and get it done in 6 here.
I think everyone's eyes will be trying to scarper the lands and see if they can spot out that Furious squad. They know where they're going to be landing, they know where they're going to be rotating, but also you got in the back of your mind that you still need those points. You can't just concentrate on Furious game here.
Because you might ask the question, well, why doesn't someone just land on them, right? Why doesn't someone just grief them? But if you do that, you potentially throw away your chances of getting to match point. So it's a fine balance about still focusing on your game, still making sure that you get the points, but also keeping an eye on which teams are eliminated so that later on you have an idea as to whether you are going to be facing up against Furia.
It's going to be an interesting circle for sure. It's going to be ending in and around Cascade Falls. So like I mentioned, kind of north-central for a lot of teams, and a lot of teams with an opportunity to make a quick rotation to it. I wonder if there's going to be a few teams who are looking to take some risks. Alliance down in 13th place at the moment. They did get that win on the board, of course, a little bit earlier, but 26 points means that they need a monster game if they want to be involved in that pack if, and I say if, we go to another game.
And a nice head-to-head there with two of our biggest damage dealers in the competition right now. His Watson has been averaging an insane amount of kills. I know 2.4 kills per game doesn't seem that much, but trust me, in lobbies like this, to be averaging that amount of kills is incredible. The damage, though, from Vaxlon has been what's so impressive here for 100 Thieves. And if they can find the same form they've been showing all tournament long, 7 points should be easily achievable for them. And with the composition they have, I'm sure they'd be happy.
Well, TSM won't be happy right now because SSG are on the hunt and Verhulst is down, and I'm pretty sure there's another player down for TSM as well. So one player trying to escape to keep their dreams and their hopes alive for not just their fans at home, but the TSM faithful who are here in the PNC arena as well. Space Station, though, another team, 33 points at the moment. They don't need a monster, they just need a win.
Yeah, Space Station are trying to find these last two remaining players of TSM, and I think they might have found them as well. And we've already seen TSM successfully rat their way to some of these late placements to get these points needed. They are 15 points away from match point. You cannot afford to let too many teams get there before you do, because suddenly then your chance of getting your hands on that trophy gets stripped away from you for sure, and you start to worry a little bit too much about who you're fighting, who is in the late game, and it is going to be Reps as the last remaining player here for TSM.
Well, I don't know how Reps has managed to do this, because you can see that EXO was on one side of Antenna, on the other, Space Station were trying to hunt him down as well, but Reps, even on Gibby, manages to just turn into a ghost and disappear. He doesn't have the banners though, so Reps, your job once again is going to be survive, get towards that end game, try and extend this series by being an influence on some of those last fights. Only 2 players knocked in the lobby at the moment, or should I say 2 players eliminated in the lobby at the moment. They are going to be both of the TSM members. So Furia now make their move north, and they'll be hoping it'll be a soft landing as well.
Yeah, it looks like Furia are going to plan to go through the wall and then arrive from the circle on the northern side. The closest team to them, GMT. And GMT are going to be the team they're fighting already here, and we know how close GMT are to match point. So this could be such a big moment for Furia if they could eliminate their closest competition. But of course, on the flip side, if GMT can take out Furia, then they're going to do the whole lobby a favor.
I think if GMT win the fight here against Furia, you will hear a collective sigh of relief from every single team outside of Furia and the Furia fans that are here, of course, across that main stage. For GMT now, they've got to take their time, but taking their time is something that they're not going to be allowed to do too much, because we've seen how Furia play. They like to get aggro, they like to take the fight, but like you say, is that little bit of doubt in the back of the mind of if one fight doesn't go our way, maybe we're throwing away our chances here.
Well, they did just manage to force GMT off the building they were, and I think that shows the different play styles and also the different positions that both these teams are in at the moment. One who needs points, one who just needs a victory and is prepared to do whatever it takes to get one. Furia still thinking about maybe attacking this GMT roster, and even though they have taken a lot of risks leading up to this, you will feel like they're going to be a little bit more standoffy in these situations now. They shouldn't be throwing themselves in every single fight, but at the same time, I will never tell his Watson what to do, because he has been phenomenal so far this tournament.
I mean, what a story it is for his Watson as well. He just kind of announced himself in the biggest way possible to the Apex Legends Global Series by coming in here and being part of this Furia lineup has just completely and utterly changed the dynamic of it. They have become such an aggressive, almost demanding respect, the team that he's on at the moment, and finds himself on match point and just one game away maybe from being a lot richer. For now, Dark Zero, they're part of that chasing pack. 26 points for them. We'll have to see if the Aussies can step up.
And if this circle does pull west, which is what I think a lot of these teams are banking on, the likes of AIM, the likes of 100 Thieves, who have gone just slightly northwest of Cascade Falls, they're going to be in the perfect spot. And there you go, there's that information on your screen. It is going to be going slightly west of this circle. And so the teams like GMT, who are going to have to move in, will have a long way to go. And actually, they're going to have to go over a lot of teams to be able to do so. Team Liquid, they're literally flying right over the top of them right now.
Team Liquid kind of wave at them. They're not going to be able to do any damage, though. GMT take this spot on the side of this hill, and this is a really good spot to hold, just if you can survive, first of all. But you can hold out so many teams, but no, Naski's going to go down! GMT! Backs against the wall at this point. Rambo's trying to get in a position to help out Dell, but Naski, it's 100 Thieves, Vaxilon, who gets the knock again with that darn 30-30 repeater. That thing has knocked so many players out of the sky.
And remember, they only need 4 points. They are so close. As for Furia, they're still doing the right thing. They still find themselves in the circle. They're setting up, and they're taking the land off of GMT. The previous Watson fences that were theirs, and now GMT fighting for their chances on match point.
Fighting for their lives, trying to see what they can do. Dell decides he's going to go and
Shots.
fight. Oh, it's not good enough, though. And now Rambo finds himself on his own. Well, that's not the first time we've said that this tournament.
It's a long road to try and get 4 points from placement if you are a solo rat when 20 squads still remain. But if anyone could do it, I'm sure that Rambo can. The late stand-in for this GMT roster, he has been just levels above what anyone would have ever expected. And I'm sure if he can make his way into those late game situations, he could certainly put a couple of kills on the board and give GMT the chance to get to match point. But we'll have to see, because there is still a long way to go yet. Circle 2, 37 seconds until that's going to be closing. And there are still a lot of teams on set who haven't even made their way into Circle 1.
Yeah, you see that Naski's still down at the moment. He's not going to be able to do anything as far as getting towards his teammate. But the reason that he hasn't quite been finished off as yet, as I obviously say that, and he gets finished off by that 30-30, is just because there's a couple of teams in the vicinity, Team Liquid and Team Burger, who are looking at just momentarily there, kind of coexisting in different buildings just outside of where that next zone is going to be pulling. But IG International, let's see what they can do. They're inside of that. They've got the beacon information, so they will be safe for the time being. But time being is maybe looking a little bit shorter, as now they're going to have some neighbors moving in. It's Space Station who drop out of the skies.
Well, IG and Scars were holding these two buildings, and Space Station are risking it all by pushing here, and they're under a lot of pressure from these both teams.
Noxgas goes down, though, and that's going to do so much damage, and now Frex steps out with that car, shreds some shields, and now he's going to do some more damage. Denial has gone down, though. Space Station find themselves on the back foot. Dropped has got the shields to really hold the angles, but look at the sprays that are coming through the window. Frex has managed to get that battery off. And IG have lost one here who's been finished.
Well, you talk about noisy neighbors. Scars are very noisy indeed. You got to go in and get the finish. IG, RKN will take down one more member of Space Station here. And they find themselves in a 2 versus 1, but they have lost Bryn.
100 Thieves lose a player as well. Zeta in the kill feed. RKN left on his own for now. Jumps out the window, lands on the grass. But unfortunately, IG, their story here is going to finish for now. Scars move in.
Scars were just able to watch all of that. They peeked through their curtains, they provided some covering fire, and they picked up a KP because of it. And it looks like they're thinking about maybe trying to take this building from them. This is a big decision. If it goes wrong, that could be your tournament chances over. Space Station looking to try and get the res, looking to try and get themselves back up to a full 3 before this Scars push comes in.
I mean, the timing's good for them, though. There's a couple of teams in the area. AD are one of those teams. Scars, while they're dealing with AD, have allowed Space Station just the time they require to get back up to 2. So Scars moving in, collecting some loot. You can see that RPR's kind of struggling for light ammo at the moment, but Taishin, he's got plenty to play with.
Yeah, I think Scars needed some resources. That's why they got a little bit aggressive there to those boxes. It was a risk, but I think they calculated it excellently, recognizing SSG were weak at the time. Look how close AD are as well to SSG. They are sharing the same building, and they are, I'm sure, going to have their cups to the wall to try and hear any sort of extra footsteps, any sort of indication. Optic Gaming have just lost a player. C9 are fighting Optic Gaming elsewhere in the map right now.
Huge moment for C9 as well. I mentioned they're down on 32 points. They need a win. They need a big game, and they could just maybe scrape their way up to 50 points and find themselves on match point. However, EXO, they're on the hunt themselves. Looking at that kill feed once more. Optic down to just one, and Noct is trying to survive. You have to wonder if Cloud9 are going to chase him down, but no, because Cloud9 are eliminated.
Cloud9 and Optic had a scrap. EXO came in to finish things. Can you survive jetting up into the sky? No, you cannot. Optic Gaming wiped out in 18th position, and EXO, who were currently in 19th coming into this game, they need a huge one if they are going to go up in these leaderboards.
And just remember why these big names are falling out of the lobby. Furia will see this. Furia will be going, great, we don't have to fight the likes of Optic. We don't have to fight the likes of Cloud9 if it comes down to those final moments. Space Station go down as well, as AD now make the move in with a Peacekeeper.
Well, it's Scars, they've come for the third party, and now Karampo is the last remaining player. He's going to fall, and Scars looking to try and make an impact on this lobby.
Look at Mandy, he's getting hyped in here as well. He loves the energy that's coming from the crowd, and you get the feeling this Scars team, if they can find that energy, if the crowd gets behind them here in Raleigh, maybe, just maybe, there's a comeback story to be had.
Remember, Scars, one of only 2 teams who have yet to find a victory so far in this tournament, but think about it. They are a championship-winning team. They've been there. They've done that. If they are to get to match point, you better believe they have what it takes to get a victory when it's needed. But right now, it's about securing points. They're on 23. It's still a long way to go for them, and they've got to make sure that Furia do not win this game, as Furia just having a little bit of a teabag situation.
This is a dance. This is synchronized like dancing. This is very different to teabag. I don't know what is teabag.
I think maybe just waiting for Pandas to get back in the game would be my only guess. There he is. He connects, and it's all good. They were waiting for him to pop his ultimate. But where do you go?
Up. That's the only way you can go in this situation. But where do you land? That's the big question here. What a moment this could be for Furia. The only team on match point show their cards. And if you're Furia, there's only one way to play here. They see the opportunity. Team Burger go down as Liquid pick up the kills.
But Liquid are very healthy here. I don't think Furia will be expecting this, but Furia are sending it nonetheless. They are going to send Siren. You get so much information, and you've got grenades to work with.
Pandas gets the first knock as well. So Furia, you asked the question, how are Furia going to play? They're going to play like they have the whole time. They get the knock onto one member of Liquid, and now they're looking to clean up.
Clean up they will. They've got one. They don't want to overdo it here. They don't want to allow the third party to come in. But the reason why they pushed it is because they've seen space that they can take. They've seen a team that is guaranteed to be a little bit weak. Granted, Liquid were maybe healthier than expected, but they still did the damage. Nocturnal does get away, but unfortunately the last remaining player.
Fnatic, again, 39 points for them. 11 will be great. Ascend in the feed as well. EXO moving in, and EXO picking up some big KP, but look at the feed again. It's going to be Furia who arrive once more. His Watson is down. Zeratricky trying to hold the fort here, and it looks like they've been able to reset for now, but now there's other teams looking at him. Zeratricky has to get the hell out of here.
They're aggressive, they get the kills, but unfortunately another team in the vicinity means that his Watson has to crawl his way back. They desperately try some covering fire here to see if they can get it back up. Remember, Furia need this victory if they are going to win this tournament, and they're doing so well to keep NRG back.
NRG making their move. Sweets made the call. This is our play. Instead, it looks like maybe a little bit of a change of decision there. To rotate back just to wait a few more moments. That uphill battle is so difficult to take. And for Furia, that is absolutely huge.
I mean, surely Furia get back up, and this is the beauty of Anonymous mode. No one would have known.
They're back to 3.
No one would have known that Furia had a player knocked. So Furia, they continue to go unnoticed. We're down to 12 squads, and Furia are still being aggressive. They are continuing that same playstyle we've seen all tournament long. But, Mark, 10 seconds until we close, and Furia still have to move their way into the circle.
They've cleared their back, though, and let's take ourselves back a little bit earlier on. Game number 2. Here's Watson went down. Yes, they had to use a res beacon to get him back into the game, but once he was back into the game, he was a menace. Pandas has got to be careful, though. He's taking his time to pop a battery here. Now you can see that rotation through the secondary choke coming in from NRG. They didn't want any of that. They made the play that was safer for them to get the points they need to get to 50.
Previous winners AIM were eliminated in 12th position. Fury have a lot of eyes on them right now, but maybe we'll try and capitalize on this damage here. Shred with the Horizon, but here's Watson needs to stay up.
That might have just saved him. It just blocked the line of sight on the team trying to force him back.
Oh,
TSM 4, as does his Watson. Zeratricky and Pandas, they can't get it back on his feet this time, but Zeratricky says, don't worry boys, I'm going to try and win us a championship on my own. Zeratricky!
Fury are eliminated. We're guaranteed a match number 7. GMT also fall. Our eyes turn to NRG, 9 points away from match point.
But did GMT do enough? One thing I can guarantee, though, is we are going to one more game, everybody. 100 Thieves are going to get on match point themselves.
47 points, and they are under pressure. They've got to win this fight. They can't afford to go down.
Onmu, have you got ice in the veins? The answer,
surely not.
The answer is no! 100 Thieves are falling. Alliance fall as well. We're down to 5.
100 Thieves did not do enough. Scars onto 31 points. Scars into the top 5. And DZ are still kicking, but here comes NRG to wipe the final remaining rat. 4 squads remain. NRG getting closer and closer to match point.
NRG are closing in on match point. Sweet takes damage. Should have an armor swap, though, to play with. They have the north side of this zone all to themselves. They've got some natural cover as well from this rock formation. And Sweet on the Valkyrie is going to take the ultimate high ground to survey the land.
5 more points. Get yourselves into top 2. And you're there. It's as simple as that. But in a lobby like this, nothing is simple. Oh, Nocturnal still alive.
Huge moments. Defining fights, everything you could want from a finals lobby. NRG, though, at the moment seem to hold the cards. Sweet makes the call. There goes the missile swarm. They're trying to flush this team out to clear as much ground as they can in front of them. NRG, while they're taking the fight, Nocturnal takes to the skies.
Could be huge here for Liquid. If they can get a top 3 placement, minimum extra points gets them closer to match point. But NRG definitely are focused. They are the closest team now to being the second onto match point. But certainly Nocturnal can have a big, big impact on this final circle.
Look at this. Nocturnal's landed away from everyone.
Uh-oh, NRG.
Nocturnal's landed away from everyone. He can influence this fight massively. Scars, get the knock onto Rocker.
If NRG fall, they will not be on match point. Scars can get aggressive here. They can make sure they get the elimination. And Scars take out NRG.
Did NRG do enough? Scars. I mentioned how the crowd was getting behind them. I mentioned how they live off of the energy, and now RPR's trying to hold the fort. Taishin with the spray. Taishin and RPR still alive, but Scars cannot close things out. EXO as a 2, trying to finish this game off. Liquid will come second, but EXO will be your champions.
EXO were in 19th position before that game. Previously, we saw Fnatic, who were in 17th, find their victory. The teams lower down on the leaderboard are starting to pick up the points here, but more importantly, I'm not sure anyone else reached match point.
Oh, this is absolutely insane. This is why we love the ALGS. This is why we love Apex Legends, because the games will keep coming. Furia, though, they're going to look back at that one and think, maybe we had a chance. Scars are going to be looking ahead and thinking, maybe we've just created a chance.
Scars, who were also down in 17th position before that game, start to really send themselves up in that leaderboard and closer to that match point total. GMT only needed 4 points. I'm not sure they got it. NRG did not get it. And 100 Thieves did not get it. That would mean that Furia will be the only team still on match point going into match number 7. We'll wait for guaranteed results. But I would suggest that's probably the situation we saw unfold. And it was a great effort from Furia. They carried on playing that aggressive playstyle. They carried on pushing teams. But unfortunately, it was just a little bit too much. Too many eyes as they tried to approach that circle.
I'm glad you're keeping your composure, because mine is getting close to being lost very, very quickly.
GMT were 1 point.
GMT end up on 49 points. 1 off of match point. Heartbreak for them. But I'm sure they'll still have smiles on their faces. 100 Thieves do not do enough either. So I'm pretty sure, and this is a risk for me to say because my maths is terrible, that Furia will still be the only team on match point here.
That they will. GMT still need 1. 100 Thieves still need 3. AD and NRG both need 5. So Furia had their free hit, but because of their aggression, because how they were pushing other teams, they get another free hit. As we see the bottom half of the leaderboard, some of the biggest organizations, some of the biggest names in Apex Legends, not able to find points in that game. And that just means that Furia, they get that second chance. And this is not something that we often see in Matchpoint, where one team stays as the sole Matchpoint holder for several games.
Absolutely ridiculous, that game. Just absolutely crazy to watch, to commentate, and I'm sure even more so to be a part of for these teams. But let's give a lot of plaudits to EXO, the winners of our last game. A massive, massive performance from them, and not too bad on the KP as well. Big kills.
Well, it just seems like EXO, they shifted their playstyle a little bit going into that one. There was a Cloud9 versus Optic Gaming fight, and EXO said, well, why don't we get involved? Why don't we start finding some KP? And they put themselves down from 19th in the leaderboard to 7th in the leaderboard.
It's a big
and
jump.
They are now 12 points away from match point.
Well, I mean, the one thing, I mean, that is the shirt to be wearing right now, by the way. That's what I want to see. Your boys have done it. A big, big win for them. But one thing that we kind of now find ourselves in the situation with, Dan, is after this game, I don't think Furia get another shot on their own.
Surely not,
Surely
right?
not.
But every time we seem to say it, I've seen teams before be 1 point away from match point and still not get it. Because remember, to get 1 point, you have to get 1 kill or get into the top 15 bare minimum. It sounds easy, but suddenly when that pressure is on you and you lose a fight or you lose a player, it's not guaranteed.
It certainly isn't. But for now, it is going to be another free roll of the dice, so to speak, for Furia. That's going to be all from the commentary desk for now. It's time for us to take a breather, and we're going to need it. Let's send it back to the desk.
Thank you, Mark and Dan. What an incredible game there. APAC South representing with Team EXO, but I have to bring this to our attention. We've got one team on match point after 6 games, and it is the young stars of Apex, Furia, led by his Watson, and I think we're witnessing a performance that could go down in the ALGS history books.
It's an amazing feat to come out at your first LAN and perform like this, feeling no pressure, basically, taking all the fights to everybody. But my favorite thing about this is the crowd wants more Apex. You can hear them cheering for when Furia goes down. I know you guys want some more Apex. We do too.
How do you handle this situation as Furia? Do you do what you've been doing, or do you switch it up? Now that you're the only team that can win, that's got to be running through their heads. Do we change our style?
It's been working, right? The amount of confidence that we saw out of his Watson, did anybody else catch the 360 PK shots? I mean, who's doing that in a $2 million tournament? Why change it? It ain't broke, okay?
Yeah, it is paying to be aggressive for sure. They have brought new flavor to the ALGS, and we are so excited to see it. But the thing about Matchpoint is that it has this tricky way of creating storylines that you never expect. Who would have thought 100 Thieves wouldn't be on match point by now? I certainly wouldn't, but game 4, Tom, walk us through how this all developed. Fnatic started to look real good all of a sudden.
Yeah, Fnatic takes the opposite side of the train tracks here, and this is where there was just absolute chaos in the bottom of this building. Team after team pushing in here, Liquid comes in, but Fnatic playing on the outside with a great bubble, a great defensive bombardment coming through, the Thermite over towards the door, and they take their first win of the championship. That was big for their points overall and big for their confidence.
Yeah, and then heading into our next match, though, it needs to be stated because this is actually making an impact in this particular game. NRG, a team that had the opportunity to get themselves on match point, they went out really, really early, which was not ideal for them. And then once again, it's the Furia show.
Yep.
Their aggression is paying off for them. This push at the end, I think while we were watching, we were all like, oh my God, they actually committed to that. and it paid off because that's what put them on that match point.
Even though AIM Esports actually wins this with a sub, talk about that story.
Yeah, and keep in mind right there, going back to AIM Esports in a second, that just to clarify, even though that they had 50 points, if they were to win that game, they don't win the tournament, right?
That's right.
You have to get to 50 points, and then after that game, if you win that game, you're going to be in a good spot. But yes, Fearless coming in, one of our best controller players in North America, definitely shining, and you saw him trying to get the crowd hyped up. This was an amazing moment for Zeratricky where he's holding players off with the Hemlock, then he comes out with the flatline there, trying to finish things off, but it was just too much. An amazing performance here from EXO. You saw a great skyward dive coming in from Nocturnal, how he was able to rat it through. Unfortunately, not able to win this 2 versus 1 for Team Liquid.
71 points for the first place team. Everyone else a far cry away. GMT Esports, though, a crowd favorite, a fan favorite at home. 1 point away from match point. I mean, that has got to hurt. But there's got to be a lot of confidence and happiness going on throughout them, too. And that's the thing. Nasty Nasky is the nickname. It's, you know, I don't know if it's a deodorant thing or it's just the fact that he's owned it ever since we called him that. But he is the happiest guy of all to have on your team. So I feel like they're still in good spirits here.
I don't think his team would be in good spirits if he wasn't wearing deodorant, okay? So I think it's just he's nasty at the game.
No, he smells good. He's a dapper.
Taking a look. Hey, you know what? You got to grind, and sometimes you don't have to shower when that happens, all right? We know that. We know that. So the second page, still, with only one team on match point, you can't really feel bad about this situation.
Lauren, TSM 11th?
Yes, and I'm glad that you brought this up because we've got TSM in 11th. I mean, Optic Gaming on this second page. Lots of names that we weren't prepared to see struggling. Is it the first half of the day? I don't know how long this is going to go for because Furia could take it home in the next match. But very, very unexpected, and it's probably my favorite part about this event because we are just getting some rising stars. We're seeing other regions coming in and dominating. It's been fantastic so far.
It's a live developing situation. That's what I love about Matchpoint, and this day particularly, on the final day of our Apex Esports competitions. You never know. Are we coming back? Is the trophy ceremony? Or we got another game? What's happening? One thing we do know is that we got some great analysts to tell us what has happened, and so for that, let's go to the Telestrator with Gino.
Thank you so much, Rain. Okay, I want to have a look at 100 Thieves and that fascinating Newcastle Watson composition they've been playing. This is almost, completely new to the competitive scene. So how does it work? How do you set this up? Obviously, it's a very defensive composition. You've got fences everywhere. But the most important part of it is how you set up the Newcastle castle wall and Watson's generator. So what you really need to do is make sure that the generator is very well hidden and by itself. So if we have a look at one of the games they've got on Storm Point here, you can see you always want to set up your generator behind the biggest parts of the castle wall if possible. And as you might have seen in some of those other ones, like nestled into a wall as well. Because once it's behind that, it's so hard for the other teams to do almost anything to you. Grenades coming in, they're getting stopped. Caustic, obviously very powerful in these lobbies. Those ultimate grenades, they get eaten up by the generator. And the other big part about this is it just allows you to play spots that other teams can't. So everyone else, they're fighting for, cover in the building over here. There's some boxes, but 100 Thieves, they just valk into a spot where no one else would think to go because they can set up the cover for themselves. Now, moving forward here, you can see the circle will start to move in. They go even further into the middle of the circle here. And you can see not only do they have some natural cover here, but they've got the Watson fences here. So they've got protection from this. Anyone trying to lob grenades over here, the generator right in the middle there just means they are almost completely unassailable. 100 Thieves, they're doing so well this game. This series, they're third position, almost on match point. This is one of the keys to how they've done that.
Thank you so much, Genome. I make a lot of YouTube content as well, and I love breaking down the new characters. Newcastle specifically, an off-tank, in my opinion. Not the traditional Gibby. There's a reason that they're running Watson with it, but those two together are a really interesting interaction. Hopefully we'll have time to talk a little bit about that more in depth with Genome, breaking some more character-specific details for all of you watching at home. All right, we have great performances happening all day long. I'm sure you are aware of that. favorite players around the world. And if you want to be involved in choosing your Monster Energy MVP, you've got to do it now. Hashtag Jen Burton, hashtag Nocturnal, hashtag Duplex, or whoever you feel is performing at the best level. And we will be counting those votes on Twitter, in the Twitch chat, and in the YouTube chat, and deciding if they make it to our Monster MVP, get a special trophy, special interview at the end of the day. But make sure you include hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP with the hashtag of the player that we're showing you on screen. Oh, big shout out to Designful out there. Gary's hanging out. Got some content creators, some pros in there. Designful, you coming back? All right, we'll find out. He's definitely teased it. Final thoughts, guys. We're going back into, obviously, some more games. We don't know when it'll end, but
Two things to consider. One is the amount of teams that could be on match point after this. The other thing is Furia sitting at 71 points. I think everyone's thinking, do they change their composition or do they continue to play how they're playing? I say you keep playing how you're playing. It got you this far to begin with, and you also got to consider about putting as many points on the board as possible just to secure that bag, right?
Absolutely, I couldn't agree with that anymore. And not to mention, we have to keep remembering anonymous mode. I mean, there were so many opportunities where we even heard the casters talking about it. If people knew who they were fighting, they would be pushing them, and they weren't. So this is still an opportunity for Fury to take it home before multiple teams, like you were saying, Tom, do end up on match point.
take advantage of the moment. This is a special one, ladies and gentlemen. And guess what? We don't know when it will end. Guess you got to keep watching. We certainly will be here at the PNC Arena in Raleigh. After this, Game 7 coming up. Match point continues on Championship Sunday.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Championship in Raleigh, North Carolina. Mandy for MVP. Look, I gotta agree with you. He's a good-looking guy too. You know what I'm saying? So look, if you're single, he's single. I'm just saying. No, I'm just playing. Shout out to my man Mandy. Shout out to Papa Mandy watching from home, all the way from Denmark. We got Designful in the house, G2's very own. We got the best crowd at Apex Legends here live from Raleigh. People flying from Hawaii, Cali. I met someone from the UK who made it over the pond just to support the IG boys. It's amazing.
Yeah, a lot of these arena members here have driven to actually attend in the PNC arena. Look at this. Look at our legends.
Oh,
we got the Flex Master himself.
Exactly. Sun's out, guns out.
He puts me to shame.
Is he going to do the whole thing through the jungle again? Oh, what are you going to do? Yeah. Yeah. My man.
Furia.
That's right. Then we got Furia.
71 points. They're almost running laps on the competition, by the way.
Yeah, they're going absolute bonkers right now. His Watson, again, so much conversation and chatter. How would he perform in his first LAN? This guy's leaving his basement for the first time. He smells bad, but he's here. And that's what we appreciate the most. Any basement dwellers out there? No, just a couple, just him. Just him. All right.
No, it's
look.
me.
You're a basement dweller?
Yeah. I
Just
don't touch
self-proclaimed?
grass. I definitely do not touch grass.
Trust me, I played Apex with this girl. She does not touch grass. Confirmed. She's cracked. Shout out to Vicky, Kitty, my controller duo, as we got Anmu and the boys on screen, AD on screen, Azabli and Parka, and Karanpu looking to go big to see if they can get match points. And then Team Burger, fan favorite, they need some of that Burger magic right now. 19th place with 19 points, Vicky.
When are they going to take the dub? We need to get the dub out here.
We got a big juicy burger, and they have a. Can we please get the crowd shot? Pretty please. This is important. Keep the big juicy burger hand signals going right here, because they have a choreographed dance for the big juicy burger chants. Meanwhile, we got GMT fans in the house. You love the GMT energy. Some 100 Thieves as well. But hey, gameplay is starting. Let's jump in. It's World's Edge. The question is, can Furia win a game on World's Edge, Vicky? I think they're a Storm Point dominant team.
We're going to have to see. I feel like they are obviously a frag-heavy team, but when it comes to World's Edge, they got to change things up a bit if they want to take that trophy that's taller than me home. Let's go now.
I don't know if the trophy's tall or you're short. One of the two.
A little bit of both. But now we get to dive into game number 7, guys.
That's right.
Is this going to be our final game? Is Furia going to be the ones to take it home?
And this is what I know. Is this going to be our final game? And this is when the crowd says, hell no, it ain't. We're going 11, baby. We're going all the way as we got the on-screen map drop spots. Furia dropping countdown. Got to be careful for Team Liquid. 100 Thieves just north. SSG, Lava Fissure to their west, and GMT below them. A lot of teams in contention for match points, especially 100 Thieves and GMT. And guess what? Zone pulls directly to them. Furia can just chill in countdown, especially if they have Caustic. I want to see Furia change their team comp up. I know Tom and I disagree. T-Squared says they should run the same comp. I think they need to blend in a little bit more. There's no way they're winning this game if they have Seer and Fuse on their team.
I'm wondering here. I like your point, but they have mentioned before that they're the squad to force other teams off of where their composition is the most comfiest. As we could see EXO, the winners of the last game, popping off. See if they can replicate that again. Come on, it's that sleeveless power-up sometimes that you need.
Kill a pose with the sleeveless tee.
He's killing that pose.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he's from Thailand. There's a lot of sunshine there. I wouldn't want a farmer's tan either if I was him. So clearly, the right decision. Zicky on screen. I call him an Icky Zicky with a little Icky shuffle all weekend long. He's been giving a little WSD, Strafe on board with Dexter on Caustic. Apex South, all 5 teams competing from the Apex South region this event has run Caustic, Gibby, Double Biggie, along with Valkyrie. And guess what? They're still going Seer, and they're going with Horizon here. Wow.
Oh, Dark Zero in that early fight already, getting that crack onto the Watson. They're going to try to send it onto the squad if they can manage to get away.
And here's what's interesting. Dark Zero drops in Lava Siphon. Obviously, no FA Kitties here, so they drop Lava Siphon for free. IG drops Northern Lava Siphon, but Dark Zero knows that they're playing with a substitute in their coach and their manager, so I think that's why you're seeing Dark Zero play a lot more aggressive. And guess what? They're going to get the knock on Stealth Lador, the coach manager of this team, and just like that, IG back to a duo.
Unfortunate here. IG also having to forcibly play spread out a little bit here, as you can see Bryn approaching Ascend a bit. Dark Zero is going to get a whiff of that as Space Station Gaming now making their appearance over here by Countdown. Are they going to take this fight against Furia? Furia, you know that there's blood in the water when it comes to this team.
And Space Station knows that Furia is here. This has been their drop spot ever since they did play with Tech, where they played much different style of play. It was a much more passive style of play, and Furia and Pander said, please unleash me, Watson, and he has been unleashed. Now they play ultra aggro, in your face, full send 8 mode all the time. This is a Furia roster that's fun to watch, not the same Furia that used to rotate all the way north in zone and take 7 years crafting materials.
Yeah, this is the aggro Furia here, but they have to change things up here if they want to be able to win after reaching match point. Once again, they are sitting at 71 points, leading the pack, with second place being GMT. They're not even at match point yet. They're at 49 points as Furia take to the skies. His Wattson still rocking the white Evo shield. It looks like they are changing up their game plan. Usually, Furia would want to actually take this fight, take it over Space Station, then go for the rotate right here. But look at this now. They're going to try to actually take the real estate inside of this building. They're not going to even go for, well, they have the ability to go for the beacon if they really want to, but they're going to go wide here.
Yeah.
So that way they could play on the edge of the circle, play a little bit more safe.
That's wise. So they're going to have their backs against the wall. Basically, they're playing dead side of the zone. What does dead side mean? Well, it's the side of the zone that is likely to not have teams rotating on the far side of the map. Means it's dead. There's no teams that can come because from their west, well, it's literally just rocks and cliffs. So that's a smart decision, which means they're going to avoid a third party. Nasky hitting a wall bounce for the one-time Gears of War players out here. You know what I'm saying? My man Nasky was good. See if he's rocking a Peacekeeper as well, you know? A little shotgun action from my man Nasky. Still rocking Seer, Wattson, Valk. I love the fact that they pulled this out here for match point.
It's the PK we're here for. We see every single one of these teams rocking the PK for a reason. It does provide the slapeth here in this lobby, but GMT now going to be hanging out by the side of these rocks. They do have this here at the ready, and they do know that there is that squad that is right across from them, but holding in this spot is also going to deny a lot of space away from the teams like Team Liquid that are going to be rotating away from Trials, rotating away from Skyhook. Team Burger also making their appearance over by Countdown. Furia now also being able to play off the side of this building. Yeah, looks like they can't avoid fights very often
and
here.
Guess who it is? It's NRG posted up with caustic barrels, and they'll be content to just hide. They know it's Furia. Does NRG big confidence this and fight it against a Furia squad? Say, you know what, let's control our fate with the 3v3. They know it's Furia because the Seer Q's coming through. Pander's pushing out, Wattson tagged up, but it's going to be Wattson getting the first knock on Nathan, and just like that, Furia showing that they are the best pound-for-pound fighting team in the game.
Ooh, all that damage from the Nox gas here. Pander's backing up, his Wattson falling low, but boosting up that Evo shield to blue real quick. See the Horizon attack coming in from Zero Tricky. The actual insurance here, just in case.
That's right, GMT's going to get knocked by Frex, but here's the thing. Furia is confident taking this fight because they know they're on dead side. They know there's no teams that are going to be rotating from their west, obviously, so they know it's a pretty clean 3v3 without risk of third party, and they know they're going to win any 3v3 against any team in the game. They have more confidence than anyone, and it's showing right now. Goodbye, Rocker. Sweet dreams to Sweet. You're left alone, getting ready for your nightmares.
It's so difficult. Fury even had enough time to split their attention to try to finish off Energy, are getting pinged from afar by the charge rifle, and Team Liquid have claimed the high ground above Trials. They're rocking the charge rifle, an amazing weapon now to actually stay posted up in this spot alone, and Energy is unfortunately forced to play this as a solo just for right now. Hopefully he was able to at least grab that banner if Furia is not just looking and camping that box.
That's right.
They are going to be able to split their attention to another squad that's already taken control of Lava Fisher.
Yeah, that's spot on. Well, hey, that's pretty big here. NRG was in 5th place with 45 points. They only needed 5 kills. They only needed a top 5 finish, and they would have qualled, but now all up to Sweet to try and wrap, maybe get some banners if you can. Furia is just the absolute nightmare. I called him the Boogeyman yesterday, but guess what? It's a perfect nickname. He does have the banners, and he can res. We'll see if he can pull it off, but Furia is truly the Boogeyman of this lobby and of this scene now that he's entered competitive Apex from Ranked.
We see the solo coming in. Just want to put it on record, by the way, that Furio Panders has 18 kills to his name throughout this entire day. His Wattson, Zero Tricky sit at 10 kills apiece. That's why they're sitting right now at 71 points, aside from those placements as 100 Thieves now take to the sky. Scurry still rocking the white Evo, and Team Liquid have all the trials, not just the high ground, but also on the low ground too. We see some intel coming in from Team Liquid as 100 Thieves narrowly managed to get inside this building. Amu falling so low, so does Vaxlon.
Wow. They're going to survive, though. They'll be able to recoup, reset. Nice shot from Team Liquid up on top Trials Mountain, getting the damage in on 100 Thieves. Their peers that also dropped in Skyhook. They trade the loot. Gentleman's agreement, 50-50 for that. And now they'll reset. 20 squads still left in this one. Tension so tight you can cut it with the rope. We're on board with Scurry. Newcastle, only Newcastle in the game. Here comes the res, and not going to take for damage. I wonder what team that was. There's only one person got resed.
That's a good question here. As
It was
we get to
Send or GMT. I got one knock earlier. I think it's GMT Nasty goes down.
Yeah, it must have been GMT.
Yeah. Oh boy, Sir Dell, you gotta do something. That's it. 53 shots, 57. He's hitting shots, but he's gonna matter here. Rambo and Dell in shambles. Nasky gets revived, and GMT survives for now.
Look at the way a lot of these teams are playing this so safe EXO playing from outside the circle, taking their time. TSM maybe in some trouble with C9 actually wrapping up right behind them. They're taking some shots as GMT are taking their time to get into the circle. Furia taking another fight.
Ooh,
They're
wide
hungry.
left That's right. Wide left swing going to come through from Panders. Of course, the ultimate, the black hole, is going to come from Horizon. On board of Panders here, pushing up. They like these fights. Again, this is why they're playing Edge. This is why they're playing Dead Zone, because they can take these 3v3s. It's such a brilliant play from them. Which team is here, though?
Even though they're taking these edge fights, it's the fight
Alliance?
nonetheless. They cannot ever hold back. It's always about the fighting for them, even if they try to slow themselves down.
Yeah, that's right. Meanwhile, in the kill feed, Zach Major of Cloud9 takes out Verholz. Here comes the fight, 3v3. They're not going to lose a single 3v3. You can quote me on that. Alliance trying to say otherwise. Hockeys, what are you doing? You're a monster. He knocks one. Panders is down to 40 HP. Watson 120. But Hockey's eliminated. And I think Furia will win this one and get the res.
One left here.
Gosh.
Can Alliance do it? He
Vic,
may
I'm
not even be
feeling
able to. The box is actually blocking out the door a little bit here,
that's right.
too.
Oh, boy.
Oh, gotta do it to them. You gotta do it to them.
This man, Watson, he's here to meme. Basically, a Twitch troll IRL is his Watson. Now they're not done yet. He misses that one, but a 1v1 fight hits that one for 88 and lets his teammates finish. They know that they can trust each other to shoot shot for shot, and just like that, Furia gets another. They're just eating up every top team in this lobby, NRG then Alliance.
This team is so good together. Panders also just has been going crazy all day. I know we love to talk about his Watson, but Panders has been on another level for the last 3 days. C9, we were talking about it before. They were wrapping right behind TSM. They gave him some trouble now as they're going to be able to take onto the high ground. TSM had to wrap around past Fragment now, past the construction building to avoid a lot of that trouble.
I think they're going to try and go back maybe from his banner. I doubt that he died over here. So they're going to actually play the team of two. So here we go again. The Imperial Hal and Reps duo. We saw him on World's Edge do it big last time here in group stages. Can they do it again? Teammates for 3+ years, brothers for life. This duo has been so much fun to watch. I call them the MJ and Scottie Pippen of Apex Legends because the way they play together, they can't do it without each other. Reps and Imperial Hal, and in my eyes, Reps is playing the best on his team this weekend. He's been playing so well.
So
Which
well.
Scottie Pippen also often did as well, you know what I'm saying?
So well that Hal doesn't even forget Jordan's name. Always calling him out sometimes. You know how it goes.
Yeah, they had a little back and forth. I saw them in the competitive Reddit subreddit yesterday. A little bit of back and forth yesterday. Reps standing up a little bit. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves with some kills over Ascent. That's big. 100 Thieves at 47 points with 2-3 kills right here might put themselves at match points plus the placement points if they can get to top 16. That's the threshold for 1 point.
I love the dupe. I love the dupe chats.
Yeah.
It's so contagious. The crowd is so contagious right now to see what's on the line. Furia's still playing by the edge a little bit.
Yeah, and I gotta say, 100 Thieves here. Actually, I'll hold that thought because we got ourselves a skirmish up here in Skyhook. Vaxlon gets the kills, and that's a 3-team wipe. And guess what? I think that was 50 points.
Yes, it is.
It was.
Yes, it is.
100 Thieves, your second team to reach match point here. You know, Nadeshot and the boys are watching, waiting, commiserating, as this thing's the most stressful format in esports right now. 100 Thieves with an opportunity of a lifetime.
They're looking to continue on their domination as we get to take a look at Fnatic. Fenced up inside of this building. That is a lifeline. Am I seeing this correctly right now, everybody? Is that a lifeline that we are seeing right now?
We have a lifeline on display for the first time I've ever seen in the ALGS. Meltera on lifeline is not missing. He's melting.
That's not lifeline. That's lifeline out here. We got the kill
wifey.
leader, Fnatic.
She really is wifey, though. If I could marry any Apex character, it'd be all right.
She always got your back.
Yeah, well, man. She always got your back. Oh my gosh, this is insane. Yuka turns, and they are gonna do it. APAC always known to change the meta. Lifeline, Watson, and Valkyrie. Wow. All the heals and shields that they need. They're fine. They don't need mats.
And the rotations. Got the Valk ready for the repositioning if necessary.
This is actually bonkers. This is actually insane. Here's the tough thing, though. No Gibby, no Newcastle, only a Valkyrie for repositioning. They don't have a lot of natural cover to make this southern rotation. This is going to be a tough rotate for them.
I guess the makeshift shield in
They're
this
gonna
situation to avoid the bombardment would be the Watson ult here in this equation. So Fnatic trying to take a different approach to their compositions. Look at the amount of lifeline care packages up on this roof to act as some makeshift cover.
Oh my gosh. You see the live leaderboards. Take a look at the top of your screen, everyone. Look at this beautiful ticker, ESPN status. We got 100 Thieves with 50 points, GMT with 49, AD with 45. We got to show love to AD here. From Korea, 3 absolute slayers, so talented, running Horizon, Valkyrie, and Gibby. You like to see it. We got to jump on board with Obley and see what he can do. One of the better Gibbies out there.
This circle is going to be absolutely insane. I believe this is going to be pulling a little bit northwest away from Countdown, kind of in that in-between before Skyhook.
Yep.
So that's really good news for Team Liquid. Even though they do have the high ground, they're going to have to drop eventually. But they can make sure that they're not going to be contested. The one squad that they have to really look out for is going to be Furia, who have been holding onto the side of the circle since the beginning.
Yeah, Linkin Park, tip of the spear here is Horizon, getting intel and also getting positioning, and now getting the call. Hey, look, we can rotate for free. They don't need to reuse their Valkyrie deploy just yet. They can hold on to that. I like what AD's doing here. I want to flip back to Furia if we can, because I love the decision Furia made. Furia has been proving me wrong since the beginning of this tournament. I didn't have them in my top 10 predictions because I'm an idiot. And I said at the start of this game, they can't win with Horizon Seer. I might have to eat my words because they're playing dead side, dead zone so well. And that's the way you want to play it. They just keep taking 3v3 after 3v3. I think they're going to fight IG soon. As we look at Fnatic and Matsutasu right now, and the Lifeline rotate with Valkyrie, they find themselves a great spot for a Watson. Wow, this is a good situation for Fnatic.
Time to build up, time to help out Furia, scooping up more KP. IG out of this lobby.
I need a piece of paper. Someone give me a piece of paper. Is there a piece of paper in the house? Here's one. I'm taking this one. All right.
Don't eat this one.
I won't eat this one. This one's not going to be consumed.
Thanks.
This one is to send a message. You'll see after the game, because right now
Oh,
what
wait,
Furia is doing
Sweet,
is
hold
saying
up,
yes.
hold up.
Oh my gosh, NRG's
Hold
back.
up. Sweet with the clutch. Sweet with the res. The mobile respawn beacon as he commits. He's got the Evo shield. He's even leaving a little trail. He's got the med kit. He's got a weapon. None other than the Rampage itself on the ground. You'd love to see it, but who's going to actually split their attention to this? Is any of these teams going to give up their positioning to really try to fully send it onto here? They're playing off the low ground. It would be incredibly risky unless you could actually play for repositioning. NRG now going to be able to wrap around. You see the pings. They're going to have to start moving soon, but they still got 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Circle 4, so they have to inch forward.
NRG's back. Furia is at match point and can close it out here. GMT hit match point, 100 Thieves hit match point. If you're a fan of GMT, if you're a fan of 100 Thieves, these guys, the bosses of the lobby, need to get taken out. This might be it. No, they take another 3v3.
Team Liquid.
They are on a running rampage. It was NRG, it was Alliance, and now it's Team Liquid on the hit list for Furia.
GMT overlooking some of this action. Nasky says, all right, never mind, you got that. I'm going to bet you walking away here. I only got this white Evo shield and a dream. Furia says, I thought so. You better back away right now. Team Liquid, that was the one squad that they needed to worry about. As another team actually wrapped around. I believe that's going to be C9 now. Actually trying to cut off that rotation. AIM Esports in some trouble themselves, not finding themselves a success that Sweet was able to get with the mobile respawn beacon. Zach Mazer coming in, he's still scooping up. It's his Watson that got taken down. C9 now, Furia still have 2 members up. Despite losing out on his Watson, they only have 1 more left. C9, can they survive? They are dancing around in the air. GMT looking to clean up though from right behind them. This is the opportunity that they need. Remember, Nasky only had a white Evo shield right before this. As C9 get taken out, is it going to be Furia next?
GMT wants to win this one. Cloud9 eliminated from the game. Panders is the kill leader, but GMT is here. Zeratricky and Panders still alive, but there's so many teams in this. Could this be it, Vicky? Could Furia close it out with Watson currently knocked? They got to go find him. He's dead. And just like that, as a team of 2, Zeratricky and Panders got to do it. I think that was a Moby right there.
That is a Moby, but they don't have the banner yet. That's the crucial part. Can they get the banner? It looks like they're going to have to cut their losses. Zera doesn't even have light ammo right now. Panders now taking to the skies. They have to understand that unfortunately, this stuff does happen. Are they actually going to commit to it? No, they're going to wrap around. Maybe wait to see what happens. They're not going to try to take this fight with GMT as a 2-man squad. But where are they going to land? Where do they go? 13 squads left still in this lobby despite Furia having 10 kills in total.
And they're going to get ticked, and that team's going to know they're there. Panders, goodbye. Zeratricky, see you later. We're going to a game number 8. He's out of bounds. He's out of bounds.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. You don't know. There's a little corner.
Oh my God.
There's a little corner.
Oh my
He's
God.
fine.
Oh my God. No, we're not going to game 8. Am I an idiot? Oh my God. This can't be happening. Nah.
Oh my God. Exo getting shot at. Exo getting shot at from
Oh my
back.
God.
Oh no. Vander's getting stuck.
See you later. number 8. With 3 teams at match point or more, GMT 100 Thieves get there. Furia's out, 10 squads remain. GMT fully kitted, full Evo shields. 100 Thieves looking great as well. Is Fnatic still alive though?
Not too sure. This is exactly where Fnatic was before.
Yeah, I think they're out.
What they do to the girl AJ Shea, I will not forgive them here.
No.
AD now.
Oh no.
In some trouble.
They gotta survive. They need 3 points. Vicky, 3 points. Obly knocked. That's their Gibraltar. No dome shield to their name. Teams are gonna come through. It's gonna be Killapose and EXO. 43 to their name. If they win this game, they will be at match point as well. Here comes the push. Ziki takes out Karin Fu. It's Southern Hemisphere action and AD is eliminated. EXO continues their run.
By the way, Fallout, Fnatic is still alive right now. Fnatic is still in this. 9 squads left. Space Station have the high ground. The sliver of this high ground is still inside that next circle here. They have to look out as 100 Thieves playing from the low ground. NRG somehow have restabilized because Sweet does what Sweet knows best. As Fnatic play from underneath this spot, the Watson fences are still set up. Nobody is gonna deter them from this spot here. They're gonna hold it back down. This is my spot now, GMT now. They were able to get Nasky back in this game. He now has red Evos.
Wow.
They have all the equipment necessary to take this game.
You're right. I completely forgot about that. Nasky was out. They were in the zone. They were in shambles, and they're alive. Fnatic's here as well. That lifelane's not going to do a whole lot for you here. You might be able to get a res. No, you won't. Fnatic going to get eliminated here momentarily as NRG gets knocked by 1.
The circle's closing. It's helping them.
Still alive, and that's it. Matsutasu is doing it right now for all of Japan.
Space Station.
Oh my god, they need 1 point. No, they're not gonna get the point. They're not gonna get it, but EXO might. 6 squads left. It all comes down to this. EXO needs 3.
Let's see if they can even do it right now. Ziki managed to pop the shield back. They're playing around the pillars. 6 squads left, like you mentioned. 47 points. They only need 3 more. They need to survive. It's only up to Dexter. He's got the gold Evo shield. He could definitely try to restabilize if another team tries to push in. It's GMT that's right behind them. EXO get taken out. GMT, the squad that is now at match point and more, 61 points.
And GMT says, nuh-uh, our match point only. You gotta wait for 1 more. But guess what? 4 squads left. 100 Thieves is one of them. GMT is another. They're well positioned here. The zone's pulling slight north. Take a look at the top left of your screen. When we get back to the minimap, you'll see where this zone's gonna slowly close down into.
100 Thieves is slapping up with the wingman here too. Dark Zero, like you mentioned, have a nice little crevice right here, utilizing the actual landscape of World's Edge to get out of their line of sight. Space Station, who was on the high ground of Countdown now, moving over to the side. They're gonna loot up quickly because look at this R301. They are struggling, they are hungry.
That's right, Space Station Gaming, a roller coaster team. Their highs were so high. They dominated the early Split 1 Pro League with win after win after win. We called them the best team in North America. Since then, they've been relatively quiet, but they have an opportunity here. Alongside Dark Zero, the Aussies are here. Jen Burton in his LAN debut with an opportunity to get to match point. 3 teams remain.
Can they do it? They're here. Space Station over to the side. 3 squads left, guys. Space Station, as Frags takes that shot with the charge rifle. Lackluster in terms of ammunition here too. Only 8 bullets left.
Dark Zero, 100 Thieves, SSG, 2 teams need a win for match point. 1 team chilling. Newcastle and Watson. This team comp for 100 Thieves, so defensive, so different than their typical playstyle, but it's worked well. Here comes the push. It's Zero, backing out and resetting. The IGL of this team, he's gonna survive for now.
Getting out of that sight line for the Arcstar, gonna be able to help himself get back into some natural cover with a dome coming out. Dome for dome as Drop tries to take that shot with the PK. They have to look to their backs.
Yeah, and that's 2 early dome shields gonna come through. That means 100 Thieves, well, they don't have one. They don't got a Gibraltar. They don't need one. They're gonna wait. They're gonna watch. Space Station gonna get eliminated. It's all up to Drop. He needs to go big. Second place isn't enough for the points. I don't know, but 100 Thieves will come right in and clean it all up. Clean up on aisle 5. 100 Thieves is here to play.
From 47 points to winning the game, are getting right back to World's Edge.
And based on the smiles from Dark Zero, Vicky, you gotta think Dark Zero did it. They're going dark in their debut under the new organization that might be flying them to the United States to compete in the North American Pro League next season. That's the rumor. 100 Thieves, though, with the dub. And they will put themselves, I believe, in 2nd place over GMT. Not positive. We'll get the final leaderboards and confirmation here in a moment, but I think Dark Zero maybe just inched out enough there with the second place finish based on their smiles.
What's
They're so
unfortunate
happy.
is that I think they're actually a point
Don't
off.
say it. No, don't say that.
I'm so sorry.
Why are they
here,
smiling
Fallout.
that? Why are you going to bait me like that, Sharky?
Maybe because they're right close. You know, they're 49 points. I think Fnatic is out here with 49 points. So many of these teams are on the cusp. But you know who did qualify out here? 100 Thieves and GMT with 100 Thieves taking that win and 13 kills to their name.
That's right. Dark Zero was 16. That was a big game for them. Space Station Gaming, great job. They did a little switcheroo. They dropped Lava Fissure. They actually switched to Countdown, and it ended up working out better. They got the better of that trade. Furia dominated in terms of kills. We'll see that in a second here. Take a look. 10 kills for Furia. Just inching their way back up the points standings. And Vicky, the big question is, can Furia win with the combination of Horizon and Seer? I don't think so. They're going to get targeted, but yes. 1 point away is Fnatic and Dark Zero and RG2. Look how many teams are 3 points away. AD, EXO, and Space Station as well.
Third all the way to 9th place?
Wow.
Fallout, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I hate to see it.
We need more Apex.
And
We need more games.
We do.
We need more games.
1,000%.
Furia absolutely can. They tried to slow things down. They tried. That's the highlight right there.
They did try their hardest, but here's the craziest thing. I like the way they played that. They went wide left,
Right.
played dead side, and they used that opportunity to just slowly inch their way in, which, yeah, they played that right. They tried their hardest, but here's what's so interesting, Vicky. 2 of these 3 teams run unique comps that everyone knows where they are. So the whole anonymous mode thing really doesn't mean a whole lot because they're obviously there. Horizon and Seer for Furia. You got a Watson and a Newcastle. You stick out like a sore thumb. But I told you about that maybe winky face that came through from Scurry. I think that 100 Thieves has a trick up their sleeve. I think they're going to switch up the team comp, Vicky.
I'm interested to see if that's going to happen. 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Yastin Boys coming through.
That's right. That winky face was sus from Scurry. That makes me think they're
What if
switching
he
it
was
up.
trying to bait you? Trying to throw you off?
God,
Can you imagine?
He is a big troll, man. That guy, Scurry. Speaking of trolls, what's up, Nasky? How you doing, bro? What's up, Rambo?
Can we talk about GMT?
Hey, Rambo, can we get a little heart for your mom? I know mom's watching. Give your mom a heart real quick. No love. I don't think they can hear me. I don't know if they can. I give up on trying to talk to players. AD win, though. We got some AD love in the crowd. Korea, what's up? 100 Thieves fans, though. Are you ready? Can they do it? A team that was built with intention to win championships. Why? Because they started with one. You're ALGS champions from year number 1, 100 Thieves.
They're looking for the double trouble. Now taking a look at the results right now. See Vax popping off over 1k damage. Look at the fact that they're able to scoop up so much KP here in general without putting themselves too much in danger. What's also really impressive was that in that game, we had so many reses come out and have success with the restabilization between Nasky, Sweet getting his entire team back in. It's crazy to see the amount of respect that we are seeing within this lobby. All for the right reason. I mean, look at the scoreboard. So many teams on that cusp of qualifying for match point.
Yeah, that's a great point. And that's the craziest thing about this is, people say defensive composition. What? For these guys, they run a Newcastle and a Watson, and they're still dropping 10+ kills in a game. That just goes to show, if you make it to late game, if you survive, you can do well. And I love the fact that these teams are pushing the limits of meta right now. And Apex Legends meta, in terms of legend composition, is probably the healthiest we've seen it in a while. You like to see it. We thought we'd see so much Caustic in this final. Well, guess what? Furia, 100 Thieves, GMT with some Seer on their team, some Newcastle, some Watson, saying, But guess what? They'll stick out like a sore thumb. So I'm interested to see as we switch back over to Storm Point, which, by the way, we might see a championship win yet again on Storm Point here in a second, what they'll do. Are they going to change their strategy up? Are they going to stick to their guns? We will find out. We're going to a game number 8. Ladies and gentlemen at PNC Arena, blow it up as we jump to a very quick break. Vicky Kinney, I'm Fallout. We'll see you on the other side.
Give me all things.
I'm playing over on back.
Bubbles out, bubbles out, bubbles out.
We can flank. I need a bat. Stay on their side. Force him.
Knocked out.
I'm staying on the left.
Pick up. I'm climbing up my hill. Stay up.
Push.
Got him.
Let's go,
baby.
baby.
Let's go. One more game.
One more
game, guys. Let's go.
One more. We're out of here.
Welcome back to the PNC Arena, everybody, and welcome back to everyone who is thinking this could be the last game of the Apex Legends Global Series Championships. We have 3 teams currently sat on match point. Those teams, you have Furia, 100 Thieves, and now GMT as well.
So GMT have had 1 victory so far in this tournament. Furia have had 3 victories so far in this tournament. 100 Thieves have won 6 times on World's Edge, 7 total, a 30% win rate on World's Edge. And where are we going for match number 8 on set?
We'll go to World's Edge.
We're going to World's Edge. It's the home of 100 Thieves. And now they find themselves on match point. They have one of the best compositions to win this tournament, but they will stick out like a sore thumb.
They certainly will indeed, and there's a fairy tale story still going here. GMT, it doesn't matter who's alongside Nasky, he is leading the troops forward, and they have an opportunity to make history. But for the rest of the chasing pack, if Furia, 100 Thieves, or GMT do not close out right now, then it really is anyone's game as we move forward.
And just to put it in perspective, we've seen 100 Thieves play 20 matches on World's Edge. They've won 6 of those. That is an insane win rate for any map, for any team. But as I say, they will stick out like a sore thumb because they have that Newcastle.
You ready for this one?
I'm ready for this one.
Let's get into it. Match number 8 is live! World's Edge, the perfect setting for maybe the last game of the ALGS Championships. Will it be Furia? Maybe it'll be 100 Thieves. Maybe it'll be GMT, or maybe we have one more game.
Good news is where that circle is heading. Maybe down towards the tree area, near kind of thermal as well. Could pull up towards Harvester. We have seen 100 Thieves win a circle very similar to this one, though.
Yes,
just
we have.
yesterday, we saw 100 Thieves win a game just above tree. And that's where we're heading here for match number 8.
As soon as 100 Thieves closed out match point in that last game, as soon as they picked up that win, you saw Onmu just turn to his teammates and go, one more game. One more. It's all I need from you. One more game. They look confident. They think they can close it out right now, but they will be everyone in the lobby who knows their composition, who knows what they're running. But the difficulty is now, because there's 3 teams on match point, Dan, they won't be able to be isolated quite as easily. C9, they are currently sat down in 14th position. They have 36 points, 14 more. And of course, one of those 3 teams we mentioned not taking home the dub, there'll be a match point too.
And whilst we talk about, you know, sticking out like a sore thumb, the Newcastle will be very obvious. You might see teams just kind of throw themselves at them. Think about how defensive you can set up if you've got a Newcastle. I think that 100 Thieves will be saying, bring it on.
Yeah.
We'll take any fight you throw at us, but you've not only got to worry about them, you've also got to think about Furia. You've also got to be thinking about GMT. Suddenly there's a lot more thought process going into who's alive rather than what you are doing as a team.
And the more that thought process starts to enter the heads of some of these other teams in the lobby as well, the more the chaos starts to kind of thrive in this lobby, the more I think it kind of falls into the hands of Furia.
Well, Furia do love to get aggressive. They do love to take a fight. And if they see another team full sending it onto another, they get involved. And they say, you know what, we'll try and take that fight. One thing I will point out is the points total that Furia find themselves on now. You've got to imagine they're at least guaranteed top 3, if not top 2, after someone completes match point, if it wasn't them. The prize money you get, even just for second place, you're looking at getting 100K each. They have put themselves in such a good position to walk away very rich young men after this tournament. But of course, they will want that first place. And to do so, they are continuing playing their play style the way that they play Apex Legends.
Going to be some heavier pockets for sure after this tournament is done and dusted. But who is going to be the name on that trophy? We may well find out in this game. Furia, let's see what you've got. At the moment, just taking their time. They have been playing Edge for the majority of the games we've seen so far. Like you mentioned, love to take a fight, love to be aggressive, but now it's about timing it. It's about picking the fight. It's about making sure they don't leave themselves vulnerable to a third party. They need to isolate fights if they want to take them, as GMT I don't think they're going to be moving too much.
There are so many teams still at their POIs. Of course, all the northern squads and those who are on the edge have not rushed in a hurry to move to this circle. The only team who's moved somewhat quickly is Optic Gaming, and they will arrive in tree. They will try and find a spot, and they will join the likes of AIM, IG, Burger, EXO, GMT, Zeta. They've all found themselves in tree already, and they want to be able to put a victory on the board.
Well, Zeta Division and NRG seem to be involved in a little bit of a scuffle at the moment. NRG, remember, they are on 48 points. 48 points, just 2 points away from finding themselves on match point. The question is, will they get the opportunity to go to another game?
If we go to a match 9, you've got to imagine we're going to have minimum 6 teams on match point, because we have several that are just 1 or 2 points away, 1 kill, get to top 15. It's as easy as that. But of course, sometimes when you're getting grief by other teams, and sometimes when the pressure starts to land, that point is not as easily achievable as you might think. But this is a great position for NRG. I think they can hold this for quite some time, and as long as no one full sends it on them, they should be okay. As I say that, some Valkyrie missiles do arrive just to let the presence known that they are not going to be the only team there.
So 100 Thieves, having looted up, decide to leave the northern side of the map right now. They'll be hovering over Countdown, going in towards where they might be thinking about a rotation through that tunnel. Be interesting to see how 100 Thieves actually approach this game as well. We know they like to play center zone. They know they like to get a great position, but this for them is a very tough zone to access. Just think about where they land, right? Where they loot, Skyhook, complete opposite side of the map to Tree. So maybe there's going to have to be a little bit of an adjustment of the game plan. Fnatic, they're in a great position themselves as well, depending on how you look at things. 49 points. You'd say that's a great position. If we go to another game, you would imagine they will be there as a team who could potentially win, but also the heartbreak of being on 49 and not being one of those teams involved with the potential of winning this tournament right here, right now.
So there's several decisions you can make here as Fnatic. You could try and 1-2-3, and you could get a kill, and you have secured match point. But of course, if you lose that engagement, then you'd miss your chance. It looks like Fnatic are going to play a little bit more patient as it stands. But there we go. There's the 1-2-3.
They get the knock! They get the knock!
They just need the finish.
Fun goes down. Fnatic are going to send it. The Thermite goes in as well. They need 1 point, and they get it. Fnatic! They are on match point. Next job for them. Take out 100 Thieves. Take out GMT. Take out Furia. And then take the tournament home.
So job 1 for Fnatic is completed, and as you say, job number 2 is now starting to look for telltale signs of where are those 3 teams on match point. Look for Newcastle. If you see a Newcastle, you run it, Newcastle. And if you are the likes of 100 Thieves, if you are very much sticking out, you need to go unnoticed. And I think that's why they're playing Edge. I think they are going to slowly walk their way into circle, go silently about their business, try and go unnoticed for as long as possible. As for Furia, well, that's not how they play the game. They are still going to enter fights. They are still going to look for kills, and they are still going to try and win the game in their way.
Space Station, we just saw them on our screens as well, and they still are on our screens. You can see their points total as well. They will be one of the teams who just wants to get there, just give themselves an opportunity if we have another game in front of us to call themselves champion. Dark Zero, 49 points. 49 points for the Aussies. It's got to be such a difficult situation to find yourself in right now. 49 points thinking, we could have got it done. We only needed 1 more kill. We only needed 1 more placement point, but you can't think like that in these situations. You have to focus on the job in hand.
And whilst usually just 1 point from getting to top 15 would be somewhat achievable, in a lobby like this where we've seen 19, 18 teams, as you get down towards those final circles sometimes, it's such a risk to just bank on placement. And that's why I think we saw Fnatic go for that 3-2-1, take that opportunity while it was there for them, and they will be so relieved to be on match point. As for NRG, again, it's 2 points that they require. 1 team fight that they win, or just getting into that top 10 would of course get them the 2 points as well, or a combination of top 15 and 1 kill. There are several ways they can do it. But then we've got the other end of the leaderboard. We've got a few teams who have picked up a decent amount of points, like Alliance, and they've still got a long way to go.
Watson Gen is down. Smile still permanently etched on the face of Nasky. Well, I don't think you could tell him anything at the moment that would put him in a bad mood. He's had the time of his life here in Raleigh. And I feel like the gameplay has certainly been synonymous of that as well. Furia now like trying to make a move up this hill and trying to get a little bit of damage down. They're trying to force this team away through the choke. Furia always looking for any opportunity for KP, looking to clear the lobby and making sure when we get to that final circle, they've got as little opponents as possible to have to deal with.
And they are pushing SSG towards 100 Thieves at the moment. We saw 100 Thieves kind of setting up in and around Harvester. SSG will be in exactly the same position. And if Furia continue to chase here, we could potentially see a Furia versus 100 Thieves matchup happening. But it looks like Furia are going to retreat. Intelligently so, they decide they do not want to chase SSG into the red and instead will start to move towards the circle. But Scars are on the other side of this mountain. You can see there on your map overhead how close Scars are and also where that circle is going to be going. Just slightly north of Tree. As a reminder, 100 Thieves did win a circle this yesterday.
Let's see if 100 Thieves can close this out. For Furia, the same question will constantly be asked, especially as you were the first team who found yourself on match point. Are you going to let this opportunity slip through your fingers? Are you going to be able to take advantage of it? Are you going to be able to call yourself champions? Or are you going to look back on this opportunity as one missed?
Well, I think whatever happens here for Furia, they will be delighted with how they've approached this and how they've always stuck to their guns of their aggressive playstyle. But this is a big old skydive from 100 Thieves. Where do you end up? Do you get spotted out? Can you find any room to work with? Already, bullets are starting to fly towards them.
100 Thieves looking for a safe landing. It looks like it will be for now. Maybe not. Scurry has to do a little bit of damage here. Look at the kill feed though, it's Nasky. Rambo is down here for GMT, one of the teams who are on match point. Nasky trying to throw some defensive nades out. The Gen is going to be eaten up though, and it's Dark Zero who are trying to move in as well, Optic in the vicinity. 100 Thieves, they've lost one to Reps as well. TSM want to say in this.
The Newcastle's gone down. As soon as that shield came out, everyone on the map knew who was there, and several teams started to swarm, started to finish, and they want to get 100 Thieves out. That could be one done. Reps gets one more into Omnu, but still 100 Thieves are alive.
Gone!
Now they go! One match point team is gone.
GMT! Oh, would you believe it? The first two teams to be eliminated in this lobby are two teams who are set up to call themselves champions. Now it's just Furia. They have another roll of the dice here. But what a blistering start to this game.
And even in anonymous mode, remember the teams would have seen who was eliminated. They will be relieved. They only have to worry about one. Similarly to the last two games, it will be Furia. Did 100 Thieves get spotted out because they were Newcastle, because it's so obvious? Because it seemed like as soon as they dropped, as soon as that shield was placed, a lot of heads were turned their way, and I think unfortunately GMT just got caught in the ruckus.
Dark Zero. Dark Zero. 50 points for them. They will be on match point as well. NRG still just need 2. But even though it's just 2 points, Dan, it almost feels like that is so far away. It's almost like there's an ocean between 48 and 50.
Well, on any other day, you'd say, well, NRG getting 2 points would be easy, but when it is in this pressure situation, it becomes very difficult. As IG, speaking of difficult, they've had a very difficult day, unfortunately, and we do sympathize with them and everything that they've been through, but they fall out in 18th position as Alliance. Still putting points on the board, still trying to progress to this circle, and look where they currently hold. They're going to hold the far west side of this circle, and they've just taken down a member of Ascent.
Furia now involved in this fight. This is a massive moment. 2 teams already eliminated who were on match point. Couple of knocks going down here. It's going to be Ascend who are in a fight here with Furia. Furia have a massive upper hand in this fight. The question is, do Alliance want to get involved? For now, it will be a fight which is comfortable for Furia. Ascend eliminated. Zaya Division eliminated as well, and now Furia have a great position overlooking all of these teams stacked up below them.
And because we've got 15 squads left, that's one guaranteed point for everyone, and we had a lot of teams who were very close. AD now 1 point away. NRG will also be 1 point away from match point. TSM are only 8 points away from match point. There is a lot that could be on match point after this game if Furia do not win.
The plot armor was starting to look a little bit thin for TSM over the last few games, and certainly from this morning, but it's still intact. EXO, what a story that would be, by the way. If they manage to get onto match point, they have been absolutely sublime so far in some of these lobbies and some of these games that we've seen, but you can say that about most of the teams. Everyone, the level of Apex Legends that has been on display has been the best we've ever seen.
Where do NRG go from here, though? They've already been griefed by a team when they tried to just walk on in. They could potentially Valkyrie in, but here comes Furia. They want to take another fight. C9 are the next team in their sights.
Not an easy fight to take, though, against Cloud9. But Furia do not care what the name is. They do not care your reputation. They just want to take you down. As Furia have to back up momentarily. They've got that zero down, though. Zach Mazer's had his shields taken away, but look at the high ground that he has.
Zeratricky's low. Zeratricky is very low. Can they get the first knock? No! Zach Mazer opens things up. Panda's also down.
Here's Watson. The last chance for Furia. He has to go huge. It has to be 1v3. Furia are out. One more game.
The reins are past all of the other teams now to try and get to match point. They would have seen it in the kill feed. They know now they just need to get to 50 themselves. Cloud9, Stay Naughty, the last remaining player. Alliance swoop in to take down AIM Esports. And look at the top of your screens. Fnatic will be on 51. We saw Dark Zero, 51. NRG 1 point away. EXO 2 points away. So many teams with a chance to get onto match point.
Absolutely unbelievable drama in this game. 3 teams come into this lobby on match point. All 3 teams out as NRG still need that single solitary point. Dark Zero, they've got a chance to become champions when we move into our next game as well.
AD, Space Station, 2 more teams, only 1 point away. And remember, to get 1 more point, all you've got to do at this point is to get into the top 10. So if you see 3 squads fall and your favorite team's left, then they'll be on match point. Cloud9 eliminated. We're down to just 12. And this is when it gets nervy times for a lot of these teams who are so close to the 50 points total. TSM in a really good spot at the moment. But of course, in 40 seconds, they are going to have to move. But there's only 3 teams within the circle at the moment. The rest of the 9, all outside. All have to make their way in.
Difficulty of this circle is the height differential between the backside of tree and the lower side of it. You can play underneath, but you're so vulnerable a lot of the time. For TSM, a couple of kill points here would be massive. And I'm sure that the TSM fans will start making a little bit more noise the further and further they creep towards that end zone. NRG, though, still desperate for this 1 point.
There are so many teams who would back themselves when they are on match point, when they only need a victory. And because of the amount of teams that are going to be on match point, it's going to be so tough to try and isolate anyone and try and take anyone out of the game because of the match point they find themselves on.
NRG have to Valkyrie. They have to take to the skies, and they have to find somewhere.
It's brave.
They have to find somewhere not only where they survive, or they can pick up 1 kill. That's all they need. Look at EXO, though. They're thinking exactly the same thing. NRG taking a lot of damage through the skies here. Sweet will land.
Next to EXO.
Will it be able to get a battery off, though? It's EXO versus NRG. The Arcstars are coming in from Ziggy. Nocturnal gets the knock onto Sweet.
Such a big moment for these 2 teams. All they need is 2 points.
Imperial Hal goes down as well. Nathan's trying to do what he can to survive. They get 1. NRG! NRG!
EXO will not be on match point, but NRG will. NRG go down, but it does not matter. The 50 point has been achieved. So has Space Station, so has AD.
NRG, it's desperate. It was almost a disaster, but they get the point they need. As the fan favorites Team Burger, yet to win a game here in Raleigh with 10 squads remaining. Maybe this is their time, but look at Liquid now. They only need 4 points, but they're only got 2 players remaining.
Scars are still up as well, and Scars are 7 points away from match point. There are several teams here who could still join the rest. Good shots from Gildersons. Space Station's eliminated, but it doesn't matter. They've already reached the 50. It is job done.
1 here for Gildersons. Sends in the Nox gas. They can't send it. Even these 3 KP would not be enough for them. Maybe the place 1 point alongside it would be, but now he's getting shredded in the back. Gildersons is trying to survive, and Alliance will take him down.
So much responsibility on the final remaining player for Liquid. It's Nocturnal. He's ratted out before. He needs to get into the top 5 at the very least. Team Burger still alive, Kraber in hand. As you said, one of the only teams left in these finals who has not yet got a victory. And a 95 is a good way to start.
Just a little bit of a leg shot. That one's a little bit better. How about the third one? Third time's a charm for Jaro!
Team Burger do the damage, but they need a mammoth game if they're to get onto match point. But this will open up the entire lobby. DZ lose 2. And we're still at 9 squads.
Need to get these finishes to guarantee the points. The zone should do the damage, but Wopsy has fallen. Alliance and Yuki also in the kill feed. Another cheeky little body shot might allow them to get back to a full 3.
Liquid need 4, TSM needs 6, Scars need 7. All teams that could very much reach match point if they were to get a victory or even a top 2. TSM go out though, and their chances of match point will not be happening here in this game.
But look at Alliance. Look at Alliance. 40 points. There is more than enough points left in this lobby for Alliance to do it the Alliance way. And that means leaving it late, but coming out with the results.
There are 4 teams still left alive that all still need to get onto match point. All the others have already got there. Optic Gaming, Team Burger, Alliance, Scars still have the chance. As Burger, they're still alive.
Taishin's in the feed as well. Pressure coming onto Jaro. Fnatic, they're on match point, and they're getting a little bit fancy with the footwork.
Trying to do what they can, all of these teams to stay alive. Great grenade. Burger lose 1, but they're still kicking.
Moment of calm for the first time in this lobby in quite some time. One of the most dramatic games of Apex Legends you're ever going to see. Burger are gone. Fnatic keep marching forward. Alliance still in with a chance. 4 squads remaining here. Alliance could do this, Dan.
Alliance could do it. Scars could do it as well. Optic Gaming are still in the background, hiding away, trying to get that victory to push them closer to 50 points as well. But look at the position from Scars. They hold the high ground over so many teams at the moment, and they just need 3 more points.
A lot of the noise has come from North America so far. However you look at who's left in this lobby, 2 teams from EMEA. You have a APAC North team in here as well, Fnatic. And then, of course, 1 North American powerhouse, but for Scars. RPR said to me yesterday, we did what we have to do, and now we're here to take other people's money. And Scars might have the chance to fill their pockets to the brim.
Top 3 and 1 more kill would do it for Scars. They just need 3 more points. Alliance, however, it's a little bit more. They need kills plus more placement. Fnatic are here to ruin everyone else's day, though. If they were to get a victory, they could try and strip match point away from a couple of these teams. But it's not going to be easy to do so. Bubble goes down. Fnatic again opener. Optic Gaming the first to lose a player.
Duplex will go down. Look at the damage coming in. RPR says, I'll go in, boys. I'll try and get this job done. Peacekeeper shots aren't as crispy as they wanted to be. However, the wingman is always a friend of RPR.
They need 1 more.
Optic Gaming down, Alliance. This is your chance. This is your opportunity.
Scars, though, need 1 more point. RPR has to stay alive. Has to try and get it. Doesn't get it, though. Scars 1 point away. Alliance, they need this win.
Scars eliminated. Alliance leave it late. But Alliance march towards match point. Alliance win it. This Alliance lineup do not know how to die. They will fight until the very end of this tournament.
What a performance from Alliance. That final circle was so nerve-wracking for so many of these teams. And Alliance, they needed that victory. They had to play it in that exact way, otherwise they would have not been on match point. And with the amount of teams we're going to see on match point, when that graphic comes up on your screen, boy, do you need to be there. Because the likelihood of us seeing a winner in the next game now has increased tenfold. My heart goes out to Scars. I think they were 1 point away from reaching that match point total. But everyone else, they've done their job.
I mean, a round of applause to every single player and team in that lobby. This is a level of Apex Legends we've never seen before. This is the game being played at the highest possible level. Alliance, a 22-point game, puts them in the mix to become a champion.
Alliance onto match point, Fnatic onto match point as well. NRG got themselves onto match point. Several of these teams that only needed 1 or 2 points, they got the job done, and there is confirmation.
My word!
9 teams on match point going into match number 9.
What can you say? What can you say about these teams and what they've done over the last 4 days? Well, I want to hear a chant in the crowd right now. I want to hear a chant in the crowd of one more game, because that is what we need to decide a champion. The other side of it, look how tight it is, Dan. I mean, EXO, 2 points, Liquid, 3, TSM had the chance as well. I'm running out of work. I'm running out of work. My job is to be a commentator, but sometimes there's nothing left to say. You just have to look at what's happening in front of you and just enjoy it.
With 9 teams on match point, you have to feel this is starting to favor now the likes of 100 Thieves, the likes of Furia, who have already been putting down big numbers and getting a lot of victories. Because now it's not going to be as easy to isolate some of these teams who are a little bit more noticeable in the lobby. What a performance, though, from Alliance. They are going to be delighted as we look at just the amount of damage they were able to do. And in a pressure environment as well, Onset. If they hadn't got that victory at the end, they would have been one of the teams, one of the 12 teams who weren't on match point.
And if you needed another thing to be rolled into the equation, how about a change of map as well? After 2 games back-to-back on World's Edge, we now go back to Storm Point, which could be the setting for us to crown a champion.
And when we look at the teams that have had success on Storm Point, NRG are probably going to be feeling pretty good about this one. They found multiple victories on Storm Point so far. Maybe some teams will be kicking themselves a little bit. Optic Gaming, TSM, Team Liquid, all teams who have the most wins on Storm Point, but not quite on match point to have that opportunity to win one here. But who knows, maybe we go to a match 10. From what we've seen today, I think it's entirely possible. But with 9 teams on match point, you'd have to imagine one of them can get over the finish line.
Unbelievable. The words escape me sometimes to really sum up what we've just seen, but all I can say is stay tuned. We've got to go for a break right now, but when we get back, it's time for one more map. We're heading over to Storm Point.
Yeah, take right side, take right side. Take right. They're needing help. Back one. What's them? Nice, hold on. Focus up. I'm bowling. You let them fight. Yeah. Heal full right. They're fighting. Join this. Get in. I'm my closing guys got fucking eaten. Fight this. I'm down. Go back 2. 1 down. You guys got this. One guy.
Welcome back, everybody, to PNC Arena for game number 9. We have an opportunity to close this one out here live in front of the first audience we have had in 3 years. Fallout here alongside Vicky Kitty as we gear up for our craziest match point we've had since Poland.
Are we going to see a game 10? I'm not too sure because right now we got 9 teams sitting at match point for game number 9. How nice is that?
Did you say 9?
9.
I didn't even do that math. You're
9.
crazy. You're correct.
9.
I can't even count that high. Alliance is one of them. What a game from Alliance. They had to win. They had to get a lot of kills. And they did both of those things. A 22-plus kill game and point game, for Alliance. They have to go big. They had to go monstrous, and they did.
Do you know what's super important right now, Fallout? It's important to note that Alliance, this is their second win that they were able to achieve today. The only team that was able to clutch out 2 wins in this finals lobby.
Wow.
Does that mean, can they clutch out a third?
Lucky number 3.
Can they clutch out the most important win?
That's the question. You know, they say 3's company. They say 3's the lucky number. It's my favorite number, personally. Whenever I play roulette, I play little 3s.
Okay.
I'm just saying 3's my lucky number. Maybe they could do it. They need one more. And look, that's a great point, Vicky, because the reality is it's all about your ability to finish games. And Alliance has kind of been go big or go home. They've won a lot of games, 2 games now. But they've also gotten last place in a lot of games. So it's kind of one way or another, but Alliance is certainly a team that's really good at late game. They're playing caustic. They're really smart. One of the best IGLs to call the late game rotations.
Doesn't that highlight the seesaw of this lobby, though? Just the back and forth that we've been seeing between a lot of our teams from last all the way to winning to now staying on top to reaching match point here. As you can take a look at our crowd.
Yep.
We got everybody out here. All the energy. We want to see another game, but it could end right here, right now. Once again, 9 teams right now have qualified at match points.
Right. It's 10:30 Eastern Standard Time right now. You saw the sign earlier from the young girl that said, I have school tomorrow, and she's still here. Shout out to that parent, by the way. Shout out to every single one of y'all live in the audience. And look, you want some history, Vicky?
Hit me
I'm like a
with it.
walking
Hit me with
history
it.
buff.
Hit me
I'm like
with
an
it. Come
Apex Legends encyclopedia, okay? Last
My
time,
favorite book.
we had the longest match point final. It was 11 games with 12 teams at match point in Poland 2.5 years ago. Krakow, Poland, the preseason invitational, before the ALGS was even born. Can we get there today?
Let's see.
Guess what?
Let's find out.
Do you know what we need to get there today? We need TSM to play spoiler, Cloud9 to play spoiler, Optic Gaming, Team Burger, Scars, EXO, Team Liquid. These are teams that are capable of winning. Any of these teams can easily ensure we go to a game 10.
And TSM is 5 points away from reaching onto that match point. It's going to be super important here. Team Liquid 3 points away. EXO 2 points. Scars were right there. I know we were all clutching right now. All right, zoom. Where's my Uber driver taking me away from Alliance? By the way, Space Station already getting a knock onto C9. Wow. That is not the way you want to start things off when we were talking about C9 already before.
You know what's so interesting about this, Vicky? They had a GA that said, we will both drop and we will not contest one another. And that out the window here. SSG says anything goes as they are going to grief Cloud9. You know Zach Mazur's pissed. If we could jump into a listening with Cloud9 right now, I'd be a happy person. I'm hoping, praying we can make that work. I know I shouldn't call things out on the spot here, but I'd love to hear the comms of Zach. He is probably not a happy camper. I think we might be able to make it happen. Cloud9 getting griefed by Space Station. Now they have to work their way back. But they basically, when we say GA, it's an agreement that says we will split this loot. We will not fight one another. And SSG just broke that truce.
Look, Zach is upset right now. He's rocking the big Mad Hatter hat right there. So we're going to have to see.
Yeah, that's right. Seer on board. But look, they're going to actually give it up. They're going to say SSG's going to camp this. You see the frustration in Zach. Let's jump into a listening with Cloud9.
It's fine.
Where's a good rat spot for this end game?
I don't know.
We have to just fucking. I feel like they're just coming here, bro. Like, why wouldn't they? This is where the game is ending. They're probably going to. We can go up here. Alliance is gonna slide down our hill too. I'm gonna go peek one last time. I mean, I guess we don't have time to get it anymore.
You don't. Leave it. I mean, no, you don't. It's gone. Chalk. All good. You guys played out. It's fine. It's fine. We weren't paying attention. That's on us, man. It's all good. We were looking at you, making sure they didn't, like, I don't know why I worried about it.
I don't know why we're looking at me.
I know. Well, they swerved last second because they came from the catwalk. Just don't die early, man. Y'all got this shit.
Havoc. I have to take that. Zach, I know a round spot.
Zach, heal, man.
We have to go now, otherwise other people are going to beat us. I am.
All right, well, hey, based on those comms, perhaps they talked before the series and said GA off the table for the finals, because clearly not as frustrated about that one, but instead you heard Zach take the fault and say, look, it's our fault. We lost the 3v3. I got caught.
Understanding that and acknowledging that, though, the mental game is extremely important.
That's right. Takes humility, you know?
Yeah, it
Man,
absolutely
Zach,
does.
What a mature, grown man he's become. So proud of him. Coming from Colorado, his upbringing. And he shared, if you missed it, make sure to check out the Let's Play series that we had on YouTube. It was him and Monsoon. It was so entertaining, so fun to watch. Check out that on Apex Legends Global Series YouTube, youtube.com/play Apex Esports, I think.
No beacon for you.
Yeah, exactly. No beacon indeed. But yeah, it was awesome. He has a great story, Zach Mazur. Really a difficult, upbringing in high school and made it through a lot, persevered through a lot to get here.
Take a look. Zeta Division on top of this armory. Of course, they know that there is that squad that's playing right underneath them. We already took a look at where that next circle was going to be pulling. A lot of teams are not wasting any time, especially those teams that are sitting at match points. Zeta Division definitely need a lot of help here as it opens up. Where are you going? Where are you running? Can you even get away on time? They get two cracks. They're forced to split up. Where are they going to land here?
Oh my gosh, you could literally blow on him and they'd get knocked. And he's not going to connect and they're going to survive. But
look, they're chasing them.
They're going to chase.
Oh, and they take the gravity cannon. Oh, he's still landing his shots. He is tracking him.
Oh my gosh, taken to the skies right now,
190.
times 2. Yeah, 190 damage, perhaps just 10 to 20 more, and he could have gotten it done, but look, they want it.
Oh my
they
God,
know that they're in shambles. They know that they had to separate there. All 3 of them actually broke and redeployed on their own. So with that said, Zeta on the hunt for IG. Again, Zeta continues to kind of play aggressive towards IG, playing with substitute. Key story here, no JMW, no noises, 2 staples on this team. And I was so excited going into this tournament, obviously, this new IG roster, JMW champion with Reignite as a substitute in Sweden, joined this IG team, and they were looking great. They're doing what they can with the situation.
Zeta Division is not letting loose here.
Yeah, no shot.
Although you could currently see IG were able to try to restabilize Furia, though, our first team to hit match point.
Yeah, here's the thing. Furia, we asked, are they going to try and blend in a little bit more? Nope, they're going with the same team comp. And again, that interview I talked about on Twitter with His Watson, behind the scenes, he said, look, we are confident in our comp. We're not going to change our play style. We're going to play our way, and it's showing right now. I didn't think it'd literally take it 4 or 5 games at match point. But nonetheless, Furia sticking to their guns as we get some cheers here for Scars, former champs of the LGS Season 1.
Scars were literally 1 point away in the last game from reaching match point.
Tragic.
Now they have another opportunity here. All right, we got this movement a little bit here. Nasky trying to put a bit of a performance right now.
By the way, I say schmovin', I have to give full credit to Vicky. That's your word. I can't take any credit for
Shout
that.
out to the FGC out here. We know the slippery slide here. GMT Esports, though, they're taking some shots. They've taken up the real estate inside of this building here, too, which is really nice of them because they're going to be able to overlook some of the action happening from afar.
Nasky getting some intimate time with that pylon. Was really enjoying it. In the corner here, as GMT, take a look at the zone. They find themselves well positioned, and they're predicting the zone to pull continually east. We'll see if they predict correct. Obviously, Nasky, many others feel like they've kind of figured out these algorithms. How do these zone pulls work? Players put hours and hours and hours into studying zones for this reason.
Unfortunately, Team Burger is the first squad out of this lobby so far.
And TSM takes out C9. There's been a lot of TSM versus C9 friendly fire in North America, at least, going on so far as Scars find themselves their friendly fire against Ascent. 2 European teams, 1 multinational, German, Croatian, Denmarkian, I made that up, and then 1, of course, coming from Portugal. And Iraq, by the way. Big shout to BJ. Sole Middle East player competing in this tournament.
Oof. Gotta hit the little 2 over here. A little poke, a little poke. 110. I think that's Team Liquid now coming in from uphill. Yes, they do manage to get that knock onto post kill. Scars now trying to move in maybe for a third party.
And then he said, that was my knock, you jerk. Fun FPS is going to take it instead. He did like maybe a hair of damage. Nice job to Fun getting that kill point. Team Liquid now. Again, one of the teams that can play spoiler. If you want to see a Game 10, root for one of them. It's Team Liquid, TSM, AIM, Cloud9, Optic Gaming, Scars, EXO. All with an opportunity to spoil. Scars, though, trying to do it. TSM
Scars is still scooping them up, though. He's still with the charge rifle, going to be able to take it up.
Yeah, that one song with the scoops in it.
Scoop-dee-dee-whoop.
That's
Scoop-dee-whoop-dee-doo.
Scoop-dee-doo. How's it go?
Scoop-dee-whoop-dee, scoop-dee-doo.
Yeah, but what's the lyric after that?
Scoop. Team Liquid.
Team Liquid.
Love you guys in the crowd. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about here. Alliance going to be able to take...
I just serenaded this crowd literally 2 minutes before we went live and broadcast with some BSB. Love you guys. Shout out to Alliance. Yuki here, winning last game. Huge game from them. Obviously a slow game here. 19 squads remain. Weiss, support player. And I stand corrected. I think he's older than Hockey. I didn't think he was, but he's older than Hockey. So he is officially the oldest player competing in this lobby, I believe. Besides Hotzek, that guy's a grandfather. He's ancient.
Why are you going to call him out like that?
Did I say Hockey? Somebody say Hotzek. Hotzek. I love you, Hotzek. A Bosnian brother.
Shout out to Hodsig. One of the OGs, actually. One of the first people I got to cast an Apex tournament with.
I miss
Love
casting.
that guy. Love that guy so much.
And people don't know he used to compete professionally. He was on the Pittsburgh Knights, and our last LAN was so much fun to watch with turns and 6. Now turned caster and ALGS, turned coach. Been fun to watch. One of the best coaches, actually the best coach in my opinion. But on board right now with Zeratricky. Long range shots. Pander's getting tagged up. Going to be able to heal back up. And Zeratricky's okay, taking a little bit of light damage here. This could be interesting. This is a big fight right now for Furia. Can they survive it?
Now, what's really scary in this situation is because of this big hill here, you have a little bit of that open space. 100 Thieves could be hanging out on the edge right here. They could cut off Furia's rotation. But if 100 Thieves even tries to commit, you already know who's holding up the real estate inside of the building. That's to the right of Stormcatcher. That's going to be GMT. We tuned into them earlier. Furia now trying to look to see if they can try to take this fight. But it's about that positioning that they want to hold. They've been at match point for quite some time now, but have not been able to secure that W.
That's right. And they love playing edge with this team comp, right? Obviously, you have a Seer in your team, you have a Horizon, you want to fight, you want to fly at people. We all know how frustrating Horizon is in ranked, so aggressive. And that's exactly how they want to play this, like another game of ranked here. And can you just imagine the thousands of ranked games they've played, and it's just like another day in the office for them. Can they finish 2 times now on World's Edge, and here they're just going to continue to play edge, trying to fight.
Talk about the Horizon real quick.
Tell me about it.
We got to always get that little wee pick-me-up. I know everybody loves to hear Horizon repeated about 50 times a little bit as Team Liquid take a little look inside. What's going on in here? Looks like you guys are a little too comfy out here.
One quick note, 100 Thieves running Gibraltar. Did you see that?
Yeah.
No Watson.
Talk about the change-up a little bit.
Yeah, we'll change up. I think they still have Newcastle, though, so I don't know. People are still going to know it's them. But still, I like the change up. I wonder why the change. We'll find out. Obviously, a lot less cover. I think Gibraltar makes more sense on Stormpoint than Watson does overall. But here we go. XO find themselves in the 3v3. Oh, look at this angle. He's going to rip. He's going to tag. He's going to almost get the crack. Does not. Misses a couple shots.
Shaky. Follow-up, though. They do manage to get the crack onto the Cossack, but they do get out of their line of sight, too.
That's right. Scars, 52 points. They've hit match point. So now they just have to win this game. If they can do that, they can force a game 10. Here we go. 9 teams on match point for a chance to win the ALGS championship. And finally, things are starting to heat up. We got Scars. We got SSG ratting nearby. Super sneaky. Hey, listen, just because there's 3 people alive doesn't mean you can't be rats. Sometimes there's 3 rats. Sometimes they like to hang out, bond a little bit. And that's what they're doing right now.
We've seen some of these awesome plays from Sentinels, too.
Yeah.
A lot of these teams now trying to take on to the opportunity to try to get up that ramp.
That's right. You ever see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? You know, there's rats all over the place in the sewer. Right now with XO, Zicky on screen, they find themselves a 3v3. They want to fly at this team. They know the SSG, I don't know if they know the SSG's nearby. SSG's likely going to join the fight with a third party here more momentarily, but XO is flying right now.
And that's onto Scars, actually, who are trying to get away. They're trying to reposition. XO's not letting them a nicely placed dome here, a space station. They still got the charge rifle in their hand. They're still looking to beam to the Trident there too, just in case they want to go zooming.
That's right. Well, zooming might be coming. Vicky, it's like Vicky lives life in zooming mode. Love you, Vic. As we got a lot of flatline meta right now. Obviously, charge rifle in the hands of one person. Usually it's the Gibraltar on that team, and he's going to crack for about 70. Nice job from Dropped. All the other top North American charge rifle player alongside Fun and others, but flatline really popular right now. Peacekeeper, a must for at least 2 members of the team. Not as much wingman this event that I thought we'd see.
It is in the Replicator too.
Yeah.
I mean, although a lot of these teams do try to prioritize not just the Replicator, but the Beacon as well, and it can be extremely important, like you see TSM holding in this spot.
That's right. Calm before the storm, Imperial Hal, and if anyone can do it, to play spoiler, why not TSM, Vicky? Why not make this the most insane championship that they've won of the back-to-back-to-back LAN championships earlier in their career? Why not now?
That would be the most TSM thing.
Really
that would be insane here, but it's definitely doable. Can't count them out as Scars. Gonna try to see the opportunity right here to get the shield break on the Valk.
Sweet gets a knock with the sniper on Watson. So one member of Furia down. Here comes the TSM XO elimination. XO out as well, but that's not the team you want to get eliminated. They were not on match point. They might be now if they got 2 kills.
It's a space station and TSM sandwich, a sandwich that I definitely do not want to be in the middle of. NRG in a fight themselves, losing out on Nathan here. Sweet literally one shot right now as he plays right behind Nathan's knockdown shield.
And this is some match point on match point team action as NRG needs to win this fight. They're gonna do it, but can they stay alive? NRG survives.
And here they are. 55 points in their name and climbing.
Oh, that Valkyrie, almost enough. If it would have touched him, I think it would have taken him out. 100 Thieves, all match point teams fighting each other. If you want a game 10, this is exactly what you want.
This is the hillside that we're talking about. 100 Thieves. Get down, Mr. President. Here's some extra cover with the Newcastle ult.
I love that ult. That animation is
awesome. It's so cool.
Yeah. Respawn animation team, next level. Look at all those loot boxes for 100 Thieves. They're loot goblins right now. AIM nearby. AIM, another team off match point, playing with 2 substitutes, and Drovic and Fearless. Unfortunately, visa issues, so Drovic had to play for the squad, and then James Fearless replacing Yarka from Portugal. But James Fearless, if you haven't heard of him, you will in the future. I promise you, he will be an ALGS pro next season. So talented, played with Slurpee G, another top underrated non-ALGS pro technically, but he will be in that scene. I can't wait to see what team Slurpee's playing with next season.
So many amazing, talented Apex players. Oh, I
think Eric Snapdown Roma is not done playing Apex Legends. I'm just saying. We'll see him back.
So many legends that could just be up here on the stage alongside these already made legends. 100 Thieves with the Skyward Dive to try to reposition. Remember, GMT was inside of that building right in front of them originally. I like this little nice spot here, but is it worth it right now? You could get pinched very easily. GMT could just take some shots at you in the safety of that building. Space Station now dropping IG as AD now move over to the side.
Yep, AD was a point away from match point 2 games ago. Hit it last game. They had 51. They now sit with 52. So AD, the Koreans on match point, they find Imperial Hal. This is big fight right now for TSM against AD on match point. Hal's got to clutch up.
They just one more point. They just need one more point to be at match point right now. Double arc start getting taken out. There you go. You know it, Fallout. You already know it.
You trained me with the bops. Here we go now. On board with Imperial Hal, fully leveled up Evo Shield, pushes wide right, toggling that heartbeat sensor.
He knows where they're rotating. He knows they're trying to rotate long. He knows that they're trying to take a flanking angle. You can't do that. Verhulst now gets enough. They're already at match point. 50 points here for TSM.
Ring around the rosy, pockets full of posies as TSM puts them to ashes, and all of AD falls down. 1 or 2 left. Now it's a game of hide and seek. We're playing childhood games here as TSM is looking to force a game 10.
The TSM chants are roaring through this crowd. 13 squads left. 4 KP in total for this team. Once again, match point at Space Station Gaming. They're off to the side. They're getting shot at. AD right underneath TSM.
Yeah, AD lost 1, I believe. Fnatic still alive. Scars, RPR going to go down to the charge rifle. So, we always see Mandy with the charge rifle in hands. RPR gets taken out to 1. SSG now with 55. They started with 50. They are on match point as well. They're the last team on match point. They have a chance. And that's a great one right now. 4 purple shields to them. They're going to avoid these grenades, but they're under duress. Not looking good. They have to pop their bubble. The Noxious Grass grenade is ready for Frex, but decides to hold on to it. I like this decision. Look at this. This is like a scary movie right now. Michael Myers in the hallways of a hospital or something. This is insane.
Almost like a try me face right now as they split their attention right behind and they get the crack.
Yeah.
They have to hold both of these angles. This is actually insane here for Space Station. But they are running the Caustic, obviously, here. With this composition, they can bunker down, be safe, cover their angles.
That's right. This is a great situation for SSG. They bullied their way into that corridor, and now they will find themselves very well positioned in next zone. The question is, will the zone continue to pull east, or will it stay put where they are at? If it goes to them, I think SSG has the win condition, but AD only a team of 2. Karanpu and Obli on high ground right now, 2 teams below them. Optic Gaming, again, one of the teams that can play spoiler, same with Scars, but Fnatic is watching from the distance.
See Fnatic taking their time, one of the teams that love to overlook a lot of the third party that are going on before they could be the 4th party themselves. Scars having to play this out as a duo for right now as AD now. Karanpu, the only one alive to try to restabilize. Let's see if we can get Ubuli back in this.
I know it's spelled Karanpei, but it's actually pronounced Karanpu.
Oh, God, never mind.
A grenade literally just went,
I was like, yeet, yeet.
Yeah, straight eat it
That's
out.
Fnatic, remember, they're always looking from afar.
Yeah.
They'll try to poke from a distance, but they won't overcommit.
That's a nicely placed grenade, by the way.
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant. Shout out. Rest in peace, man.
Legend.
I hope Kobe's continues to be the term used when you throw a grenade in any video game. Kobe. Nice looking here. That's not Scars. Tiba 3. Scars is eliminated, actually. As I say that, Alliance is alive. You see Alliance suggesting a location. Actually, they're on screen right now. I'm so silly. I didn't realize that. I'm dumb.
Take it to the skies. There's so many redeploys happening right in front of them.
Yep, here we go.
All the Skyward Dives.
So here we
Where
go.
are they going to land at this point? There's so many of these real estates already taken.
Exactly. This is insane. 11 squads remain, and one of them is Alliance. Space Station Gaming alive. 100 Thieves were alive. GMT at match point alive and well positioned in the next circle, by the way. The grenade's going to come through. Kobe. Nasky, not great shields, but great spot and Watson on their team.
AD, Fnatic, Alliance, GMT.
No.
The GMT, they're playing this for the W. This would be absolutely crazy as Rambo gets one knocked onto Zeta.
Here comes the push. They want the kill. They don't need the kill points. They need to play for placement in a first place finish, but You want to also take out these teams nearby, clear out your right and left as TSM is still alive and can play spoiler here. Optic Gaming as well. This late rotate to find God's spot always worked well for them in Split 1 and Split 2 Pro League. Will it work here? Where are they going to go? TSM, central map, very well positioned.
That's Space Station Gaming, who are trying to take some shots at TSM right now. They're so close to the edge of that next circle too. TSM understanding here. They're taking these little off angles because they do note there is GMT that's holding on to this building, but they're taking some shots, they're getting some breaks. They don't want to overextend. They do not want to give up this building. They need to hold this positioning, just like you said. They're already at match point. They need to take this W.
Great shots from Nasky. They're leveling up that Evo shield. Dell, you're next. Nasky's going to hit one, at least for 14, and Dell levels his up as well. GMT looking strong and solid. 10 squads. AIM is eliminated. Another non-match point team is out. 10 squads remain for a chance to crown an ALGS champion.
10 squads, Fnatic included, GMT out here. Space Station, AD, Alliance. So many of our teams that are sitting at match points are still alive. Fallout, can this be it? Can it end here in game 9?
Dark Zero still alive as well. The opportunity to go back to back to prove that they're the best in the world. Here we go. GMT gonna get some good damage. They're gonna get flesh right there, so they know where they're weak, but wisely gonna back out.
GMT are playing this so smart. They were sitting here from the very beginning. They predicted that this is exactly where the circle is going to be pulling. We see this sometimes, hanging out outside of the fence line from where TSM is sitting in the train cart.
Zeta, Optic, TSM, Team Liquid. The last teams remaining to play spoiler. I like my chances with those teams left. Take a look at the top of your screen to see how many teams remain. There's 4 non-match point, and there's 6 on match point. The odds will say this will be it, but the crowd will say, one more game, one more game. I've been waiting 3 years to do that, Vicky.
You know what, Fallout? I would be so down to just be here all night if it matters here, because this is all the good Apex that we got all day long. Dark Zero holding the back end of the circle. Nice little triple take shot.
Sharky, Jen Burton, and Zero, the champions from Sweden playoffs, the first LAN we've had in years. Now playing with Jen Burton. He couldn't compete in the last one. He is here in his first LAN. Can he win a championship in his debut? That is the question. Meanwhile, Watson is hoping that's not the case, as we're now watching Alliance push up. Alliance on match point as well. The Noxious Grass grenade going to come through. The damage is done. Such a wise grenade from Yuki. They're going to bully themselves. This roof and high ground. Here comes the fight. Yuki with the flick. Misses the first, but gets the second and third. He needs to connect, but he's missing.
Oh, this is so crucial right here. The amazingly placed Nox grenade. You have to dance around the bombardment though. Alliance in a lot of trouble. Hockey's losing out on the shield. Team Liquid get eliminated. Fnatic get eliminated. But we got Legolas in the lobby here. It's going to be Hockey's. Can he reload the flatline right now? They're playing outside the circle. They're taking way too much damage. But he has little to no cover.
As
Alliance gets eliminated.
AD is out. TSM's alive. TSM is looking to do it in dramatic fashion. 5 squads remain. Space Station, Dark Zero, and GMT on match point. Optic and TSM, our biggest brands in Apex, can play spoiler.
TSM and Optic right now. The ones here in this lobby that could bring us to another game. Dark Zero looking to close it out. GMT playing for positioning. Space Station playing up the side. They have TSM in their line of sights. They do not have Optic Gaming though in their own line of sights. They have the charge rifle in hand. They're looking for an opportunity, but do they have an angle?
The calm before the final storm will be the last one. GMT alive and well. Zone's pulling central. TSM in a good spot, but their backs are against the wall. They're gonna have to get through Optic, so it might be some friendly fire of the non-match point teams. They don't know, I don't believe. This is insane. Dark Zero, formerly Reignite, your champions from the Sweden Split 2 playoffs can go back to back. The Aussies trying to show that Australia, unlike any other esport, is on top in Apex Legends.
Fallout Dark Zero have the best spot.
Forgot to say mate.
It's crazy right now. They are in such a good position. They're gonna see all these teams funnel into their line of sight. They have the natural cover of the tree, the fence line. This circle is gonna be pulling towards that fence line. Space Station need to do something about this team, and the bombardment is actually gonna force them off.
That's big. SSG on another match point team. He's gonna crack one. Of course, that's also the Gibraltar shield. Here comes Drop, forced to bubble. SSG can just pray now that other teams will fight and that defensive bombardment's gonna buy him time.
Let's see if he has the opportunity, because he already used the dome, and that's gonna be an indicator to TSM and Optic right behind them. GMT2 trying to take this fight. Too little too late as the ball rate gets called down onto them. They don't have the dome, they just used it.
Gonna pop the shield bat early.
TSM. GMT in trouble.
Optic Gaming takes out TSM. TSM kills Optic Gaming. They're taking out each other. Serdell is last alive. He's out. Optic is out. GMT is out. Space Station Gaming has a chance.
Space Station, you currently out Dark Zero on the other side. You have to be careful here. Oh, they're gonna try to wrap around and they lose out undropped.
TSM the last alive. It's Verhulst. It's all up to Verhulst. Dark Zero. He's out. Dark Zero looking to go back to back. They take out one. Sharky pushes. Dome shield is placed. And now Dark Zero is going to be your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series. Back to back. The Aussies remain on top of the world. The emotion on the face of that man right there, Jen Burton, his father in the audience, after sitting back and watching his teammates do it in Sweden, having to wait for his chance. And he capitalized on that chance this weekend. Jen Burton is a champion. Zero is a back-to-back champion. And Sharky is your back-to-back champion. And ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Dark Zero, your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Dark Zero have done it! What a way and what a day. Last time around with a sub, this time the full squad's here. How does it feel, man?
Man, it's amazing. It's my first LAN and oh my god, dude. Like it's just incredible. No words can describe it.
Words can't describe it. Now you said your first LAN, right? How is it feeling when you're going through these emotions, when you're going through these, because you have to get to that match point, right? You're feeling it, all that pressure. At what point in that last game did you know you were going to get it?
When the zone pulled to us, we're just chilling and we just knew that we're going to win this game, you know what I mean? Yeah.
You get that feeling, right? You start vibing with it.
Racing, like, we knew.
I can still see it now, that heart's ticking away. He's feeling it, he's feeling it. And what does it mean to you, to lift this trophy here in front of this crowd? I guess it hasn't really sunk in yet.
Yeah, it hasn't sunk in at all. Like, it's amazing, man.
Any people you want to thank out there other than your teammates?
Huh?
Anyone you want to thank out there other than your teammates?
A big shout out to my teammates, they're absolutely cracked. And also a big shout out to my dad. He's in the crowd right now, and he came from Australia, 30 hours on the flight. He's a homie.
He definitely is a homie. I'm going to come around the back here. I'm going to go to the other guys. Well, man, what does that feel like? What does this moment feel like? Something you've dreamed of?
After Sweden, I didn't think it could get better than that. But today, after a nightmare start as well, 1 point in the first 2 games, somehow with match point, managed to pull it out again. It's just insane, really.
It is insane. What a team, guys. And you said about it, right? Those first few games, it's not looking good. How do you keep your composure? How did you guys keep going? Like, what was the mentality like? What were you saying to each other?
Honestly, after game 3, I was pretty depressed. I think we had 2 points. It was shocking. But then, the most scuffed game in Skyhook, like we get rezzed, run up ramp, get 16 points, I knew we were coming back. Momentum was there.
The momentum was there. And just tell me about it, right? How tough is this lobby? How hard is it? Because there is so many great teams from all over the world here. Was this tougher than before?
I think it was definitely a lot harder than Sweden. Like, we struggled very hard today. And, like, we didn't get most points. Furio had, like, best performing team on the day for sure. His Watson is like redefining the game right now with Seal Watson Horizon. He is crazy.
And another win, another trophy, $500,000 in the bank as well. Does it even feel real?
Every day, like last time as well, couldn't believe it for a week after, but now it's time to farm NA, I guess.
I love it, I love it. I'm gonna come step in between. He just said farm NA. You had Sweden. You've now done it here in Raleigh. Does this mean, as a team, the Australians are just the best?
Oh, I suppose.
That's a very Aussie answer. I suppose, you know, why not? But overall, is there anyone out there you want to thank? Anyone else you want to say something to when you got the mic?
Of course, got to thank parents, always backing you. That's a real big help. And shout out to Team Burger, another Aussie team who made it to finals. Let's go, Burger!
Burger getting a lot of love. We've got the Aussie flag out here as well.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Let's do that again. Let's do it properly. Rally, you ready?
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Dark Zero are your ALGS champions. Rally, make some noise! Let's get ourselves back to the desk.
Dark Zero, your ALGS champions of 2022. They
Try not to break that.
We have something new in the shop. Have a look. Anything we can help you with? Nice. Enjoy the rewards and come back soon. I look forward to marking it complete. Careful! Last prospector failed that one. ICA mate. ICA strong.